This is the sound of VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
There's a sweetness in the way you say my name. Little do you know, you're just a pawn in my game. One wrong move and all the pieces start to fall. And little do you know, I've been pulling the strings and I could end it all. You praise my name, but you never see it's all a game you play for me. You praise my name, but you never see it's all a game you play for me. You walked right in, there's no way out. You're in too deep, you can't turn back now. In my control, where all the chaos reigns. One wrong move, you got yourself to blame. You walked right in, there's no way out. You're in too deep, you can't turn back now. In my control, where all the chaos reigns. One wrong move, you got yourself to blame. You chose this wrong, you did it alone. I set the rules and I run the show. You crossed the line, you sealed your fate. You've only got yourself to blame.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Hold on there. You see? This is not a joke thing, this is a serious thing. Well, I solemnly swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me, Joe. You know, just lay your pistol down. Better you have some fun. Pistol thing, the gun thing ain't gonna work. End up being a jerk, 'cause the gun is getting out of hand. So we're not in the gun thing. That's what I'm saying. Sing out, sister.
Baby, baby, I wanna stick around, but you gotta put the guns down now. We both know how this is gonna end, so let's not pretend, 'cause it don't make sense. Baby, baby, can't you see me now? Don't you wanna spend time not writing out? So there's one more thing, then we'll be together.
Listen.
One day I know you'll be gone forever.
Road with a pistol in your waist, Johnny, you're too bad. One of these days when you hear a voice, run, where you gonna run to? This is a warning, this a grown man talking. Keep the heat you're holding, you gone stolen, driving gun crazy youth, but you not go see the truth. Babylon a trap you, but you say you like the view. Gone for days and you can start to fret. 4 o'clock pass and you not reach back yet. You better wear that bulletproof vest. I wanna see you get it off your chest. Think about your youth, your girlfriend or your wife. All you wanna do is stay asleep late at night. She can't take the pain, she can't take the strife. Can't take the stress no more, so all she does is cry.
Baby, baby, I wanna stick around, but you gotta put the guns down now. We both know how this is gonna end, so let's not pretend, 'cause it don't make sense. Baby, baby, can't you see me now? Don't you
Sing
wanna
on,
spend
baby.
time not writing out? So there's one more thing, then we'll be together. One day I know you'll be gone forever. You bring pain, not only to your enemies, every time you leave. Don't you know you're bringing me to my knees? I pray for your return and it's killing me slow. Getting to the point where I just don't know. Should I stay or should I go with the flow? Even though lying awake, waiting for the front door. When will I learn? It's 4:30, can't take much more. 'Cause there's so much at stake, as much emotions I can take now. Can't see you fade out, so I gotta break out. Can't carry on, cause I'm not that strong. It was me, all the guns, so consider me gone. Baby, baby, I wanna stick around, cause you gotta put the guns down now. We both know how this is gonna end, so let's not pretend, cause it don't make sense. Baby, baby, can't you see me now? Don't you wanna spend time, not ride it out? So there's one more thing, then we'll be together. One day I know you'll be gone forever.
Hey, this is Colabzilla. Original. Original.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go to Busan! Good Eats, just a taxi ride away. Tasty day. Different charm on every street. Snazzy day. A sea shining, a sea embracing. Breezy day. Taking emotions deeper and screams louder. Lively day. More days to come. Busan, every day, Jenny day.
Drone goes back in, but quickly shut down by RP. So some wayward spams around the smokes, just to try and hold as desperately as possible. But as soon as the recon goes through, Shorty pulled out as well. Dumpy makes both shots.
Feeling great winning that pistol. Now you're even going to lose players. Yep, Gunman, good for the slide. He's going for the overdrive. Hello? Hello?
And he's hunting down the last one. Complete.
와우! 일어나! 들어와! 형 옆에 PS4. 선배 좋다.
It's a big baby as well. At least for this round now, it's just being completely overwhelmed. But you do have Akame in a corner.
This is a hell of a lot they're trying to play them in! Akame not able to find that impact himself, but May certainly has. Free form looking for the fourth. Gets it!
Nice!
Nice! Nice, May!
나이스 맨. Crazy read.
Always trying to get the spot out. Now the angle has changed though. They're out of tile safely. See that slow warp, the swing of the corner. Chip Boy's able to find the fadeaway shots and going to be taken down.
Ready to pass
Trying
it
to
anything.
hold the man. Cruz, I mean, rather, Remy is just diving forward. And Sephiroth now trying to hold his own as much. His own as much, yeah!
Whoa!
Comes away with more, but it's a 4K over the top.
Nice shot, yeah, what a spray down there. You see that? I will not say that.
Keeps on giving this joke as, okay, push forward, trip gonna be triggered, slide in though, and Sephiroth unable to find that kill before you take down, but Kahlua is here yet again!
Now, crazy guy, insane 4K to match? Probably not. Definitely not.
He gets the Predator Ace!
Oh, yes! 俺はヒーローになるぞ。俺もヒーローになるぞ。ヒーロー頼んだ。ヒーロー参上。ヒーロー参上。
Time for new bundle, bro. What use now? For last game, Gaia. They use Gaia, dude. It's always Primordium, what? Last game, I also Gaia. Bro. No, I'm saying the Primordium is the king, bro. To see Maxim with Primordium is like prime, bro. Hey.
QT ネットのユニフォーム着てる人いる。
いる。
結構いる。マジホームかもしれん。パシフィック。意外とホームかも。結構それはね、パンモス。
やった。Vamos, bro.
Vamos, bro.
잠깐만 한 번만 더 말해줘. 레이 말해봐.
누구다?
레이 말해봐.
에러시 온다.
재욱이 형.
A 올 것 같아요.
들려요.
들려요. 들려요. 여보세요?
어디야?
한 번만 말해요.
한 번만 말해요.
Bye. Go.
ใช่ป่ะไม่ได้ใครพบกันเดี๋ยวกูให้พูดดัน
Let's go, bro. ไปมา
ไม่ต้องเข้าไปคอมมิตตายนะ
เบียร์วอลแล้วนะ
เราใช่
เบคแคมAリアクション中てくれてmaybe inside
ที่นี่เราวินโดว์กันเหรอ
Fire's out CT 가볼까?
Stay inside. Pronto.
เอาเลยหลังตุ๋ยได้พี่ทีมหลังตุ๋ยได้พี่
กลับไปดูหลังฮะที่สองตัวเฮ้ยหลังตัวนึง
아, 쟤 렌.
35 35 35 왜
Okay. How with you?
You guys action 원디폴 원샷
ถ้ากล้องเจอกูจะปาดนะไม่เอาเดี๋ยวกูเล่น
ตัดตาย70
One enemy
Ủa?
remaining.
ต้องให้ทีอยู่
บอลกัน
บนล่างเก่งอัพดาว
ไป
ไกล
โอ้ยทีมไอ้จัดคอมเล่นคอมเป็นไง
ได้
ไอ้พัด
ต่อยอะไรพี่พอใหญ่เหรอคืออะไร
เมื่อกี้รีเฟกแบบว่าไม่เชื่อพูดจริง
얘들아 문 열었고 가볼래 이거?
문 가릴게.
얘들아 문 열었고 스모크
짝방 물락 간다.
봤어?
圧迫橋俺。
俺ら2人行くね
おい完全にサイト仲間にないてコンテストしてる
가보자 이거 야 챔버 여기다 얘들아
입고 보는 중.
이랬어 말 됐다
エニクないエニクない
山下ね。
나온다 이제 살아야 돼
그래待て解除幕チル待って一回チル
얘들아 얘네 스모크 있어 사이퍼 왼쪽으로 왔어 사이퍼 왼쪽 얘네 스모크 있어 얘들아 나 탭소리 못 들어
얘들아 스팸밍으로 이겨보자. 이거보다.
解除幕出すよオッケー
じゃあ、ちょうだい。
いけた
俺はカバーする
俺からする。
右見る
스팸밍 해봐
스팸밍 해줘야 돼 라플들이.
使えた俺
俺前行って。ハーフいってる。
아니야
한 명 갈 준비.
한 명씩
ガチ帰っとる子。
얘들아 형 나도 근데 이거 쌤 같아 이겼다 깡 빌링 뱀
แต่พอเขตบีลองบีจริง
관능 롱샷
エイセージね。
걸어 비엠 리메이크네 거래俺짠残ってる
これ B 面そば頑張ってるの注意。
あこ赤や
แต่กูรู้มีข้างหน้ากูตัวนึงไม่ได้กูฆ่ามันไม่ได้กูรอ
แล้วไปบีบเลยสู้นะพวกสู้นะตรงนั้นอ่ะ
負け。
まだ入れる待って玉でらんねえさ低い
マーケットシティ。
Spike down mid.
ตาย
ゆっくりやっさんじゃあこれ先行っちゃうねやば負け右やはりつく3ある
多分これピンポン見てるよ。
20秒3방っぽい
3番と負け、セさん。3番と負け。
あと30秒。
사이드는
30 seconds left.
ก็ได้กูเบี้ย
맹교
เรากูตายเลย
Player standing.
I'm the best 미드 열심히 해 미드
이대로 못 갔다 아무도
나이스 저 리테이크 얘들아 미드로 가자 미드로 정리해 같이 해 나랑 같이 해 너희 2명 가
마봐
네 나비님
그가 설치되었습니다.
상방명 뒤에 뒷골 까놓을게
잠깐만
좀 이거 코브 좀 깨줄래?
잠깐만 깨줄게 하나 더 천천히 백사이드
Player standing.
나이스 오픈
나이스 잘 쳤다
근데 디스펌프 칠 때 손가락으로 찍는 거 그만해주라.
어?
손가락으로 그만 찍으라고.
A 바이퍼 바이퍼이다 얘들아
한걸 바로 칠게 크게 칠게
하나 더 미드 소바 그 네온 미드
Let's go 3, 2, 1 Nice I'm picking Can you ulti the mid nuts? I'm going flank Dead
나이스. I'm holding. Wait.
안에서 한번 보자 그냥 오른쪽 막 칠게
아스라 공 있어
Can we sing? 3, 2, 1
I aim in smoke.
Backside. Go backside boys.
Come now. 쳐볼래?
안에 쌈 봐야 돼 아스라 공 있어
앞에 할게
천천히 해봐.
석기야 공 써도 돼 이번 라
나 그냥 나갈게
릴로딩
홀런 너이스
둘다 스모크 있어.
연막은 둘이야 형. 둘.
Right side.
Cannot bro. Just wait. It's okay guys.
시간. 하이퍼 반피. 저 오른쪽 도와줘.
매운 거 복수했잖아, 단비야! 복수했어!
น้องน้าบีนะน้องไอ้แบบโบสองตัว
ตัวไหนตัวไหน
นีออนจะรู้โดนตัน94นีออน
ไม่กูเอาเอนั่นแหละพี่กูเอาเอนั่นแหละแต่กูเราตัดรถเหตุการณ์ให้เราตัดรถเหตุการณ์ให้อีกตัวนึงไปหนึ่งกูเดินเฮ้ย
โอ้
จะกูตัดไป
ชนะได้ ไปก่อน이거 페이드 혼자 나무 가고 메인 많이 갈 테니까 돌릴 생각도 할게.
CLH 리클리어 있어 나 룸바 깰게 쏘리
엑스 안 찍힌다. 드랍 찍어줄게.
해본 원에 까봤어. 살았게.
계단 나는 거 내가 봐줄게.
상범이 짝당 오파였어 상대 2번 스모크냐?
나 계단 둘.
5명 확인 맨만 볼게 맨만 바로 빼놨으면 저라 다 불라 나온다 둘 아, 와요 아 나이스 위너블
한 발.
저거였다
스택스는 내 아빠야.
I go back. I'm gonna repo link.
If you guys need rotations or if there's a lot of pressure, call info, okay?
Yeah. I'm picking link. A link guys. You're dead.
Nice. They'll have wall there.
One here. Astra saw me.
In behind you boys. Two.
Main and drop.
아스트라 만세.
I hit 40 uni.
Yeah.
First A.
완전 좋지 에르미 센파이
working hard, we're working smarter. Where they're gonna go, we go harder. Hit every swing, roam like a king. Every dream in your head getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it time we start pulling the trigger? Shoot for the clouds, let there be no doubt. We're flowing without any drought. Baddest the baddest, just call me rolling. Playing with folks for the serotonin. Placing your best, yeah, we're going all in. There's somebody calling my destiny. Betting on me, you don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on fire, I'm storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on fire, I'm storming the gates.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Going there, there be no good reasons. Actually, hold back and learn. but you came for me instead. Oh, 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 la 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 la. You're mistaken if you think that's it. I'm only getting started. You just wait your turn, sweet chaos. I can't wait. La 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 la. You left my heart in pieces. Now I'm going there. Left no good reasons. I should hold back and hurt my mind. Yeah, but don't know. 잘못 걸렸어. 어디 한번 해볼까? You thought I was down for good? Well, guess what? I'm coming back. Heart attack like you've never seen before. You thought I was down for good? Well, guess what? I'm coming back. Heart attack like you've never seen before. How did I become a victim of your games? I let you go, but you came for me instead. Oh, 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 oh. Ready? Beat, drop. You left my heart in pieces. Now I'm going there. Left no good reasons. I should hold back and hurt my mind. Yeah, but don't know. 잘못 걸렸어. 어디 한번 해볼까? You left my heart in pieces. Now I'm going there. Left no good reasons. I should hold back and hurt my mind. Yeah, but don't know. 잘못 걸렸어. 어디 한번 해볼까? I don't care what they say, I won't dare look away. My eyes are dead set on winning. Though it may seem dark, what sets me apart is that I am always believing. So don't ever let them try, don't never let them take your shine. Always protect your light. Don't they know we are warriors? Through the heart and the hurt, we never turn down a
Welcome everybody to VCT Pacific. We are back in the lower bracket today, and that means more heartbreak as we enter the final few days here at Sangam Coliseum. We are saying goodbye to 2 more teams today. Oh my gosh. Mika Fabs here on the desk, and I am apparently lost. I am with Bella, Dongjin, and Hype from Onside Gaming here on the desk. I'm the only non-Korean here. 어서오세요, 여러분.
네, 안녕하세요.
This is the Korean. 안녕하세요.
Hello.
This is the Korean desk. I can actually do this interview in Korean, but I can only ask very specific questions. I will only ask 화장실에 있어요?
네.
네.
화장실 있어요?
네. 영수증 있어요? 네. 주세요.
That's all.
Yes, that's all. Thank you very much for joining this interview. No, it is a pleasure to have you here on the desk. Back again, Dongjin.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
You're not scared of the English desk anymore?
별로
May I change with
No.
someone?
No,
okay.
I see you looking over there. No, you cannot look
No,
there.
no,
You cannot,
okay,
you,
okay.
No, look at them. They don't want to come on the desk just yet. They want to
Okay.
give you
동진 타임.
your spotlight here on the English. We like having you here. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, I'm not afraid because I have Bella.
Yeah.
Okay.
GPT.
Okay. Yes, because previously Dongjin did have a little panic attack because he thought Jen was not going to have his.
panicked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. Bella is here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
she's
I got you. I got you.
She's
thank
here.
you.
Now, of course, this is a very, very big match for you today, Hype. This is very important, of course, for Onside Gaming. I'm wondering how the team is feeling today because I think many challengers teams were also looking forward to get a chance to maybe play a team like PRX.
네, 감독님 오늘 그 페이퍼렉스와의 경기를 앞두고 계신데 좀 팀 분위기는 좀 어떤가요?
굉장히 칠해요. 굉장히 칠하고 저희가 준비를 진짜 많이 한 만큼 좀 즐기고 오자. 우리 많이 즐기고 오고 페이퍼렉스 상대가 굉장히 저희랑 많이 비슷하기 때문에 좀 많이 치고 받으면서 우리 한번 이겨보자 이런 마인드로 좀 다가가고 있는 것 같아요.
The team's feeling very chill, we're relaxed because we are fully prepped. We have a lot of things that we want to show, so we were going to try to make the most out of it. And personally, I think our team style is very on par with the way PRX runs their game. So it's going to be a lot of we're going to be exchanging quite a bit of rounds back and forth, and it's going to be a fun one today.
Okay, sounds very, very exciting. So you mentioned you have a lot of things that you want to show, and previously, you know, we did have Ray slipping into some roles, some agents that we didn't quite expect. So I'm wondering, are we seeing any more secrets that you might have up your sleeve for today? Anything prep? Can you give us a teaser?
이제 준비를 많이 하셨다고 하셨는데 레이 선수가 하버를 잡기도 하고 오늘을 위해서 좀 준비된 서프라이즈가 있을까요?
레이는 항상 뭐 진짜 예측할 수 없어가지고 재밌을 것 같아요. 되게 많이 변수도 많이 일어나는 그런 캐릭터를 했기 때문에 그런 거 경기 좀 기대하셔도 될 것 같아요.
인정은 아니지만 부정도 아닌 걸로 대답하면
맞아요.
될까요?
네.
I mean, Ray, he's full of surprises, so who knows? He might have something in store for us. I think it's going to be a can neither confirm nor deny situation.
Oh man, I tried, guys. I tried to find something else. But yeah, I wonder how differently you see your players now because they're playing with such high quality matches and high pressure situations. Do you feel that they have changed since being that challenger team?
이제 퍼시픽에 합류하고 나서 선수들이 좀 성장했다라고 느끼는 부분들도 있으실까요? 이제 좀 뭐 부담도 많이 있고 워낙 강력한 상대들을 계속 만나고 있잖아요.
매치마다 이제 긴장을 좀 안 하는 것 같아요. 그래서 긴장도 안 하고 이제 연습 때도 되게 퀄리티가 되게 많이 높아졌어요. 집중력도 많이 높아지고 자기네들이 이제 올라오는 것들을 하나씩 증명하다 보니까 되게 할 때 한번 끝까지 한번 사고 내보자 이런 느낌으로 좀 다가가는 것 같아요.
I would say that definitely like during the practices, their quality, their level of focus, everything is just different than when they first joined Pacific. And because they are proving to themselves that, you know, oh, I could do better this time and the next time. So they've seen that and experienced themselves. So I think it's going to be yes, definitely. They're growing with each match.
Yeah, and they've come so far as well. Dongjin-nim,
Yeah.
I want to know, because you have followed Onside Gaming throughout Challengers, have they lived up to your expectations here at the playoffs now?
이제 온사이드 게이밍에서 게이밍이 챌린저스부터 퍼시픽에 합류하는 거를 모두 다 직접 보고 함께 하셨지 않습니까?
네네네.
좀 기대만큼 예상했던 것만큼 만족하고 계신가요?
Actually, some games I feel like they were really nervous and bad performance maybe, but some games without nervous they would play like Challengers Korea, like crazy stuff with Waylay and Neon, boom boom
Yes,
boom. Yeah,
yes.
that was
Boom, boom,
that was
boom.
yeah, nice.
Yes, I wonder, did you predict Onside Gaming to reach playoffs?
I predict top 4.
Top 4? Oh!
Yeah. I predict they can go Busan.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So did you predict Onside Gaming today?
No. 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 No.
Can you look at Hype? Can you tell him I did not predict for Onside?
Yeah,
Today.
I didn't predict.
Yeah,
Onside Gaming.
it's
yeah.
okay. I know it has a behind story
Yeah.
about the predict.
Oh yeah.
Actually, we have behind story because when I predict Onside Gaming, they always lose.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's even in Challengers Korea.
Okay,
Yeah.
but this is English desk. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
a safe
yeah.
space, very different. So do you believe Onside Gaming now can really win this match?
여기는 이제 영문이니까 여기는 안전한 곳이니까 마음 편하게 말씀하셔도 됩니다.
Korea desk will not hear you.
Oh,
They will
really?
not. They will not hear you.
코리아
Okay.
데스크에 안 들리니까 지금 저희끼리만 있으니까 한번.
I think yes, I can.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
they can. Yeah.
Okay. If Hype is not here, is your answer still the same?
감독님 안 계셔도
I feel like it's half and half.
Half and half.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
really.
Very exciting.
Yeah. Are you
Yeah.
you happy with that answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love him. I
He's
love him.
he's very nice. You see,
Yeah.
there's so much love.
I think it deserves to today's condition.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so. And that's why it's going to be a very exciting match. Now, of
Yeah.
course, that's not the only match that we have for today. And I also have to ask both of you, there's a very big match happening for our second one. It's KRX and T1. So, Dongjin, we'll start with you. I want to get some quick predictions how you think this match
T1.
will go down. T1.
Yeah. T1.
Okay.
They're strong.
Okay.
It's Korea's super team.
And if the camera is not there,
Yeah.
still same?
Yeah, still same.
Okay,
T1.
still same,
Yeah,
still
still
same.
same.
I'm just checking. I'm just
Yeah,
checking.
okay.
It's different.
It's
It's different. What about Yuhan?
KRX because
KRX,
yeah,
okay.
they won us because
yes,
KRX gonna
yes.
win. I think.
You know how strong they
Yeah.
already are,
Yeah.
right?
Bro, you guys were nervous on
Yeah.
KRX.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But KRX is very strong.
Okay.
They
I
have
agree.
first-hand experience, of course, with KRX. So I think it's going to be very, very close. But because it also this is such a big match, a big day for all of the Korea teams, right? I wonder for both of you guys, do you have any words to anybody out there right now, especially for you, Hype, for all of those for onside gaming? We know that PRX have so many fans out there, but is there anything you would want to say to some fans that you maybe want to get over to your side for onside?
이제 오늘 상대가 팬층이 상당히 두터운 페이퍼렉스잖아요.
네.
페이퍼렉스 팬을 조금 이제 온사이드로 끌어오기 위해 감독님께 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
Okay. PRX, you guys has a Forsaken something. We have a Siesta and Ray. Come on.
Yes, and they have been really proving their worth on this stage. I mean, anything can happen, right? Here in Pacific. So Dongjin, you really believe? Why? You said earlier that 50-50. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, it's
Why now you
50-50,
change?
but I feel like it depends on map veto
Okay.
and PaperX agent comp. Yeah, I think it depends on that.
Yeah. If they are feeling very playful, like bringing up the gecko with Forsaken again, maybe not so much. Maybe
Yeah.
onside have an advantage, right?
Right.
Right. So
But Raise Jet, yeah, maybe they can win. PaperX can win.
yeah, maybe. We'll see. Which half of Dongjin here will actually be right. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Thank
you so
you.
much for your time here on the desk. By the way, why Dongjin? Why are you matching with Morgan? Like, come here. Look at these guys. What's it?
Bro.
It's like a replacement. It's a Korean big time.
Yeah,
It's
Korean
called
big time.
Kunchigan.
동진 time.
You're always
Kunchigan, right? If it's big time in Korean.
큰 시간?
Kunchigan. Yeah. Kunchigan-님.
Kunchigan-님.
Yeah.
I don't even think
Kunchigan-님.
they need me.
Exactly.
They don't need me.
That's
You
what I
don't
was
need me.
saying.
No,
But you don't
we
have
need
to
ya.
be scared. Don't have to be scared. Hype's English is great.
Yeah,
Dongjin's
correct.
English is great. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
Best of luck and have the best time today. 감사합니다. We're gonna bring back our English speakers, our non-Koreans over here on the desk. I feel like Kunchigan here, Morgan though should have joined that desk. Your Korean's excellent.
Perfectly. I would have been perfectly fluent. There would have been no translator, but it's
Exactly.
okay because then no one else at home would know what's going on.
Yeah. well,
Despite me being 100% perfectly
it would have been
fluent in
content
Korean.
though. It would have been amazing. Of course, we have our playoffs bracket here, which has been very, very interesting so far. We now find ourselves back in the lower bracket today, and we have onside gaming taking on PaperX and T1 versus KRX.
Crazy day. There's 2 teams already in Busan, 2 slots left, but of course 6 teams competing for that. We'll be saying goodbye to 2 of them today. I just don't even know what way this goes. The bracket is insane. Pacific is the greatest region of all time. I mean, we all know this.
Yeah, I mean, in that first matchup, we've got our last challengers team taking on PaperX, who are looking to make their way through another lower bracket run, and then we're going to have some heartbreak later for the Korean fans between T1 and KRX, because that's going to be a pretty important game to decide who's going to champs. I mean, KRX, they've got to run the whole gauntlet through the bracket. For T1, they're still pretty up there on points, but losing that game would take matters out of their own hands a little bit more.
Yes, very exciting stuff today. And of course, very, very big matches. As we mentioned, it's a big day for Korean fans everywhere. And of course, we are just days away from going over to Busan. All of our stuff is packed. Here in the arena, you have like little boxes here and there, and you know that everybody's packing up and getting ready to go over to Busan. So please, I think we have day 1 tickets still available. So if you guys are looking for a chance to catch VCT Pacific over there, please do check that out and check out that QR code right over there. That's our know before you go. Check out some of the merch, everything that's happening. We have VALORANT Sound happening over in Busan as well. We have the Artist Alley and lots of interesting surprises, I believe, for everybody that will be there. I mean, our roadshow in Vietnam, there was a lot of excellent merch there, so I'm pretty sure Pacific has a lot of things planned for the fans that are heading over there as well.
I mean, GE will be there, and apparently Filipinos love Busan. So
Yes,
if you want to watch
we
the
do.
Filipino players play in Busan and have a good time with all your Filipino buddies, then, you know, Mika will be there.
We absolutely do. We got a big Filipino contingent as well going over. By the way, Merry Christmas to my fellow Filipinos. It is almost September. Yeah, so it's Christmas time over in the Philippines already. Now, of course,
Give me a gift.
I mean, I'm not feeling the holiday spirit just yet because we're entering Build Diff right now, and this is where I find I get my little sack of coal from Santa because I'm just so terrible at this. But here at Build Diff, you know, we have our rosters prepared for this. I felt that today was. It felt pretty straightforward, but it feels difficult to point out who exactly will pop off today. So
I found it tough.
you did?
I found it to be
Really,
a little bit
the two-time winner,
Look,
best to ever do it, had a difficult time.
I am the greatest to ever do it. We all know I'm the greatest to ever do it. I keep saying it. People keep messaging me saying, yo, you're the greatest to ever do it. And I say, yes. But let me tell you about my team for today. Okay, I've gone weird today. I'm trying to catch up. Got Ziesta in on that duelist role. I want him to pop off today. Izu initiator. Forsaken on the controller. He was actually their best performer kills-wise in that game against Nongshim. So let's see if we can do it again. Yong on the Sentinel. I think he's been much improved. And then Ray on the Flex. I've gone double onside. I'm a believer for today.
Nice. I like it. It's a good roster. I went double onside and they won, but I picked the wrong players, so I get the benefit of that. My roster today is pretty straightforward. I didn't have a bad time or a hard time as Morgan did picking my roster for today because I know what I'm doing here. I've got something as my duelist. Izu will be my initiator. Freeing is going to be in there on the smokes role. I think they've got that the wrong way around. Guys, I put Freeing in the sentinel role. I want him playing the chamber. I want Ray on smokes.
That makes
so
more
production,
sense.
I'd like to swap that around. And then Buzz is going to be my flex. I think he's going to have a pop-off day today. I think that's a really good roster, to be honest, and I think you're all noobs.
Sure, that's fair.
Especially
what's
Mika
your,
Fabs.
What is your score again?
My score?
Yeah, actually, where do you rank in the overall leaderboard right now?
Where are you in the leaderboard of some? Are you not like 100 points behind?
See, the thing is, if you take away some of my minus points for picking 5 duelists,
if we change the
if
rules,
you put May back in my team on the day where he set a record, then I'm probably doing fine.
No, that's fair. You know, if you change stuff around, I would probably have this win this game as well.
If I had the perfect team every day, I'd be winning.
Let's bring up all of our rosters right now so we can see what everybody has to start. I think there's some interesting picks today. I also have Buzz on my flex.
Can I production? We had the role swap. Can I also change my flex player as well? Mika's picked
It's not
Buzz.
good news when Mika goes, oh, we have the same team.
Why do you say that? I'm not as terrible as Pilsky, okay? I am not as terrible as Pilsky in this. And I managed to finish first like several days, okay? I was second. I was like 1 point behind you yesterday. I have Yunmin as my duelist, Izu, Ray, Davai, and I have Buzz on my flex.
Not bad. I don't mind that roster.
A little bit confused.
I think,
by
honestly, like looking at all of these rosters, these are all good rosters because pretty much all of the players playing today are all pretty good.
Sentinel. Forsaken Sentinel.
Yeah, I don't know why Vic has Forsaken on Sentinel and Young on controller. That feels like a mistake. Who knows?
Like it's the wrong way around.
Who knows? We'll
See
see.
what happens
We'll
today.
see how it shakes out. A lot of us going with Ray though. Everyone but Victoria going for Ray, which makes sense. It's been pretty good, pretty consistent. I think that duelist role is the most interesting.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting that Seth has Stacks over in the
I
flex.
honestly respect it.
Stacks is fragging.
Stacks is
No, he
kind
is.
of good at this video game.
kind of be
He is.
fragging. It's Gutek time, as we do say.
It's Gutek time.
They do say that over here in Korea, as Dongjin Hype and Bella informed me that is a very
Gutek Shigan.
yes, Gutek Shigan,
Yeah.
as Kun Shigan here knows very well, being Korean himself.
Yep.
We have Onside Gaming taking on Paper Rex, followed by T1 taking on KRX. These are massive matches here to begin our final weekend here in Sangam. And again, these are elimination matches as well. And we know that maybe Onside versus Paper Rex, it looks very simple on paper, but this is Pacific. You never know.
Yeah, for me, it's all about the hunger for this squad. The last remaining Challengers team, the bastion of Tier 2, here to carry that flag. They made it out of play-ins, but only just. They found themselves starting off in that lower bracket, and ultimately this could be one of the toughest first games of all time. But really, if you're a team that can embrace this challenge, you want to play a team like PRX, that's how you're going to get that win. No time for nerves, no time to be scared now for Onside.
Yeah, I mean, to make it out of play-ins, they unfortunately had to murder the other Challengers hopeful in Sharper, so that was a very tight series. Very exciting stuff over there. I mean, for Onside, I think their story is kind of similar to what we're seeing over in EMEA for me.
Yes.
Fireflux is a team that has made all the way through the lower bracket into the Roadshow. Onside are hoping to do much the same thing, but they've got to play the best team from the Pacific to be able to do it in their opening round game of the lowers. That's gonna be painful.
Yeah, but I feel like as a Challengers team as well, you come into this with the possibility that you could be playing some of the top teams in the entire world. And when you think about Pacific, you have to think about PRX. So going into this, I think Onside, they're going to be feeling pretty excited. I mean, we heard it from Hype. They're looking forward to this one.
Yeah, this is what you hope for when you get a shot to compete with the big dogs, is to play against the very biggest. We have to talk about Ray. When we saw him last on this Harbor, the Breeze map, this was his first ever Harbor game, by the way, and he went absolutely ballistic.
Yeah, when things get hard, he gets Harbor, as they say. Ray, honestly, like we've seen interviews from him where he says, on LAN, you know, I tend to play better. And honestly, I'm seeing a lot of evidence of that. He's had some massive games here in Pacific. At the end of Challenger's career, he was happy with his LAN performance as well. He's been one of the better players for Onside. And that game, the deciding map between Sharper and Onside, he put almost 30 kills together on the Harbor. Not an agent you usually frag on. In his Harbor debut, this guy is one for the future, honestly. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ray can put together, whether it's on Onside or whether it's next year. I don't really care. This is a guy that you've got to keep your eye on.
Yeah, you have these special players that can absolutely pop off and really live in that moment when the pressure is when the pressure is highest. You have players like Patman, for example. I think Ray is one of these players as well. He's on the stage, he comes alive, and when he has to deliver, like Hype mentioned, he's one of those players that you can actually put into that fire. And as Onside mentioned, they might have a few more tricks up their sleeve as well. And as a Challengers team, I feel like they're especially unpredictable.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of people rooting for them here. We saw 4 Challengers teams come into those play-ins. We see Onside as the last ones remaining standing. We've had to say goodbye to QT Dig, we've had to say goodbye to Zipto, and they themselves eliminated Sharper, so they're gonna have a lot of people rooting for them today, willing them forward as that lone Challengers team.
Yeah, I think, honestly, look, due to Pacific being in Korea, we've seen a lot of Korean talent pipeline lately with Nongshim and, of course, Varel as well, doing quite well for themselves. You can see here Fireflux have done very well for themselves going through the lower bracket of EMEA. If you look in the bottom left, that's the game right now that Onside are in. Fireflux were in that same game and they ran the whole bracket to the Roadshow. That's exactly the kind of inspiration that a team like Onside needs here. They want to be that team that is going to run it through the lower bracket, be that Challengers representative, and have a bit of a miracle run here. And, when you compare that with PRX's stakes in this game, it's completely different.
Exactly. Yeah, it's definitely possible, and Fireflux have showed that, but is it probable is the bigger question. Up against a team like PRX, who many have titled as the best team in the world, from placements and globals and everything, and just the way they play, just how iconic they are in VCT.
Yeah, the way I would compare this matchup is for Onside, honestly, like this game means everything. This is a chance to play on the Pacific stage. You're playing the best team from the Pacific, the most iconic team from Pacific. For PRX, this is Tuesday. This is another game in the Pacific League. They've already qualified for champions. For really, PRX, this is about pride more than anything. They want to be winning the last season of Pacific. They got a Pacific title for every year that the Pacific Franchise League has been a thing, and they'd love to finish strong, but to be able to do that, they're going to have to conjure some motivation for themselves and make it another lower bracket run here.
Yeah, I think momentum will be so important for this team as we get towards champs. We know we're going to see them over in Shanghai, but what do they look like when they get there? They want to end their year on the very high. They want to make it across to Busan. We saw how great they were over in Ho Chi Minh in front of that big crowd, and I do think they're going to need need this man to step up a little bit today. Against Nongshim, this is one of the weakest performances we've seen from Jing. I think part of that is the roles. He's on Waylay, he's on Neon, he's not on his signature, the Raze, the Phoenix, where we've known him. I really want to see Jing level up today if they want to go toe-to-toe with Onside.
Yeah, I think the Waylay was fine. I think role-wise it makes sense for Abyss, even if it's not, you know, the role that you necessarily associate with Jing. I was more confused, honestly, by the Neon on Split, considering that PRX has always been a split team, and I think Jing's Raze is so associated with their success on that map. It's a comfort agent for him, so, you know, at some point you look at the agents that Jing is good at, the strengths that Jing has, and you wonder, like, what is his purpose in the team if he's not going to be doing what he's really good at the end of the day. So unless he's going to start playing a whole lot better on some of these agents and roles, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of them reverted and could just prioritize a little bit more comfort for Jing so you can get more output from him. Because we were talking about Jing at the start of stage 1 as the best player in the world. Like, he was phenomenal.
Yeah, of course. And I feel like for PRX also, you know, they might be pushing some boundaries here. They might be testing the limits of each of their players because, again, they have already qualified for champs, but now this is a lower bracket elimination match. I feel like there's no room for shenanigans anymore. And you can tell as well, if they lose right now, that's still going to be a very, very, heavy mark, red mark on their career. And they don't want that at all.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird kind of journey, I would say, so far at the end of this stage of Pacific. I think the group stage went well, but the loss against Varel in 2-0 fashion, back-to-back with the Nongshim game, you know, I think those two games, fair enough. I think, you know, you had Varel, they were very, very hot in the groups. They've cooled off since then. Nongshim are in extremely good form, so you're playing two teams at the peak of their form. But if you lose to Onside in the lower bracket, I think that's a bit of a question mark heading into chance for PRX.
For sure. People will be talking about the strength of this team. We'll see the power rankings from all the content creators, and everyone's gonna start sleeping on them all of a sudden. But I don't think that's
when they get more powerful, though.
That's very true.
Yeah,
The thing is, we know they love a lower bracket run, so I wouldn't be shocked if they do decide to lock in today. Taking a look at the map data, we'll see which way this veto does go. I think both of these teams have some maps where they're really quite strong. Some of them have some maps that have been holes a little bit in their map pool, so we'll see how this shakes out.
Yeah, you can see Onside, not much of a willingness to play Summit too much. Abyss has just come into the map pool. That qualification game where Ray went ballistic was on Breeze against Sharper as a third map decider. So, you know, that's something that Onside has shown some willingness to play. Now that's going to go out of the map pool, and we're going to see if they have an Abyss prepared. You can see they at least have some reps on it, but not a lot of reps on it because it's been a while since we've seen it in the pool.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Onside as well, you know, they're getting more, as they're getting more and more comfortable on this stage. You're seeing more and more players get into that same comfort level that Ray is in, right? You need to be able to feel this stage. For PRX, they're already there. I mean, they are the ones who absolutely love this stage and love this crowd, and it works both ways. The crowd loves them as well. So I want to see actually who gets that kind of energy on this stage. We have Abyss, Ascent, and Split for our maps for this first match.
We see PRX continuing to ban Haven. They did this against Nongshim. Nongshim picked Abyss into them and had a great time with it. So Onside Gaming doing the same, smelling some weakness there. And I think, you know, they haven't had to show this for a long time. So PRX will be caught off guard. PRX picking Ascent, which was, of course, the map where Onside Gaming got blasted by Sharper.
Yeah, I don't honestly think there's anything crazy about this veto, really. This is really both of these teams looking at what the opponent has not been performing super well on lately and then picking it into them, to be honest.
I think Split is an interesting map 3 decider as well, because we also saw that from PRX. Jing on that Neon, so I wonder if that's something that they want to swap away from if it does get to that final decider.
Maybe, because PRX, they have been discussing about how, I believe it was Alex in like one of the post map press cons, how they are winning, but they're missing some steps to get there. And once they go over to the global stage, those missing steps cannot be excuses. So for PRX, there are still things that they're cleaning up here. And Devi mentioned as well, it's like he doesn't want to win on the back of somebody dropping 30 frags. He wants to win as a team. He wants to win as a well-oiled machine that is PRX. It cannot be just because somebody has a lucky day and pops off.
Well, then they're going to need to level up from what we saw from them last one. And they did play. They were playing that Waylay with the Yoru and that double smokes. They didn't get them a win, but I'd be surprised if they change away. They really haven't had the time. But Onside, they played this towards the start of the year, March, I believe. And it was this double initiator, KO Silver style with that solo duelist Jet.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Onside's different approaches and styles to different maps. I've kind of categorized them as, you know, someone that's a bit of an outsider in the Korean scene as a double duelist spamming team throughout most of their challenges run. I was surprised by their Breeze comp being a little bit more technical with the Harbor KO, and I think that I look at this comp and I think, look, it's another double Enit comp. Let's see how Onside potentially pilots something like that against a team like PRX. For PRX, I honestly didn't think their Abyss was terrible against Nongshim. I think Nongshim are a good Abyss team. I think a lot of people do rate their Abyss, and I think they had some good rounds and some retakes with the Harbor. So honestly, if they just play the same game again, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to beat Onside here on Abyss, not really doing too much different, but maybe just playing a little bit better.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting day today because, of course, we have, you know, KRX and T1 facing off in our second matchup. But for this match also, you have Onside that actually has, it's not impossible. It might feel improbable, but there is always that chance. And because they are so unpredictable coming in as a challengers team, we don't exactly know all of the cards in their hand just yet. And I feel like for PRX, perhaps everybody knows the cards are already on their hand.
On time.
And what is this?
He's never been on time.
I'm always
He's
on
late
time.
every day.
That's the biggest lie you've ever said. That's scandalous. But let me tell you a little bit about why I'm going with Onside. I mean, for me, this is a huge difference of motivation. This is the biggest game of Onside Gaming's career. They get a chance to go toe-to-toe with the best. This game means everything for them. They have to win to stay alive. There's no backup. For PRX, yes, they can say that they care about going to Busan. They can say that they care about winning another trophy, but they have a ginormous safety net. They're already in champs. I think it's hard to scrounge together even half as much motivation as Onside will have for this game. And we've seen them have those big moments. We've seen them play very, very good Valorant. I think if those two things collide today, it's very winnable for Onside.
I think that's a very long way of just saying that you wanted the clout that Kilios got when he voted for Onside that one day.
I wish you gave me club. What's gonna happen is I'm probably gonna be wrong, and I'm just gonna tank my prediction rate further. But I want to go out believing. I want to go out in style with these guys. You know, I do think they have a shot today. Don't get me wrong; they're not the favorites, but it's definitely possible.
No, that's fair enough. And I like what you brought up about the motivation, right? Because sometimes on that stage, especially when it's these high-pressure elimination matches, it's about who is hungrier. And Onside, they are definitely hungry for this when they want to continue this lower bracket.
It's only an elimination game for Onside. It's not for PRX. They're already in champs. Yes, there's other motivating factors for them to go deep, but it's not as compelling as what Onside have in my mind.
I think that's why they will lose. To be honest, I think PRX is going to have a lot of fun. They're going to run around the map. I think Onside has that choke potential, to be honest. And I think that if PRX just takes it easy in this game, just plays a normal game of Valorant with no extra pressure on themselves, then they win this series 2-0 every day of the week. We're talking about one of the best teams in the world versus a challengers team that has been decent in Pacific. Not fantastic, just decent. Let's be honest, guys. This is a 2-0 every day of the week.
Exactly. I mean, Onside here, they're still very new to these kind of high pressure situations. Can they come through though? There is a slim chance. So let's see what happens when we send it to the stage for our first match of the day.
Today's matchup.
We are starting off the day with this David and Goliath matchup. It's Onside Gaming taking on PRX, the last remaining challengers team here in Pacific. up against basically the best team in the world.
Yeah, look, Onside are here to do it for the little guy, the last remaining Challengers representative, and they have a mountain in front of them today. They're starting off in the lower bracket, no lives left, one loss means elimination, and probably the most historic, popular, favorite, best team in Pacific on the other side to go against them.
Yeah, I mean, for PRX on the other side of this matchup, this is really just about pride. This is about the legacy that they have built up over the last 4 years. As I mentioned before, they've won a Pacific title for every single year that Pacific has been here in Seoul, South Korea. They would love to go to get another roadshow after winning over in Ho Chi Minh and really kick off the end of this Pacific era with a bang. But to do it, there's no more lives. They cannot lose another game in this lower bracket. They're going to have to put together yet another magical lower bracket run.
Yeah, for sure. PRX, they still want to finish the Pacific stage strong. And come on, who doesn't want a trophy, right? Who doesn't want to go over to Busan as well? But what a feat it would be if a Challengers team were to do it. Because these guys, Onside Gaming, they are keeping the Tier 2 dream alive. And honestly, this is what it's all about here. For that slim chance to be able to make it to that grand final stage in Busan. That slim chance to be able to even make it to Shanghai.
That's exactly it. I think this is the game you're hoping for. If you're one of those Challengers teams, you hear about this new format, you hear about the players. This is what you're imagining. You're imagining a chance to go toe-to-toe with the very best to ever do it. They've been given that chance today. For me, it's all about how they embrace it, how they rise to the occasion. I think their Valorant is good enough if they put their best foot forward. I just need them to not be nervous. I need them not to shrivel up. I need them to play their best game today, and anything is possible.
They need to take inspiration for what's been happening over in EMEA. We have seen so many household names, so many titans of the league over there falling to some of these underdog teams. So they need to kind of channel that exact same energy, play with confidence, play their game, and catch PRX off guard in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting to see how they're going to perform. And we brought up the pressure of this stage, the pressure of potentially choking under such an important match for this entire team. Of course, PRX, they are so used to this kind of demand from them, but Onside Gaming, this could be their first time actually experiencing this much of a, this much of a heavy ask from them.
Yeah, I mean, for Onside, as far as I'm concerned, they've already won. They made it through the play-ins. They're here in the playoffs. They get to play a series against PRX. That's already a W. Anything else is just a bit of a cherry on top, to be honest. I don't want to see them putting too much pressure on themselves in this game. I need to just see them enjoying the experience, having a good time, and putting their best foot forward, because the second that they let the pressure get to them, that's where PRX is going to be a lot better.
That's true for sure. We're starting off on Abyss. Onside Gaming's map pick. Take a look at the compositions here. For Onside, they're playing what they played towards the start of the year. It is that double initiator style, but they've shifted around some roles here to accommodate Hermes on that KO.
Yeah, it's something he's played before. I'm interested by the Vice not being subbed out for something else. I'm not sure how much value that's really going to get against PRX, particularly starting out on the attacking side. For PRX, no changes based on what they played against Nongshim before. This map has been a bit of a sore spot in the pool, but we cannot underrate how good Nongshim is and the form that Nongshim is in at the moment. There is no shame in losing to Nongshim, and I think if they just play the same game that they played against Nongshim, they can definitely beat this Onside squad, especially given that they're playing double ENIT. PRX has played the best double ENIT teams in the world and beaten them at their own game, so they're going to be totally comfortable here.
Well, like we've said, the stakes are incredibly high in this match. It is a David and Goliath matchup. We're going to start on Abyss and see if Onside can keep that dream alive. Over to your casters, it's Quack, and welcome back, Elfish Guy.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's good to be back. I've missed everybody. I've missed you guys at home as well. And Quack, I've missed you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, in what way?
Well, I mean, I just cast with other people and it felt wrong, and now I'm back here and we're sitting next to each other again, and it's just nice. It feels like I'm back home, They say home is where the heart is, and my heart is at home right now.
Yeah, from the couple of months that we've been casting in our entire careers.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've got PRX versus Onside Gaming right now, though.
Yeah, we do. And
you missed that?
I mean, I tell you what, that's a bit of a banger again to come back into. I feel like it's a pretty rough run, obviously, for Onside. You go down into this lower bracket match, and hey, who do you have to play? We have to play against PRX. That's not going to be easy. The lower bracket demons here in the playoffs, obviously, on stage 2 of VCT Pacific, and I think everyone is expecting PRX to come out today kind of swinging. But let's see if Onside can make something happen. I mean, they're kind of a plucky team. They've seen some good results so far in the play-ins, so I'm hoping for something good today, and I certainly hope that we're going to get an exciting match. But man, it's going to be tough to beat PRX.
It definitely is. So let's get this game going, baby. I mean, like, you have Onside, and just the comparison with Fireflux that the desk was making as well. You know, you can see this going both ways, because this is a PRX that is not in top form. If Siesta or maybe even Ray goes off on a Captain Kachowski-esque run, this could be insane. But at the same time, for PRX, like, they're just getting started. This is only day 3 of playoffs, and Nongshim was a hell of a tough opponent to go up against. So right now, similar comps that they've run before, but you definitely do need to see things get tightened up. You definitely do need to see improvements all around. Curiously enough, though, 1-3-1 Onside pushing down middle.
Yeah, happy to work their way forward relatively slowly here, but you are being kind of watched for. Something has got multiple lines to keep an eye on. If he gets his timing wrong here, he gets shot in the side of the head, but he gets his info early on in the piece and just looks to make himself scarce potentially with that gate crash if necessary. Meanwhile, the rest of PRX happen to push their way in towards B, where Wolverine has a headshot waiting for Jing, and that will prompt the rotate across as well from Onside. Paranoia doing nobody any favors there. Finally, we start to see some inroads from PRX, but they've just not had any success on this B side. Hermes locking it down, and it's only something to grab a consolation prize towards the back end here. Has to try to put out a 1-on-4.
Which is going to be a hell of a tough fight. He's done a good job at taking down the first, but always concerned, or at least paranoid, about a potential side flank. Siesta in position for it, of course, just waiting for contact from his teammates. Will jiggle swing, and then Siesta will come and prop up from behind, just clean as ever. So Onside with the pistol, I mean, they just wrapped around so quick.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to the fact that at this point, PRX, they struggle to get those entries. Wolverine is able to sort of dance around those boxes for such a long time that, as you say, rotation comes across, and that's where Hermes does all the work that he needs to do. Nice and clean from him. Not really a whole lot in that round, unfortunately, for PRX, but again, they'll be that kind of team that I think we'll give them the liberty of a few rounds here to get warmed up.
I don't know. Feels like it, you know, you just kind of want to still have that hope and expectation for PRX, but if this map goes flop-sided, you might want to start sounding off the alarm bells. Just watching the execution, at least for this one now, of course, just on the pistols. We'll see what they can get away with, but Onside looking to play the long game as well with all the rifles that they've purchased up on.
I mean, everything comes on stock eventually, right? Nothing lasts forever, and PRX, with their sort of domination of VCT Pacific, that also will not last forever, necessarily.
Right here.
But it never really feels like today will be the day. Do you know what I mean? No, you don't come into this match and go, oh yeah, PRX will lose this, and they're not going to make it into playoffs or finals or whatever.
Even their form, you know, going to champs, that's what I'm worried about. We'll see for now, though. I mean, just kind of retrieving some information around the map. It's just the execution in the beginning with the harbor, high tide. If Onside just kind of has the confidence to disrespect that, sometimes it's still going to be a tough game nonetheless. And looking at the positions that Onside have right now, their own scouting work done, they're able to hold it.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a good read from Onside. Got the players where they need them. Ray, unable to connect, goes for the knife. Forsaken will put him down, but Siesta has it locked in. So 2-0, good start for Onside here.
Bit of decent damage though. 2 kills, gun still preserved over for Onside, of course, but having 4, I mean, that's a potential Blade Storm, potential operator at some point in this first half, and with Onside on the defense as well, Siesta as the Jet, like that is a potential threat that PRX will have to consider for some of the upcoming rounds. I mean, not right now at least. They still need to get so much legwork done, like just to build up a bit of a foundation with their own full buy. PRX 2-3, but it's pop flash play.
Good start here. See those guns out in hand for PRX, and immediately things turn back on their heads. Nice shot from Wolverine. Will slow things down over towards B, but he still has a little more work that he needs to do. Forsaken creeping up on the line. Crosshair placement wasn't quite there. So Wolverine survives, but not for long, as he is wrapped in on by Davai, and something getting worked on elsewhere. Cuts off the rotate. Also finishes off Ray as well. So, immediate response from PRX.
Yeah, he gets it done with the tap at the end as well, which is very lovely. But to kick things off, I mean, all things considered, you do love that, or you do have to respect how Onside are playing this defense side, pushing down and trying to make themselves a bit more unreadable for PRX. It's tough, but in this one, PRX just managed to, with firepower, getting the flashes in. That's the kind of kills that PRX needs to start off round strong.
I like that from PRX. See how they go here as they start to put together their first gun round.
No charges.
Listen into PRX.
There.
It's okay, it's okay. Guys,
We just
can we come
together.
against
Contact
this?
Yes, yes.
Jet opening probably.
He was here, Jet. Top. No, Jet.
No. We killed him.
KO was here.
Yeah, KO was here. He was
What
sniping.
they push?
Dude, listen. No, listen.
Left side, top middle.
Hostile KRX.
Left, he's still stuck there.
I'm walking up.
I can flash him, eh? Oh, one band.
Oh, the
I
wall
don't know,
is mid.
somewhere. Okay.
Deliver wall
A
mid.
maybe clear though.
We need to execute them, guys.
Yeah, I want to use my ulti on ARB though.
Wait, guys, listen to me, guys, listen to me.
My ulti is put on ARB though.
Guys, listen.
And as expected, it's that round 4 op investment, Siesta just being able to mark down middle, and everyone from Onside just working around that information as well. Just being able to read PRX's positions. And also, to be honest, a little bit curiously enough, it just still feels like sometimes the form, the mechanical skills, it's not quite there yet for PRX.
Oh. Couple of head shakes to start things off. PRX, maybe things will get under their skin early on in the piece here. It is Abyss, so, some question marks I think do need to be asked about the map in regards to PRX. Onside certainly looking pretty comfortable on it so far. We will get that reinvestment through, though. Just a eye down to a Sheriff, but he's usually pretty handy with that, and it's a good start for PRX as they work their way in towards B. Walls up, Forsaken with that entry. Should be a plan to come here, and it will require a 4-on-5 retake for Onside.
Much better, much quicker this time around from PRX. Just a high tide and Coves pushed through, but position still for Onside.
And Zavai caught, kind of napping there, but still Forsaken starting to power up in this round. His second brings it back into a 3-on-3, and now Onside wants to slow down a little bit. Wolverine's been spotted out. Forsaken could be on for a third, misses that slight opportunity. Now will be found out, tucked in underneath. It won't matter, he's got the coverage from his teammates. The crossfire, though, just not good enough. And exactly what you're saying there, Quack. Maybe the mechanics just not on point there for PRX. A couple too many missed shots, and Onside will claim the round.
I mean, look, this is one of the biggest things that Alex was quite concerned about. He mentioned it in the post-game scrum several times throughout the interview, talking about how, this kind of feels like the effect of them not having played any games throughout the play-ins. They were taking scrims a little bit more seriously, yes, but it's just not quite the same. So going into some of these matches, they're a little bit cold. So that's the mechanical skill. But apart from that, they have run through the strat book a little bit, which is why they leave Abyss open. But at the same time, it just feels like the players sometimes, Alex mentioned, they have these big grand plans, but they skip the fundamental steps to get them done. So the reckoning in that round, pushing that far deep, but it's just a little bit too eager. So for now, Progression Smoke looking to burst through the A site. They'll just dive in.
Okay, Hermes not quite able to land the shots there initially. Xing, 11 HP, able to refract back out. PRX, though, still struggling to get their way into the site. Ray for the double Hermes as well.
No
and
way.
Backed up nicely by Cloudy. Onside are looking indomitable right now on this defensive Abyss.
It's incredible. Yeah, I mean, Onside just picking the right spots to be in, just tucking inside of corners, reading the smokes and everything. Just kind of anticipating what PRX might look to do, knowing PRX tendencies, but I have to be honest, Jordan, this is quite shocking. I feel like you desperately need to see a timeout now with PRX, because the plays are making. Oh, we felt that too.
And I mean, the reads are good as well from onside, aren't they? You feel as though they've kind of consistently had their players in the right places. They seem to have a good understanding of where PRX is going to be finishing and stacking that site accordingly. So 5-1 the scoreline right now, and onside almost debatably, I think you could say, are doing it a bit too easy right here. We're just not seeing a whole lot on the board from PRX generally.
Yeah. I mean, you can, you know, thinking that that was like an eco round for PRX, you mentioned, you know, we can kind of give them some liberties in some of these rounds, but like, you can only say that for so long. Yeah. It's ways too readable. You put a cove right at the mouth of A main, and as onside, like, they just know what to do.
I mean, also the fact that the only round that PRX have won so far has been the ante-bonus, which was the round where onside walked 2 players down and gave Forsaken a double kill, which was essentially a 3v5. So we actually really haven't seen a whole lot from PRX on this attack that would indicate to me that they're going to be able to win rounds consistently off their own bat. Obviously that may change here. Get into round 7 off the back of the timeout, and it starts to feel like these rounds become a little bit more must-win for PRX. Info is there, but it's not taken advantage of by onside until Cloudy slides through 2 with the Hunter's Fury. Good trades out from him in the end.
Okay. At the same time, Divide snuck in towards top of A link.
Right here.
And there was a clone that broke a shear wall around A side as well. That keeps onside on their toes for the time being. PRX looking to get the spike delivered over onto B. The dimensional drift might give away the plan, but it's Divide in this lurk position that's so pivotal right now.
It doesn't look like they're going to run into him. It'll be a safe rotate from onside all the way through the defensive spawn instead of trying to cut through the center of the map. Obviously, Divide can still get across nice and quick if he needs to with that TP. So 3-on-3. Onside stealing themselves for this post plan, and that Cosmic Divide is going to get launched on in by onside just to try to cut that site down a little bit. See if there's less angles to clear here for onside, but they really are taking their time on their way in. Flash out from something, a good one. Ray had no chance, but a decent trade out from Cloudy. 3K in the round so far and needs a 4th here. Envy for the swing, denies the defuse and doubles down onto Wolverine. Finally, a round on the board here for PRX.
Yeah, looking a little bit cleaner. Just being able to withstand the initial push that onside had. Slowing things down a little bit as well, gives the boys, you know, some room to breathe. So able to take down the push players around B long, and then for Divide to sneak through, and even as, you know, the site gets simplified, there are less, you know, set plays to worry about. So just a simple trick of, you know, playing around the corners, taking some timing peeks, playing inside of smokes. That's PRX some significant kills. Next round up though.
Ooh. Once again, another forward hold from onside. Siesta getting that flash help out from Hermes and opening the account nice and early on in the piece. Hunter's Fury should be doing some work. Hermes goes down. Maybe Rezable. See if that gets punished by PRX. Spike's committed, by the way, through that smoke. So they're going to have to go A now.
And it's just worrisome positions. None escape. It's just a clone, so it's still going to take a bit of time. Divide might get pinched.
Or maybe not.
No, he still might.
Oh, the push through here from Siesta and from Ray will eventually get the better of Divide. They definitely didn't want to commit to A. I thought he might get out in time. It's not the case. Now they're going to have to battle for that spike. You do have a bit of a sandwich type situation, though. Something and Envy are the bread. Right now, Ray is fighting back and he gets himself the 3K. Another round for onside. And you know what the best part of the sandwich is, Quack? It's not the bread. It's what's inside. It's the ham.
The patty.
The patty, the cheese, the jam. I don't know, I'm not suggesting all these go together, but in this case, in this metaphor, Ray was those things.
It's true, man. The sandwich bit back. Like,
That's
what do you
exactly
do?
Right. The Vegemite. He was the Vegemite.
Oh, disgusting, Jordan, please.
Ray was the Vegemite.
Yeah, I suppose so. And as a Frenchman, Alex just does not like the taste of that.
Probably not.
But yeah, you can see how much value this op is bringing. And onside are just taking some offensive lines now because they have the confidence to do so. Smokes out, A main cleared, or at least within their control. PRX hungry to try to re-clear that space. it's just like a battle of resources, and every single time Onside start off with a bit more than PRX.
Oh, Cloudy's thinking about going aggressive again here. Onside loving the proactivity in this defensive half. Convergent paths do go through. Jing going to try to capitalize, but just run straight into Hermes. Envy, the only one to claim an entry so far. Now Devi getting involved. And PRX may just have done enough to bully their way into A.
Spike planted.
Still a chance for Onside.
That's a good point. I mean, I'm not sure there's going to be enough to hold on here for PRX. Forsaken is very low. He does have Reckoning available, so that may well still come into play. Onside taking their time, aren't they? Very happy to try to clear as many of these lines as they can. Devi, he'd love one with the Sheriff. Typically good for it this time. Might be a round winner if he claims another. There's Ray out of the picture. It's Siesta up against Something, who just jumps up on top. And Something's won this every day of the week. PRX claim themselves a cheeky round to keep the conversation happening.
Looks a bit labored, but they get it done. I mean, a bit of a partial buy, and those are the kinds of wins that kind of bring some wind under your sails. Just being able to burst through the convergent paths, not the cleanest of entries from Jing, and you would hope to see a bit more. I was kind of wondering where the layering of utility was. But at the very least, you know, down to some of the traits right at the end, it's Something, it's Forsaken. Still being able to thwart Siesta's op, and now that's going to be Onside looking a little bit more broke. So playing against the back foot, and finally we get PRX starting off rounds the way that they would like. It's a high-low right outside A, though, and then maybe a pop, flash, dash.
We've seen that pop flash play a couple of times. PRX lost a player to it earlier on in the half. This time, though, it'll be okay. Oh, Something's got a collapse! What?
I don't know.
Where has that come from?
They just lined up.
Well, that'll be one way to take the A site.
Just maximum value. That's a blue chip stock right there.
Spike.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, you do actually, apparently. That is, I mean, I suppose a blue chip stock might not be maximum value, but it tracks.
Thank you.
Well, this is a rough retake attempt, but Something having a bit of aim practice. What's he doing? What is he doing? He's tried 360 no-scoping him and it's not happened, but somehow he's survived. Well, that certainly was something.
Can we get Alex Cam? How do we react to that? What's the read? What's the
I
take?
want to see the POV replay of that.
No shot. Yeah, they just kind of unfortunately lined up.
Hang on, come on.
It's the fact that this is Onside's eco, and they start to have some more lackadaisical fun. Something lighting up the kill feed. We'd love to see more of that.
Okay, but at what point does this get serious for Onside, right? They've had to lead the whole half. Now PRX slowly feel like they're getting back into it. Another couple rounds left in this half. If this goes 6-6, I feel like that's danger territory for Onside.
I'd say it's here. Onside starting to play a little bit more default now. Definitely respecting PRX with some of the peaks and lines that they're starting to take. This is curious, though. Devi is the one holding the op down middle, just looking for Siesta or anyone else who might be pushing around this position. Then the dimensional drift into A site. PRX still doesn't necessarily have to commit, but if they do, they have the setups for it.
Well, Devi already able to strike onto Wolverine. And that space starting to be created over towards A. It's not exactly what PRX want, though. They're on their way back over towards B, which it seems Onside have kind of read.
Still going to be slightly weaker, though. I mean, only a couple players on B site.
Oh, but Siesta pushed forward.
What a shot.
Good connection onto Something. Maybe this has gotten a little bit too tricky for Onside. Let's see if Siesta can claim another one with that op push coming through from Forsaken and from Jing, and Envy's been able to find his counterpart there with a shock dart, so site has been taken.
Spike planted.
Two players to try to retake it. Ray, with that Cosmic available, probably doesn't want to invest it here in a 2v4. You would think it should be a little bit too easy for PRX to close this round out, and What was a good start for Onside is now slowly starting to slip away. It will be finished off by Jing. 5 up now for PRX, and they are mounting a nice comeback in the first half here of Abyss.
And this is what makes this matchup so incredibly fun. I mean, even though, yeah, okay, we're talking about Onside, maybe a Challengers team, they have the courage to make some of these plays. Now they're starting to fall back against that a bit because of PRX and the aggression that they're starting to bring forth. Just being able to kind of work with 2 banks. They used ults to sell a bit of a fake around A site. Devi lurking with an op aggressively up middle gives PRX still more options to push back into B. They still had utility, you know, shock darts and everything to attack back site. Works out really neatly now, and it's going to be Onside with a bit more of a half purchase to try to hold this off. But you can tell they're starting to play a little bit more concerned now, and Devi's able to disrespect that space. He's in defense again.
Yeah, he's just been lurking this position the entire half, and now something able to calibrate onto Wolverine. That will open the B site up. Devi again, meanwhile, just continuing to put in that good work, and this round has fallen to bits for Onside. They don't even get a chance to play it.
Spike planted.
Just playing quite reactive to everything that PRX is throwing at them now. Of course, at the same time, it's like you don't play this map that often as either Onside or PRX. Couldn't quite glean too much from that game against Nongshim, but now just a couple players left. With PRX and every single advantage in the world, it would be hilarious if they started to throw in the round, but there we go, the bandit kill at the end.
So 6-6, PRX upholding their end of the bargain in the end. I mean, you look at that start and you think, okay, well, it was what, a 6-2 lead at one point for Onside. They've certainly missed a really big opportunity here. You're not going to get that chance against a team like PRX, certainly not in an elimination game all that often, and being unable to capitalize on that and push it through to something like an 8-4 or maybe even better. I wonder if, you know, that's their chance at maybe this map and potentially even this series also now going begging, because, yeah, how often do you really get that opportunity against a team like PRX? I have to hazard a guess, not very.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with everything you're saying. I mean, you really have to consider the fact that this Abyss is Onside's, I guess, best bet in this map veto. Ascent, they didn't do too well against Sharper, was like 13-2. PRX, Ascent, still pretty strong, especially if something's still on that Yor, a lot of tricky plays. But if you're thinking about this map alone, like, you might think, or you might say you don't really blame Onside for some of the plays and calls that they were making on that defense, but we're talking about needing to qualify to chance. We're talking about needing to make a deep lower bracket run. And to do that, they cannot be making reactive, you know, just stock standard plays. Yes, it's tough to read PRX when, you know, it's this sort of a scoreline in this, this juncture in the map. But if you're able to be that kind of championship quality team and instantly recognize, okay, Devi is continuously lurking around middle, he's playing around vents, let's get a pinch on around that, and then that just might give Onside the boost that they're looking for. But they were a little bit slow to that catch. You know, they start to recognize it, but you don't see that sort of like confidence for them to push straight through the vents, take the kills in. So we'll see how this attack side half goes for them. They definitely still have the potential to make it through. Full 5.
See how this pistol goes. That'll be the important piece of the puzzle to start to get that momentum flowing again for Onside. Will be kept at bay for the moment. Wall just slowing things down, but their way in. The inroads are being made. Cloudy and Siesta for Jing. Let's chime back in with one. It's still not going to be enough to hold on to the site there for PRX. They've got numbers here though, and they are unable to use them. Siesta for the double. Another pistol may well go the way of Onside, and once again, it's down to something to try to close out a 1v4, which you'd think is a pretty tough ask.
Especially when there's smokes and when he's getting surrounded, and little strafe shots from Siesta as well. That was incredibly clean from Onside. Just a beautiful execute.
Yeah, game back on. No, it was never off, to be fair, at 6-6, but kind of felt like some of that momentum going the way of PRX might be a little bit too much to overcome for Onside, but now with the pistol under their belt, I think once again they're going to start to trouble PRX, at least early on in this half.
I'm kind of picking my brain a little bit at how some of the high tides are positioned, because there was a little gap towards, you know, like bridge, I think, on A site, and at the same time it's just like a recon and a peek out from heaven, open angles, and PRX still lose their heads. They're thinking that they can take a lot of these duels head on, but not quite. Onside taking it slow in the second round as well.
We got to be careful. Devi's got that Sheriff in hand.
We do like the Vi lurks.
Oh, I don't know if I love that. Oh, goodness. Wolverine does. He's certainly enjoying it. So no harm, no foul here for onside.
One enemy remaining. There.
Maybe Jin can get one at the back end, but even that is not necessarily going to give us a whole lot to get excited about. Cloudy will finish it off. So onside up 8-6. They do pick up customary 2. Now though, we'll see if they can get that bonus round going.
It's possible. Marshall, a couple of other guns. I mean, they can always get the upgrades too. The fact that the one that Jing got was, I think, yeah, Hermes is just a ghost player.
벤티또야, 벤티또. What are y'all doing? Come on, boys.
I mean, he's not, he ain't wrong. They're playing kind of not their usual selves. We'll see though. It's PRX defense. And the players that you want to watch out for are, well, I guess right now, Devi with some of the lurks that he's had, but also something as the Yoru. Not very far forward now, though. It's just Jing, and he's been smoked off.
Yeah. Once again, that A site got to be tested. Siesta able to just push his way in. Not really too much of a defense being shown. Okay, Jing gets the freebie, the free 2K. Overlooked and punishes for it. That just falls apart now for onside. Cloudy is fighting for his life, but there's no life to be had. Ray, the last one standing, gets one in onto Envy. Whips out the Sheriff. A 1v4 is required. It's down to a 1v3 now, but I don't think he's got much of a chance with the weapons that he's got in tow and the setup as well that PRX have got. I mean, how could you possibly even think about getting this spike?
Should not happen.
He will need an absolute miracle.
He would need PRX to feed into him, to be honest.
He might get one more if he's lucky. You know, nice, good shot, but the trade should be immediate.
Left.
That's the expectation. Such a strong crossfire, but
Something in Jing. He's isolated these fights nicely. Hold on a second. This could be doable if he was able to hit his shots there onto Devi. Then I think there was certainly something on offer, but not to be. PRX will claim themselves their 7th round, and we're back underway into that second half.
It's what you love and both love and kind of, I don't want to say hate. It's what you dislike about PRX. They just can't sit still. 3v1, they can't sit still.
They knew where he was as well because they got the info.
Yeah. But it's fine, you know, just being able to withstand that. Jing, it's twice now that we've seen those kinds of doubles where it's, you know, the opponents line up for him. Kind of see though, I mean, onside still being able to purchase up. We're following the script so far.
Yep. We'll have to see what the script says for onside right now as we get to listen in and hear how they go through this round.
나 시팅이 안 붙을게 너 오늘. 드론.
이거 오른쪽 클리어하고 나 이쪽 스모크 하나 던져봐. 시원아. 백픽 가게. 오른쪽 클리어 간다.
붙일게.
기다 아이고. 뱅체크 타이밍으로. 시티 스모크다.
가자.
갔어. 맞을게.
야 시티 플락 간다. 시티 플락.
한 번 더 할게 시원아. 빠져봐.
둘. 잘 살았다. 팀 맞는 거 조심. 하나 더 조심. 둘. 기아 더. 기아네 시티 하나요.
시티 하나 저 뒤에.
뛰다.
Enemy remaining.
And that's just how the map was done. I can't believe that that's what happened. I mean, the execute, sure, but PRX's whole thing was pushing down middle and getting that kind of a flank going through. And then it's just one little box, one little corner that they kind of neglect, and it shows, like, that's Abyss. You just haven't really kind of had enough experience on it.
Yep. You have to clear your corners.
Timeout.
We'll get another timeout here. No doubt it's going to be from PRX. Alex has got some words for the team. This is starting to now get a little bit worrisome. Onside 4 rounds away from closing this map out. PRX, they showed a nice brief sort of spurt of momentum. Start at the end of that second half, at the end of the first half, I should say. Goodness. They're going to want to do it again here at the back end of the second half if they are able to close this map out. And right now, jury's out as to whether or not that's going to happen, although I will say that the string of rounds did come off the back of a timeout.
That's true too. And that's also when PRX started to command some of these rounds with our own plays. Just Devi with the lurks. If not, just being able to kind of read the fact that Onside were pushing against them. Onto the defense though, I mean, Onside have shown that they have some strong executes that PRX at times aren't able to deal with, at least so far in, you know, some of the, well, 3 out of 4 rounds that we've had on the attack side with Onside. But what you really want to look out for, as I say, it's just you have this double duelist. We need to see, you know, something in Jing, especially Jing perhaps, do something, get some opening picks. Trying to do that now towards A main, and that translates into information. It's Defi and Forsaken.
There's nothing required at the moment. Util goes up, and Onside happy to just take the orb. Slow this round down a little bit.
Just bait out some of the smokes. Jing. It's tricky. We can hear Alex yelling for sure. For good reason too. I mean, just a bit of space given up on the map. They're not really holding on to the A main control that they had earlier on. So there's just not a lot of information right now for PRX.
They're going to look for some in middle. Pop flash lined up there for something. Don't see anything. I feel as though a lot of this round really does hinge on Jing. He's got the ulti, and he's got the Bulldog. But he's on the wrong side of the map to have any impact with it, so...
It's also Ray with the Outlaw. Like I say, like they just can't sit still. The 0 points hitting them now.
Hunter's Fury coming through as well. No connection initially. PRX. A little bit of wiggle room there, but Hermes just strikes down 3. Forsaken goes one better. Well, not quite, but he did it with a pistol, so I'll give it to him. 2 on 2, we're back again. Forsaken out of nowhere. That is unreal.
10 seconds left.
Forget Jing. It's all about Forsaken with the Sheriff. We're going to get that plant down now as well. Reckoning goes through, and that's the end of that. PRX will take the round onside. I mean, that's not even a fumble. That's just pure brilliance from Forsaken.
Thrifty.
Play that again.
I'm used to work.
Play that for Forsaken's POV again. You just can't. There's no way to play around this. Look at that. This is... We had like a clip with Monyet and Killua, 4K for 4K. This is Forsaken going from that to a full clutch with Jing on the other side. Flick of the week.
Oh, man.
That trumps every other thing that
There was
we've
about
had.
7 flicks of the week in that round.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Too suppressed.
Well, Onside still have the lead, but maybe for not much longer. Something's able to strike in onto Hermes. The B side is open. Onside looking to move in. Divine keeping PRX at bay for now. For some reason, Siesta has been picked off there as well.
Spike planted.
It's not looking good for Onside as they try to hold on to this side. PRX are not messing about. They're working their way forward already. And just no answers to be had here for Onside. Ray has to try to hold it down himself. Here's that port up, but can't deal with it. Devi will finish it off. PRX on that defuse and back in for a 9-9.
I'm chuckling and giggling a bit just because this is like PRX being PRX.
Yeah.
Nobody's watching for it sometimes. Envy sits on top of the spike and, you know, it kind of gives away a little kill, but nonetheless, I mean, the whole team being able to play around that, you love to see a bit of discipline being exercised. Forsaken, you know, just knowing he spots the Cosmic Divide, doesn't really have to play too far forward by himself. And that's what you need to see from the team sometimes. Just not overheating too much. They had the numbers advantage with the initial op kill from something. So starting to build up more rounds like that, you know, we're tied up now with PRX and Onside, and this can definitely go a bit further too. For the next round, though, Onside going to be a bit more broke for worse, and that could be where things start to flip around.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I mean, again, that's the thing. We're thinking about Onside and their story so far from play-ins, from challengers up to this point. Siesta, there's like so much said about him online, on our desk, on the Korean desk even. And then we've seen some plays from Wolverine, Ray, maybe even Hermes as well. We need to see, like, if Forsaken's pulling off insane shots like that, and we haven't really seen too much of that from Onside, you know, you're just not matching the kind of Kachao-esque form up in EMEA. It's going to be tough to make a lower bracket run without some of those magical plays.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, you know, a bit of a missed opportunity maybe for Onside to get a little bit more out of that first half as well. If they had an 8-4 lead, even a 7-5 lead, you'd still be out in front right now. But because they only got that 6-6, things have equalized again up at 9-9. And in this high-pressure moments, you'd think PRX will be the team that is able to handle that a little bit better. Siesta, though, has other ideas. He goes straight into Envy's spam, and Devi's there as well. Oh, they're locking it down. The A site is closed, and PRX have the lead for the first time in the series.
Okay, that's it. Shop's closed. Come again another day.
Maybe map's closed here as well. Abyss looks like it's about to get shut down by PRX.
Especially if the next round does not get picked up by Onside. But this was such a great opening pickup, though. And it just comes down to a bit of spacing. They had the null command popped, but because there was no like blind or anything tossed in front, just to dive into the cloudburst, they did not expect PRX to already be in position on the front. It's tough, but that's kind of just, you know, the ebb and flow between two teams, trying to get those reads and tendencies. Start things off a little bit more slow this time around, force PRX to sweat. It's just Devi to anchor A.
Smokes up. It's not going to keep Onside at bay, though. Same idea. Siesta straight into his own cloudburst, but again, Jing is there waiting for him. Siesta out of the picture early on in the piece. They have provided themselves a little bit of space, but there's also a lot to work with for PRX, and just dancing around is Jing, doing everything that's needed. Envy will finish it. PRX up to 11, and they are doing it on easy mode on the defense.
Starting to look like it. I mean, Onside just throwing more stuff at A site and just trying to see what sticks. But in this case, without much legwork done, you know, the side's not really fully scouted out. It's the same sort of execute with the dive in. This time around, they did have the arc rose, but it's off to the right side, which does kind of get blocked with the cloudburst. So PRX is in the right position, and in that case, you know, they were. It just doesn't hurt them at all. They're still able to react as soon as that cloudburst disappears, so it's tough for Onside. They need to kind of retool their plays and executes. I think you don't go A again.
Yeah, maybe not. That'll be what they're thinking about right now. It's 2 timeouts in about as many rounds. I think it was maybe 2-3 rounds ago that we got the first one here from Onside, so you can really tell that they're starting to feel that pressure that PRX is building.
Just the fact that, like, they are the Korean challengers team to make it through, playing in Sangam, like one of our last couple of days here, where Pacific started.
The turnout's pretty good for them.
It is, but, you know, looking around the same, it's more turnouts for PRX, but maybe, you know, it's debatable. But, like, that they could be feeling some of these things as well, and pressure too. But, like, you just gotta believe, you know, the only challengers team that we have left, they've trumped every other team. They've beaten full sense. They certainly have a lot of potential. I mean, look at the parity of kills that they've got. Still with Siesta, but starting to run a bit dry in economy, and it's something on the op that they need to watch out for.
Oh, and he's just not going to miss shots like that. Ray's out of the picture early on in the piece. He's back straight in for another one onto Wolverine. Eventually traded down, but he has done what he needs to do.
Jing.
Get the port across, and Jing's taken out by Cloudy.
Uh-oh.
Still the big side is the point of contention, and somehow Siesta is just going to go wandering into no man's land, and that's a free couple of kills for PRX. That might just be the round.
Yeah, free spike.
Cloudy will need something special to win this one, with multiple players looking in his direction.
If he gets one kill, somehow conjures up a storm with Hunter's Fury. I don't know, shock darts. Devi is low.
Devi's low, yeah. Oh, steps being made though. Devi's heard that and commed that to the rest of the team. So the swing will come through, and PRX will claim 12. To think at one point, This looked like a map that Onside could win and could win cleanly as well.
But it was nothing but a chance. They had to have done it when PRX weren't feeling themselves, when PRX weren't in form. But now you've given them off that opportunity, especially after that 4K and Sheriff from Forsaken. Still can't shake that off my mind. But here we go. I mean, mentioned not wanting to traverse back towards A site. They tried middle, but something's off was there. Now he's down B.
Oh, he's just everywhere at the moment, isn't he? It's another opening kill from something. Siesta has managed to claim control of the site, so Spike will pivot across as well. But Jing spotting out Cloudy, looks to try to take that fight forward, and that's a mistake again. Cloudy gets the better of Jing instantly, popping that Hunter's Fury as well to try to delay PRX in on this retake. And so far, the hold is looking pretty good. It's 3 players remaining here for PRX that they need to use to work to try to make their way back into this site. Divide picked up initially. So just Forsaken and something to try to scrounge it together, but it does not look like PRX are going to find the win here.
No, not at all. They might have to lead, and they could even close out this map, but you have to be honest. Something's not fully quite right. Like, this isn't Masters Tokyo PRX. This is Jing, honestly, kind of wanting to have his moment.
Yeah, you feel like Jing's trying to force it a little bit too much.
Now you see some of these plays, right, with some of the other teams too, players who do run the Waylay, maybe even Primi perhaps, but like, there's no saturate, there's nothing else. He's just diving in, hoping for a quick shorty kill. Cloudy's just kiting him. So no other retake then either, and everyone's just kind of,
Nice.
yeah, feeding into onside like.
Huh? Jay? Why don't you listen, JJ?
Yeah. See ya. Why not listen? It's like you're just running into them one by one.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out for how the next rounds go, though. I mean, something still has the op, and he's got a lot of information now.
Oh, quick play in here from Siesta, hoping that someone's going to try to join him in that cove. It's not going to happen, but Ray still able to initially open the account onto Envy. Still, the defenders are there, doubled up on the site. Jing looking to try to deliver. Does get one onto Cloudy. Now able to pop those convergent paths. It doesn't seem to be too much of an issue for onside because they're still fragging. That's the second time. Spike in hand now for Wolverine and something coming across. This one winnable, of course. It's a 2v1.
The angles.
Yeah, potentially going to be cut off as well by that smoke, but that also gives him a bit of room to work out. Ray's going to watch it. 11 on the board onside, hunting for that overtime.
We have plenty of time, Mo.
I need help, Jordan. I need breathing exercises. I'm trying to hyperventilate, perhaps.
Okay.
Oh my god, you got a paper bag? Look at this! Again, Jing gets a bit too eager, dives behind, but you know, not quite having the layering. The animation takes a bit of time before his gun gets ready.
Yeah.
What are you doing, JJ? Holy shit!
Poor Bach.
I'm sure we'll be hearing about that one on Twitter afterwards. Anyways,
breathing exercises.
5-on-5. We're back in for the final round of regulation, and it's the same approach for onside. They go quickly into the A site, which is completely undefended by PRX. Smoke out on top of site. It's really not going to be enough to allow PRX back on out. They'll drop a high tide there as well, but Jing down early on in the piece. Forsaken is able to find a crucial kill onto Siesta. Wolverine up close and personal, trying to go up the rope. It was a leg shot that came through there from something, but still finished off by Divide. Hermes for the double. And PRX might be staring down the barrel of an overtime here, having to make it happen as a duo. Divide pushing his way forward alone, needs both, gets both. And now something on that side, tapping that bomb. Trying to draw out the peak here from Hermes, who is waiting until Davai is right there. And PRX, by the skin of their teeth, will take map 1. I wouldn't want to be sitting back there waiting to hear from the coach, I will be honest, but a win's a win.
A win definitely is one. It makes it so close, but you have to admit the effort was done there by something, and Divine, namely, just being able to get so much done. And of course, with Forsaken on that clutch too, so much value with the Harbor, and interesting enough with how this composition can work, but you also need to admit that Onside did challenge PRX in some of those early rounds. I mean, you have to think about the quotes and how, like, sometimes Jing feels like he's 1 in a million, but here he's 1 out of 5. He's part of this PRX team, and he needs to play like it. We'll see, though. I mean, for now, this was just the first map, and we still have Ascent on the next. We're going to toss it down with the coach interview on the stage.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Coach Alex of PRX. Now the team made it through. It was definitely a nail biter, but were there any curveballs that Onside threw your way, or what is happening through your mind right now?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's curveballs. I don't think we're very good at this. So like anything anyone does on us is like something new to us, you know. So like it's just we just have to take it as it comes.
Win's a win. And now moving on to Ascent, do you think it's going to pan out the same, or what do you want to tell the boys?
It's probably going to be the same, man. It's going to be messy. But I think if we get through this game, we'll figure it out.
All right, well, best of luck to you. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
A win's a win, but however, I feel like there was a lot going in Alex's mind that I don't think he could have shared on the broadcast with Bella. But here, I mean, these last few rounds were just messy, as Alex mentioned, on both sides though. For both Onside and PRX, it is still PRX that comes out with that map win, but it almost feels like they didn't really win.
I totally agree. I'm so frustrated for Onside Gaming. They had everything they needed to win their own map pick here. They had the pistols, they had individuals popping, but they're losing thrifties. Even that last round, we're not holding a main. Like, it's really small mistakes. PRX is so good at winning these close nail biters, and I think Onside gave them too much room to get back into the game and do what they do best. Really small mistakes like that round is exactly a perfect example, so I think Onside need to regroup fast. They're a good enough team to win this series, but they have to be cleaner than this.
We'll see. I mean, that is the weak spot right now at PRX's map pool at the end of the day, and I think that was a messy game from both sides, but that's what makes for pure entertainment. At the end of the day, you had some big plays from PRX. This was an insane round from Forsaken. Onside played a very good game. They should be proud of themselves. Let's see how they go into Ascent, because this is a map that PRX has won a couple of times now, even though they've had some close games on it. It used to be at a bit of a sore spot in their own map pool, but they're picking it into Onside, who have struggled on it so far in Pacific.
Yeah, you're right. It was very entertaining indeed. I mean, it had a little bit of everything, I suppose. You know, you had lots of reactions from Alex. You had the crowd going absolutely crazy because they weren't sure which round was going, you know, which way, whether it was going for PRX or Onside. And especially when it came down to the wire there in this match. But for Onside, you know, they started off really, really strong. And they started off, you know, being able to show that kind of confidence that they had in the challengers, and I just feel like that maybe the pressure got to them, and PRX were just again doing those PRX-y things, and they just couldn't.
They let them back into the game on both halves. There was the thrifty for Forsaken, that was the second half. There was one in that first half as well that hasn't officially counted as a thrifty, but was. They gave them an avenue back in.
There was
both
not quite
times.
enough credits in that thrifty to count as a thrifty, Morgan.
Oh, don't get me started. But this is exactly the problem for Onside, is when the script is going their way, they just make a few too many really crucial mistakes, and PRX are far too good. They will always punish you for things like that. I think there were really great moments here. I think really if their attack game plan was a little bit more robust, things could have been differently as well. They will be kicking themselves backstage.
I mean, such is the plight of a team coming up from challenges. Onside, they haven't built up that wealth of experience. You could tell that there's a lot of talent on that team. They have some great ideas. They have some good game plans. I find a lot of the time the attacking side calling is a little bit one-dimensional. They are one of these classic teams that loves to slam the sites no matter what kind of comp that they're playing, and even with the flexibility that a double initiator offers you, there wasn't a lot of depth. It was a lot of A and B slamming, but credit to them, even when they were hitting a site with 3 or 4 players on it and a fast rotation from the Yove, they were still winning some of those rounds, and I think that speaks to just how good Onside are.
Yeah, and up against a team like PRX, of course, they've seen everything at this point, so you can't keep repeating the same same thing over and over again. That's unfortunately what we saw from Onside. But going back to early on in this map, it was actually quite impressive. We were believing at some point.
They started so well. I was so excited by how they were playing this game. Look at how they're controlling the space here. You have to be so unafraid against PRX. Cloudy takes the fight to them in mid, gets two, and look at Siesta. He's closing down the map. He starts flanking super quickly. There's two people on B to hold there, and he restricts the map. He's unafraid. They don't have anything to stop him on the flank, so he dominates that space. This was the first round where I thought, hang on, they can make this work here. They can do this. But then, you know, we'll know what happened after, but I definitely think, especially in this first half, they had a lot of really rock-solid ideas.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was a good flank from Siesta. This was a round where Onside, I mean, I love that they're just playing so bunkered down on the site here. They were ready for PRX's execute before it even came in. The KO knife hits the whole team. You've got Hermes playing top site. Ray is kind of goblining inside of this little smoke here. Cloudy swings out heaven, and they just mow PRX down on this A execute. And I love that from Onside specifically. I mean, this was a really, really nice set play with the KO as well. Siesta's getting in the mix with the operator.
Yeah, I think their defender side in general was really robust. I liked the ideas that they had there. I think 6-6 is a crime there in that first half, to be honest, with how it was going. PRX salvaged that. It was that second half that really became the problem for them in my mind.
I mean, the defense game plan was phenomenal. Loved everything that we saw there from Onside. A good game from Siesta on the Jet. This is a guy, I mean, we know he can play the Jet, but this is like his second official on Jet in his career. He's got like 47 games of Neon or something like that, and then like 2 of some of the other duelers, Phoenix, Jet, and things like that. So he's only really fleshing out his Asian pool now in some of these officials here. But yeah, I thought it was fantastic. I thought that he was really the commanding presence in terms of the operator in the server. And there you go, 44 games. This is his career so far, 44 games of Neon. Oh, that's kind of ridiculous.
No, yeah, it absolutely is. And I think like this is where you know, the sort of inexperience of a team like Onside Gaming comes in, right? Of course, you have this high stakes matchup. You have a team that has pretty much seen every single kind of playstyle at this point, and you have players that just haven't been able to flex around that much or really gain enough experience to be able to stand up against them. And on the side of PRX also, I feel like there's almost too much experience on their side. There's almost things that they're forgetting, and I'm starting to understand what Alex was saying about how, like, yeah, we win, but we're missing some steps in between, because I feel like that map, it was very evident that there were some things that they weren't doing properly.
I mean, that is the contrast of this series. For PRX, they've been through so much that now we're starting to get into trauma territory. For Onside, I mean, that might be a little bit of trauma, that last map. I think they're going to feel like we could have won that map. They might watch this VOD back. Oh, guys, remember the time that I played PRX? Oh, we could have definitely won Abyss. If only we didn't get thriftied multiple times.
They should have won Abyss. That's what's so irritating about it. And now they have to play Ascent. I worried that they needed that map in the series.
I think they did.
This is moving on to PRX's map pick. When we saw Onside play this map last, it was domination. They got cooked. They got destroyed. They got dismantled. They need to turn that around right now. I wonder if they stick with that same agent comp. They were playing that Neon Phoenix. I'd be down for them to change, to do something a little bit different here, because they have to do better on this map.
Yeah, we'll see what they come up with for PRX. It's been a while since we've seen their Ascent. They've been experimenting a little bit. There was some mix there. We've all seen it. There was a little bit of Jing Harbor. He was saying he was having fun picking that Asia for a little while. Davai was playing some Chamber. For sure, I think the core of the comp will remain the same. We'll definitely see Omen, Yoru, Sova. What the bits and pieces around that will be remains to be seen, I guess, for PRX.
Yeah, we'll see indeed what they have planned on this one, because this is where the true test comes in for Onside, right? You lose your map pick, you only have one map left, and it could be the very last map that you play on this stage, because this is elimination for this series. And PRX, this is their map pick. They've won twice on this map already, and they are still PRX, so the pressure is going to be very heavy on their players.
Man, I think if Onside win this series now, it would be so impressive.
I want to see what they have planned for this, actually, so let's send it back down to Bella, who is standing by with Hype from Onside.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Onside Gaming's Coach Hype. He called it. He said it was going to be a definitely nail-biter, and Abyss was super intense. What did you tell the team going into Ascent, and what's your take on meeting PRX for the first time? 감독님 안녕하세요. 어비스 아쉽게 내줬지만 정말 말씀하신 대로 너무 팽팽한 1맵이었습니다. 어센트 들어가기 전에 선수들에게 어떤 이야기 좀 해주셨는지 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
일단은 어비스 할 때
예상했어요. 이렇게 팽팽할 것 같은 그런 걸 이미 준비해와서 한번 부셔보자 미러전 이런 느낌으로 준비해왔고요. 어센트 준비할 때 이제 끝나고 나서 1세트 끝나고 나서 2세트 준비할 때 진짜 별거 없는데? 진짜 한 틱 차이인데? 이거 진짜 사이트 먹거나 사이트 빈도수가 훨씬 많으니까 거기서만 집중하자. 거기서만 급해지지 말고 우리 게임 한번 해보자. 해가지고 제 즐기는 마인드로 한번 해보자고 그렇게 얘기했던 것 같아요.
I mean, I knew it was going to be an intense match from the get-go, and you know, it obviously showed. You definitely saw all of that as well, and it was a matter of just the chances of us taking the site first, or if them retaking it, and the chances of us winning that is going to be paper thin on the second map as well. So we're gonna do what we have to do and just have fun and hope for the best. All right, thank you, Hype, and 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 온사이드 화이팅!
화이팅!
Well, you heard it from him. The chances are going to be paper thin. He's not here today.
That's not where you want to. That's not where you want your chances to be.
They were looking bold in that first map, so that does make a lot of sense to me. For Ascent, though, Onside have got their work cut out for them. At least they will get to start out on defense, and they haven't changed up their comp too much. PRX going back to something that's worked for them in the past, but also something that Sharper piloted to kind of destroy Onside. The Sage, at least, is going to be a little bit of a piece that they're going to have to rectify.
Yes.
I want to see how Onside particularly deal with something in Defy looking for picks. They need to shut that down and stop PRX from opening up gaps and then getting into those Sage post plans.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough stylistic matchup. They need to perform better. This is their last chance. They lose this game, they are eliminated here from playoffs. No champs, year over. They have to recover now if they want to continue on their run.
That is right. One last chance for Onside Gaming up against PRX. We have had our eyes on this David and Goliath matchup, and now it will all come down to Ascent. We're going to send it over to your casters, Quack and Elfish, once more.
Well, we can hope it might not just come down to Ascent. There's potentially another map in this one. That's up to Onside, though, and from what we've seen, I think it might be a tough one to get over the line here. PRX, it felt like a bit of a fumble, a little bit of a stumble on map 1, but they still had enough to get it over the line. So if it ain't going to happen there on Abyss, I don't think it's going to happen here either.
Unless they really somehow retool their Ascent defense all throughout just the little week that we had between play-ins and playoffs. It's tough to say. It was a 2-10 back then against Sharper in that defense side at half. They really need so much more. They need to show so much. Also, Mika's saying David's on PRX, so how can David be against Goliath? Like, what?
It's a good question. Some of the mysteries of the world and the universe that we will never really get the answer to. Anyway, let's get back underway here. This round under construction for PRX. They take that ace site. Wall's going to go up immediately for Tree, and Divide in middle. Nice easy clean up there onto Wolverine. Also slows down the rest of the rotate. This is looking pretty peachy for PRX so far.
Planted.
Pretty much controlling everything for now.
Right here.
Would love to see another smoke come online as well, but Heaven angles.
Hermes, success onto one. Not the end of the world though for PRX. They've still got Divide alive, and his Headhunter is singing. That's an easy pistol. The first one, by the way, for PRX of the series.
Let's go, yeah, Divide. I mean, he's gotten 3, and also just the fact that I think, well, you know, it's tough to say for sure, but having Jing onto the Sage, it's like a little mixture of the compositions that they had before. Having Divine Chamber, Jing on Sage, just being able to kind of perhaps slow down the Neon at some point, but now just having the additional barricade of the wall to block off door buys him a bit of extra time as well. Still going to need to see quite a bit more though, and you do love that Onside is trying to take things with advantage. Some A main space, mid space from earlier on as well.
Ooh. What's going on here? Cloudy trying to open the door up there for Siesta. Doesn't have too much success. It's a bit of a farm fest here for PRX.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll take it. Couple of kills for Onside, maybe force the reinvestment from PRX. It's going to get a little bit more expensive or weaken that next round. They'll still get that plant down on A, no problems at all. You have some Shenanigans still waiting to happen as Forsaken's kind of taken a bit of a greedy position up on top of the wall there, and he's been punished for it. Now we're back to a 2-on-2, and honestly could still be winnable for Onside if they're quick about things. Tough though. No armor to their name, so something making it look pretty easy so far. Hermes with that Bulldog missed shot is not the end of the world. Something gets himself the 3. PRX get 2, but might be in a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah. I don't think they lost too much either, though, PRX, so still okay enough. But you have to admit, that was a pretty neat shot from Hermes, taking down Forsaken and then picking up the Bulldog after that.
Yeah. Good patience, really, isn't it?
Info.
Wait, it's one mashallah.
I was just saying that, oh, what a good spot.
I don't think it was a good spot. Anyway, let's get into this bonus here and see what PRX can do. Device down to a shotgun. The rest of the fellas rolling out with some rifles. So still not too shabby. So it'll primarily be Devi with that Headhunter. Trying to operate in the early stages of this round, at least. That's a good spot. So something taking advantage of the info that was given by the dart.
Now the clone 2 just to try to test onside setup.
Where's the trade there from PRX? I mean, Siesta's kind of standing out in no man's land. No one looking to try to swing to help something. What's up? Now being a 4-on-4.
Tell you what, it's a great blind from Ray to really kind of stem this aggression. So PRX now have to look for other opportunities around the map, and that's when Ray goes searching as well. Blocked off by the smoke.
Here.
Yeah, mid-control still there for PRX for the moment.
No one's playing around Fountain, though, so maybe waiting for the smoke. Ray perhaps looking to push through Cat.
30 seconds left.
It's risky, but it could pay off. Otherwise, you're looking at this very defensive anchoring from Hermes. He's got kill trips. He is very far back position, so can always backpedal into safety.
Oh, Devi will lose his duel against Ray. This round might come together for Onside. There's not a lot of time here for PRX to work with, but they are still making their way into that B side. It's not fully cleared, but there's nobody there, as we well know. Plant's going down. Jing finding himself just the 1-for-1, and Siesta will put him to bed. And again, we find ourselves back in a 2-on-2. Again, very winnable circumstances here for Onside. Envy causing a bit of a ruckus, but it will be Forsaken that claims the initial kill onto Siesta, and now on the shoulders of Ray to try to close this one out. He knew where Envy was, but Envy was a little bit sharper, and so 3-0 will be the score. PRX underway nicely on Ascent.
Yeah, stuck on top with elevation definitely kind of displaces your crosshair. That said, though, I mean, this is also a result of PRX not investing too much in the previous round, so getting all the rifles here helps them quite a bit. Nonetheless, though, you do admire how both teams were quite aggressive with how they wanted to search for information or take some duels. Ray against Devi, and also, I guess, yeah, maybe Hermes a bit. That said, though, eco now for Onside does not bode well.
No, certainly not. Here from Onside, though, as they tried to stave off PRX in this one.
천천히 하겠다. TP 잡았어. 이제 기어나갈게, 나 바로. 나 살짝 빠질게. 한미도요로 점피. 가비.
하나였어 계속.
갈라나.
B맨 모이는 사운드 하나. B인데요, 근데. 땡하다가 A맨 요로 점프 템에서 TP 쳤어.
팀민 소바. 스테이지도. 팀이 하나 더. 오멘도.
Okay.
맞어.
둘.
Cloud is making it look interesting. Hold up. So what Forsaken could do on that last half, that last map, and he's going to try and do it himself this time. Something eventually brings to the end that rampage, but Hermes is there now. He's got that one-way cage. It slows PRX down. Again, another 2-on-2. Forsaken happy to take the orb in the meanwhile, and here comes Dimensional Drift out from something, looking for that info. Smokes through. PRX are going to commit
30 seconds left.
to the A site by the looks of things with the info that they've got. He still have to make it across mid here as Forsaken, and he does just. He gets spotted on the way through, though. Goodness, what a round.
Yeah, look at the pathing now taken by Onside. parsing through B main instead. They have rifles
Spike
now in their
planted.
hands. Safer route too. Something could be a bit late to the party depending on the timing that he kind of reads. There's a very slim chance for onside, but it's still a chance. Ray with Paranoia too could set up Hermes quite nicely. They have to break down the door first though, so that's what they're going for.
It's going to be smoked off anyway. So you're right, a lot of this is going to come down to Hermes. It's a headshot line being played there by Forsaken. Hermes is just going to have to take the risk here. I think he's going to have to push his way forward, see if he can find a duel. Unable to win it. Ray also not quite able to find the trade there onto something, so round's probably over, and it is in the end at the hands of something, but it gets close. It's a good effort from onside.
Yeah, especially Cloudy, a player that you don't see too often in the kill feed, but that was honestly quite pretty.
It's really nice from Cloudy.
Oh, the flash, yeah, wasn't quite lined up as well as you would have liked to. So not too bad, but it's just some of these little rounds where PRX like kind of slipping up a bit, but otherwise, as is the Chico in Warcraft 3, greed is good. Something just, you know, gets the dimensional drift off some early kills as well. Toward a force now though, and there is an op on the other side too.
Push down middle here from PRX, mostly dry. A little bit of util getting tossed in now, but Forsaken again. Some of these high positions and they're not working out for him. Siesta's found the double. First round in the making here for onside. Flash actually catches Wolverine, so he has to back up. Maybe Envy walking right into the op line. Not going to be a good idea either, but Jing is hoping to salvage. Res as well, off onto Envy, who immediately dies straight away. That's just a feed for Ray, and now Siesta for the 4K.
No way.
Well, beautiful round from onside.
No freaking way this happens. I mean, yeah.
No freaking Ray this happens.
Well, that would have been great if Ray was one of the players in the round, but...
He got 2 kills!
Okay, but Siesta! Look at that! And of course, Wolverine, you know, a bit of self-blind, but it just buys enough time
No
for...
freaking Ray!
for Wolverine to get in the position.
No freaking Ray!
Alright, Elfish. But yeah.
See? 2 kills. Pretty good.
It's just... PRX not like really anticipating some of these positions or plays from onside, and that's surprising, I suppose. Then again, not having played against them that much, you know, it's just
cutting through. Well, early days.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, plenty of time to adapt into this one still for PRX, and they've got quite a buffer to play with.
Oh. I tell you what though, this is great for onside because now they are close to all 5 alts, and a lot of these alts can help them just kind of weather the storm of this defense side. If they have, you know, big waves to come back and run it back, or Hunter's Fury soon, if not the overdrive for Siesta, it's could be pushing PRX in a bit of danger territory. Now though, it's just a B split push, and it's testing Hermes and Cloudy.
Got that cage to work with for now, but only for so long. Has to break open that wall to add the element of doubt into the minds of PRX. There could still be somebody sitting towards the defensive spawn here. Inside though, only the 2 players on this site. Did see Ray go back. 1 for 1, not going to be good enough for them so far, and here comes PRX.
30 seconds left.
Just brutalizing their way into that B site. They really maybe did need the extra assistance of Ray there.
Spike planted.
Now he has to get it done on this rotation alongside Wolverine. There could be a run it back when the kill comes through here, but it's the wrong one as far as onside are concerned. There's nothing really left for Ray in this round but to try to find some exit kills. See if he can maybe hold on to this extra rifle, save a bit of cash into the next round, but it's PRX right back on their bike.
Oh yeah. Okay. We're taking one to get a bit tricky with it. So not quite able to take the final rifle away, but like you said, you know, the game against Nongshim was tough, and you can kind of understand what PRX is trying to do with this playoffs. You know, having the Champions qualification already, leaving Abyss in, they just want to get some more reps in, and it's nice to have that nonetheless. And of course, Alex definitely wants to just bring home another trophy as well, but apart from all of that, it's what we're seeing is just being able to keep things clean.
They can fall out.
They maybe put, you know that meme where they put the little like stick in their spokes and they trip themselves down with Abyss. I think that's kind of happening a little bit. But then at the same time, now it's like, yeah, we were on a tricycle, we're taking out the training wheels, PRX are starting to find that form again. And if they really are in that form again, I just don't see it for onside. We're not seeing anything too inspiring yet. Like the closest thing that we've had so far on this map was Cloudy with that little 3K that kind of almost turned things around.
Yeah.
Maybe Siesta with the op kills too.
Yeah, Siesta's 4K was nice. But, you know, that's kind of easier said than done. To see if he can try and get involved in these rounds a little bit earlier on, if he's going to be the only point of difference. But, you know, maybe then at a certain point you're sort of walking into the setups of PRX. You know, Devi's got that op out for the majority of this half so far. If he doesn't, he'll probably have 2 out of 4, so to go up against him.
It's always one of those big things. Well, onside, like mentioned before, they do have those ults. You can kind of understand wanting to stay alive enough to make use of them or fully utilize them, but I do want to see onside just kind of disrespect PRX a bit. Don't play into PRX's pace, because that's oftentimes what some teams tend to do, and then it starts to go all awry from that point forward. Just not play now. Wow.
Yeah, something just goes walking into Siesta's line. That's how we've seen the win condition come together for onside, is those opening kills from Siesta. Vai has crept very far forward, and he's going to get a freebie onto Wolverine. I'm not sure how that hole in the defense has been exploited so easily. PRX will be very pleased to get this one back to a 4-on-4. Ray tries to fake it out, and he's not able to do it. Davai is just putting in a shift this round. Eventually will fall to Hermes, who pops that neural theft, trying to figure out where PRX are headed. It's no surprise that they are on the A site. Hunter's Fury not really doing a whole lot of damage here. Hermes in a spot of bother as well, as that smoke just shows his noggin.
Right here.
Now it's all on Cloudy. That is a pretty tough ask to get this one in a 1v3.
Economy as well. And I tell you, yeah, it really is starting to look like PRX is finding a form. They're purchasing a ticket. They were looking to get in that train to Busan.
Okay.
But it's also like a little oopsie boopsie, you know? You have a little fatality in the form of something dying, sure. But ultimately that allows for Divine to sneak all the way up Catwalk, because as tends to happen, Siesta was just caught kind of repositioning.
Envy's on the chase here, see if he can catch up to Cloudy. Doesn't look like he's quite going to get there in time.
Okay.
So Vandal goes through, but that's really not the greatest surprises considering the circumstances here. Onside now down 6-1. It's a similar scoreline to what we saw in that first map between Onside and PRX, where Onside was the team that was up 6-2 at one point, and obviously we saw that they were not able to capitalize on that. You imagine that PRX will be able to capitalize on this lead, and at that point maybe this series is over.
Yeah, that's part of the storyline for sure. I mean, maybe you want to see Coach Hype calling in time at some point, but still being able to eke out a bit of a, you know, just some kind of a couple of rifles. But it's the ults that I really hope for. Bit of aiming space being held, but PRX just kind of anticipate the plays around it too. I mean, they see this so many times. PRX have the experience that maybe onside a little bit more lacking. Pixel angles in one ways. Oh.
Works out really well for Divide. Now Jinx is going to backfill into that position and get another one. So PRX just ripping this A site open, unless Siesta has anything to say about it, but he's got multiple lines to worry about. Lurking behind him will be a concern. He's hit by that paranoia as well, but somehow sliding his way through gets the better of Envy. It's a one-man army at the moment for onside, but apparently that one-man army is still not quite enough. Site will be taken, plant will be down. Something up close and personal. Shotgun sniping gets the better of Hermes.
And then it's Cloudy again. Hero rifle from before. But it's just so much that he has to put together and so many obstacles in his way as well. Oh, that was enough. I was going to say high-low, but Jing had the elevation from back top heaven. And it's just funny because Jing had the slow orb to kind of control the entrance of A main. And Divide just like crab walks around it, which gives Siesta that slight opening. You can tell like probably Alex watching that is starting to, you know, have some heart palpitations a bit. But it's still good enough with something, and you know, the whole setup around right at the end. So, like you say, it's definitely going to be difficult for Onside. They have to start putting more rounds together, otherwise it's curtains on their entire season's run.
Well, once again, see a bit of that pressure over towards the A side of the map. You do have 2 players to defend it, and Onside for now have done enough to push PRX away.
Portal closed.
Meanwhile, something's kind of just working middle alone. Could be an awkward spot to be in. That flash is not a bad one. Info given, Onside aware there's multiple PRX players out mid.
Yeah, PRX trying to mark and read Siesta as to where he might be positioned, but onto a rifle now, and everyone's just kind of giving all across. Oh, it's a running back shut down.
Might be the world's fastest running back. Drone is at least getting the info that PRX are working their way out of mid towards B, so you can rotate a couple of players in that direction. 2 now set up on the site itself. Fast rotate for Hermes, who is sitting in mid. PRX not pulling the trigger just yet on either of these sites, but Divide gets that late lurk out into middle that catches Hermes, and now it starts to fall apart.
30 seconds left.
2 players down. Onside only have to defend for another 25 seconds, but they just don't have the soldiers to do that with. Siesta, again, a one-man army trying to hold on to B, but cannot do enough. And that is the B side taken.
Shadows. Yeah, it's really maximizing every bit of resource.
Spike planted.
Not sure what else Ray could do. I mean, it's such a deep smoke as well. They'll set up a progression to try to allow him to sneak forward, but Forsaken's hiding inside. Spammed around it. Ray's just looking for exits. Won't be able to find it, and he's going to get hunted down.
Yeah, 1 for 1, not good enough there, obviously, but 8 to 1. How about that as far as PRX are concerned? This is going swimmingly.
It's beautiful. It's really... Can I go glaze PRX?
Yeah.
Back in that forum, you know? It's like this really harmonious push and pull of the PRX tide. And the ocean spray is cold, man. I mean, look at how, like, just... They're trying to get some information. They've shut down the run it back. They put themselves in that pivot position around middle. And then even though Onside does have a couple of players on B, like the relay bolt was sent out, and that's enough of a go signal for Divide to find a flank. Happy with the resources that Onside already spent. Now it's the economy that's not fully broken for Onside, and they're trying to work around more unorthodox positions. A couple of stacks around the off angles, but the one recon just clears all.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. A few taps in from Jing, and that's enough. Once again, PRX going to default their way back over towards A.
Deploying drone.
It's a little trip.
Paranoia is going to be a good one, that trip, of course, causing a little bit of a ruckus, but PRX still just happy to wait their time out here in A main, see if they can find themselves another entry. Pot flash. Oh, it's going to be cancelled. Ray, what? Where has that come from? Just a bit of spam into the smoke, and the entire strategy for PRX collapses in front of our eyes.
Lovely.
Spider sense was tingling for Ray, and he's almost on for the ace. It's stolen away, of course, there by Divide, but I don't think Divide's going to close this out alone and try and escape. Yes, so we'll chase him down onside. Clean up around out of nowhere.
I've got a line for this, Jordan. You ready?
All right.
This is shout out to Andy. That was Ray with some X-ray vision back there.
Oh my God, he's got the X-ray vision. I can't believe it. He did have X-ray vision. Check him, PC.
Our rider's going to be having a great time. No, but that was awesome, though. I mean, really. It was quite readable, not going to lie, for PRX. Just being slowed down by that trip. They have the reaction to quickly elude and then avoid that. But still hiding around it, all it takes with that simple check. And now Siesta has an op again. There's a good chance that they get away with maybe a 4-8 or 3-9 onside.
Well, still every chance that PRX go through and claim at 10, but Maybe if Siesta can get involved early on in the piece, Race is going to come through there onto Forsaken. The refrag isn't quite there, but there's still a fight happening over middle. Siesta with that overdrive, sliding in onto Envy's position, and Devi unable to claim a connection with the tour de force. We'll have to retreat back to safety and maybe leave the initial parts of this job up to Forsaken. Spike's a tough one to retrieve as well here, actually.
Well,
no smokes for Forsaken on offer.
TP, pick it up, but...
Okay, Siesta hanging around a little bit too long. Ray and Cloudy had already exited middle, so Siesta is caught isolated.
Yeah, that's always the thing for PRX. They just wanted to try to scout or source out as to where onside may still be positioned at the end of that little kerfuffle.
30 seconds left.
But for now, in a 2v2 situation and the spike onto Forsaken, they can pull off TP plays. Spotted out Cloudy at the end, so knowing that it's more than likely a 1-1 setup for onside, they can very well overwhelm the site.
Info's given as well off the back of the dart. The shock darts might try to slow things down here as well. Must win duel for Devi, misses the shot. The spam's not there to deny the plant. Forsaken still alive here as well. Somehow Cloudy gets nothing done.
Ray slowed.
And Ray has his position given away. Makes the job even more difficult. Gets himself a smoke down, hoping for a peek from Forsaken, but timing is perfect. Forsaken will claim 9 for PRX.
Last round before the switch.
It's a good effort from onside, but I think they just sort of lost their heads a little bit in that mid control.
Yeah. Just sticking around a second too long. You admire it though, you know, I mean, just it's not exactly a bad position and he wanted info.
Yeah, but it's a 3v2 and you've given them three 2v1s.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, that's just not good enough from onside.
Just, yeah. Great play nonetheless. Now they're looking for a tiles crunch. PRX just avoid it completely. Now some disciplined play towards the back of that little post plant as well for PRX. Now it's Dimensional Drift. They're clearing out the entirety of Heaven as well as Short, the Hunter Spirit, to try to line it up for Envy. And at the same time, look at...
Woo! How does Forsaken keep getting in these positions? He's got a chance at another couple there as well, but he doesn't quite manage to land the shots that he needs. Still, it looks like it'll be enough here. PRX have just swarmed their way into that A site. It's Cloudy trying to make amends for that last round here. A 1v4. Down to 3 now. Something spots him out, gives him a little bit of a kiss on the way past. Down to 45 HP now, and it's not finished off. Devi and Envy have to get this one done as a duo. It looks like they are more than happy to try to play it together.
Enemy mark.
Well, Cloudy almost getting in position to make something happen, but in the end, Envy will finish it. 10 on the board for PRX, and they are working their way towards a series victory here. It will be a comfortable series in the end after quite a chaotic first map of Abyss.
Yeah. That said, though, it really does kind of tug at my heartstrings a bit. I would have hoped to see onside do a little bit more, maybe even take a map away. But nonetheless, despite all their best efforts, this ends up still in a 2-10 first half with them starting out on the defense side. They picked this side, so it's kind of unfortunate to see it happen. Like, the plays are neat. Siesta, you admire the courage, the confidence to try to make some of these plays happen, but like you said, it's, you know, kind of eventuates into some mistakes sometimes. He is still the first half MVP, but when PRX is in this form, you witness that. The Dimensional Drift, Hunter's Fury, they cleared out the whole site.
Yep. It's
Jing with the Sage Wall boost and Forsaken a TP around it as well. Yeah, you know, it's just so much. Second half with PRX then on their defense when something's... Oh my god, what I mean. When PRX is on their little, you know, Euro plays and off plays as well, it's gonna be difficult to say the least.
Wow. Some people are really going all out.
We've seen a lot the past several days, man. Do you know about New Life? It's like this movie that they released in China where it's made by like a really small indie team because it's a mom who picked up 3D animation because she wanted to do something for her son. And it's like the funniest thing because it's like kind of bad the way it looks. But people love it now just because of the story. I don't know. Just a little bit of lore drop. Anyway.
There you go. Boom. Lore drop.
PRX defense.
David. Headhunter. No connection. Back on out, and still looking for more fights. He will lose his head. Lose the A site there as well. PRX forced to try to make a retake happen here with a player deficit.
Spike planted.
Might not be able to get it done.
Okay. Push in here from onside.
Crossfire.
Take that fight to PRX apparently.
Scanning ahead.
Tart should get a bit of info there. Flash as well. I think might be a good one. So far onside, all pretty healthy. PRX not finding the shots that they need. They're like fish in a barrel right now, and onside. They're not very good at shooting fishes in barrels, apparently. Why? It's a 1v3. Ray has to get this one done alone, but they're all so low. It'll take just a couple of taps, but he's missed every shot. Unbelievable. What is that round from onside? They had them, hook, line, and sinker. They were fish in a barrel, and they were trying to go fishing, but the hook missed, the line missed, and the sinker missed, and everything. Oh my god, I don't even know what to say. That was the perfect setup for onside.
I am just as stunned as you are. There's so many moments where PRX is just dipping in and out of trees.
You've just got to shoot them.
It's tough though. I mean, I guess PRX weren't fish in that scenario. They were eels. They were so slippery. Such a tight corner, and the pressure is definitely on for onside. If not for before, now is 110%. Forced by, and this is their last hope. Siesta opens things up strong.
Yeah, bye-bye. Not shabby at all. Oh, Forsaken gets a bit of helping hand from Jing, who actually does have to double down to try to hold on to this A side. His util going a long way to keeping this one safe, but just looking for a little bit of wiggle room. Now leaves it on to Infi, who is able to get himself one. So something with a judge, by the way, having to get this one done.
Okay, he's a little close by.
Oh, he wasn't expecting that. So onside, get the bonus.
Good way to try to turn things around. Of course, you need a lot more rounds, but this is a great way to start. So probably quite able to get maybe the next as well, 4-11. It's nice to see that, you know, even with their backs against the wall, Siesta, the whole team just kind of leads the charge straight up through A short. And I don't want to say it again, you know, but yeah, you got to put Jing under a microscope at some point. Like that was, he peeked into a 1v3.
Guess he wants to know whether or not there was anybody else coming through A main. Well, Delvi here again. Not seeing anything outside of B at the moment, so the rest of the setup for PRX is going to persist. Be careful there, homies. I was going to say, Devi looking to find some headshots. Jing as well in through middle, claiming one. Devi's position is going to be a real thorn in the side of onside here. He takes maybe a little bit more than he ought to have. The rest of the fight wasn't happening. Forsaken and Jing were not interested, but Jing still sticking around. 7 more shots available to him. Will eventually get finished off by Ray, but Forsaken up close and personal with a classic. Surely could not get this one done. Could he? I don't think so. Ray will finish it and onside survive. Another scary looking round.
I was going to say if he does, then people definitely have to buy the PRX bundle. But no, that was still pretty neat with all the little shots thrown at onside. The recon, the peek out from Cat, and all around the place really. Just, it's more plays like these that will kind of temper onside's aggression somewhat and force them to think, but we'll see how the rest of it goes. I mean, depending on how onside kind of calls or rounds or makes some plays, it could be different. It's an op now, and shock darts too.
Yeah, it's a really good shock dart as well, by the way. Something able to get out to safety. So 1 for 0 so far. That's not what onside is looking for, but they're still trying to push their way into B. The trouble is, there's 3 players to defend this site. Imagine It's going to be a pretty tough ask for onside unless they decide to call the cancel, but I think they're a little bit too committed right now. Call it sunk cost fallacy as Envy chimes in onto Cloudy. He will fall, but you've still got 2 more players here. And Forsaken, alongside Davai and Jing, make it look easy for PRX to get to 12.
Yeah, just starting off on the right foot. We're just checking initially with the op and the shock darts, but you can see the value of it once they hear all the footsteps and kind of really breaking apart Onside's attempts at pushes. You know, it's just, you went A a couple of times, now PRX kind of anticipates a B push, and they just managed to guess that correctly. And having Divide just jiggle around or hold the angle long enough for Jing and Forsaken to get close in makes it incredibly difficult. So, timeout, maybe the last buy. Siesta is 2 away from an overdrive. It's not going to be the easiest feat, but at least Wolverine does have to run it back. But like the desk said, though, as well, like in that previous little segment, it's the fact that onside on their attacks, oftentimes it's always these all in or nothing pushes. They're just dumping everything that they've got. Of course, Jing's mom again, lovely to see her. But yeah, just like dumping everything into the site. It's fast, and if the opposing team doesn't react in time, then it works. But when it's PRX and they're starting to anticipate some of these plays, maybe not. So I wonder what this timeout will provide for onside.
Well, it's going to have to provide a lot, I'll tell you that for free.
Thank you.
You need 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Tough ask.
And light shields too. Okay, it's another try. We'll give B a go. 4-1 split. So just maintain a bit more map presence, slowing things down a bit as well, but it's run it back otherwise into B.
Flash around the corner there. 2 players sitting at the back of sight here, and something's good enough to get rid of the run it back, but now he's got to do a little bit more alone. You'll see the double peek come through. It's just too much to handle. Needed the 3rd player there for PRX once again. Davai, nice clean shot into Hermes, but still not sure that's going to be enough to put this retake together. I mean, Jing potentially can get a revive through here as well, but he needs to fight for control of the site first, and that's not going to happen. Jing out of the picture. We are back into a 2-on-2. Paranoia through, not quite going to be enough to catch up with Wolverine's position, and that shock dart, too much for Forsaken. Davai is going to give himself every opportunity here as he just TP's back on into Boatshed, but the reality is the time has gotten away from him, and there's no reason for onside to even peek him at this point. He'll tap, try to draw through a peek, but not getting what he needs out of this one. So onside are going to go to 5.
Which still keeps them afloat. Wow, not bad. I mean, for a second, you might see a clear standard duo, Jing and Forsaken, being able to swing, but they kind of didn't expect an extra layer of Wolverine still being around B main. They run it back on the entry as well, just doing quite a bit. So it's a good shakeup from onside. Just need more of those rounds still. Siesta with the entries has been tremendous.
Take flight.
But now taking things a little bit more slow, PRX starts to reinforce the B side a lot more heavily.
That same shock dart coming through from PRX, this time not quite as impactful as what we saw earlier on in the piece, and Headhunter also goes a little astray there for Davai. Still got numbers over towards B though, and if onside decide they want to commit to this, they might run into Jing! Oh, the 3K, and Envy's there as well. Doesn't exactly have the greatest of weaponry, but he's got enough to hold on to the side here. Backing it up, pop that drone to get the information through. Forsaken could have TP'd back over to B, but in the end, he's just going to lock down things in middle. There's nowhere for Hermes to go without being spotted. Now there is, if maybe Forsaken falls off that line. He does see him. For a second, he might miss that timing throwing that smoke in.
This smoke is perfect.
Yeah. Envy's set up right behind it, and Hermes going to try to spray, but it's Envy that goes one better, and that is that. 13-5, PRX. They begin their lower bracket run. It is a big mountain to climb. Up next it's Barrel, but even so, we know what PRX can do down in these lower brackets, and they are a team that is not shy of these kinds of playoffs runs. Unfortunately, for Onside, that will be the end of their hopes and dreams, as that dream will be but a dream.
Yeah, still keep those readily available though. I mean, there's next year's format to go off with, and you can see just the potential that they bring to the stage. Incredibly fast, heavy-handed plays. It was a full year's season that brought them forth to this point. A lot of storied players as well, Siesta namely one of them. So much entry value just from these two maps alone. Not to mention Ray, Wolverine, Cloudy, and Hermes as well. It's been fun to watch them on the stage, but at the same time, again, with PRX starting to find that form, you can definitely imagine they should be able to take down Vero.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough run, isn't it, right? Like, your first match here in the lower bracket is up against PRX. I don't know that there was necessarily an easy team that you could draw, considering both T1 and KRX are also down in the lower bracket. So whichever way you ended up, it was probably going to be a tough game for Onside. And I think we do have to give them quite a lot of credit for how deep they actually made it. I don't know how many people necessarily expected those play-ins teams to really do so well. I think Sharpa definitely impressed, and Onside certainly have as well. But you're right, I mean, next year, who knows? They're a team that I think we should be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, that's it as well. I mean, Jing really started to light up towards the end of that second half. What you resist persists, and he just kept sticking into some of these positions, finally finds huge multi-kills, and that's kind of what ended the map as well. He started to turn things around the kill feed, I mean the scoreboard too. So that's a great triumphant win for PRX. We're going to toss it back down to the stage with the winning interview and bell.
PRX의 포세이큰 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다, 포세이큰 선수. Alright, congrats, 포세이큰. 유일한 챌린저스 팀 온사이드 게임을 상대로 PRX가 2대0 승리를 가져갔습니다. 이렇게 해서 플레이오프 여정을 계속 해내갈 수 있는데 오늘 온사이드 게이밍과의 경기 소감부터 한번 들어보면 좋을 것 같습니다. Congrats on the 2-0 win, Forsaken. Now you just sent the last challengers team home, and now you get to continue your playoffs journey. How was it facing them today?
I think so far it was good experience facing against them, because like we knew that they are like fresh team, you know, coming into VCT Pacific, and yeah, I'm really happy that we won. And actually the first map almost get me heart attack because we almost lost, but luckily we win, so yeah.
우선 이전에 만난 적이 없었던 온사이드 게이밍과의 경기여서 좀 신선한 좋은 경험이 됐다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 안 그래도 다음으로 물어보고 싶었던 어비스도 언급을 해줬는데요. 어비스에서 거의 내줄 뻔해서 심장마비가 올 뻔했다고, 하지만 승리를 가져가게 돼서 기쁘다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 안 그래도 어비스 이번에는 PRX가 가져갈 수 있었습니다. 이전에 좀 아쉬운 습관들이 있었다고 이야기를 했었는데 오늘의 어비스에서는 좀 잡힌 것 같은지 만족도에 대해서 한번 들어보면 좋을 것 같습니다. Yeah, speaking of Abyss, you guys take the win on this one tonight. Well, you guys mentioned that there was a little bit of a bad habit going on. Did you guys get over that this Abyss? I mean, Alex mentioned that there were some habits that you guys wanted to fix. So I want to ask you, did it work today? What's going on there then?
Yeah, I mean we kind of like fixing a little bit with Abyss, because like after we lost to Nongshim, we kind of like knew like how to play this map better, you know. So yeah, coming into like this map today, I think we show that we can like fix our mistake the last Abyss. So yeah.
Yes, you're satisfied?
Satisfied.
이전 농심과의 어비스에서 아쉬웠던 점들을 좀 보완해와서 오늘 어비스를 승리할 수 있었다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 오늘 승리를 가져감으로써 우리 어비스 보완해낼 수 있고 더 강해질 수 있다는 점 느꼈다고 이야기를 해줬는데요. 다음 팀 또한 챌린저스 출신인 바렐이 기다리고 있습니다. PRX가 하위조 승률 100%거든요. 이번에도 그 100% 가능할 것 같은지 들어보면서 다음 경기 어떤 경기 예상하는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Next up, you're facing yet another OG Challengers team, Vero, right? Well, it seems that you guys have a lower brackets win rate, 100% this year. Will it continue? Will the streak continue?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. I mean, we always like lower bracket anyway, so I think, yeah, we're gonna try to grind from lower again, you know, bring our motivate back, and yeah, hopefully against final later we can show them that we can win against them, so yeah.
이제 원래 페이퍼렉스는 하위조에서 쭉 좀 기세를 타서 경기하는 걸 좋아하기 때문에 다음 경기에서도 100% 승률을 유지할 수 있도록 노력해보겠다고 이야기를 했었습니다. 이렇게 해서 페이퍼렉스의 포세이큰 선수 인터뷰로 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Forsaken, and congrats again.
Thank you.
정말.
PRX and a lower bracket run. Some would say that this is exactly where they want to be because they're just demons in the lower bracket, but also, you know, it's PRX at the end of the day still, and even on maybe below average day, it's still a pretty scary team to go up against.
I mean, this ascent was comfortable. This was never close. I think for Onside, they needed that Abyss to be able to win this series. They couldn't get it done there, and then this was just domination from PRX. I think they're very good on this map. Stylistically, I think they had the advantage in the comps, and Onside, I just don't think they quite got there. Sad that that is the end of their dream now. Their run will come to an end for the last remaining Challengers team. But I think they can hold their heads high. I don't think it's a bad showing from them at all. This is probably the toughest team in the world to play in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they made it the furthest out of any of the Challengers teams here in Pacific. They made it to the playoffs at least, so they can be proud of that. I think you saw some really bright spots for Onside. Definitely a winnable map of Abyss to open up this series, but Ascent was a little bit of a sore spot in the map pool, and you're going to see that for a lot of Challengers teams. They're going to have their strengths, they're going to have their weaknesses, they're maybe not going to be great across the whole map pool, or maybe there's a certain style that they can't really do well against, that they haven't experienced throughout their own domestic run, and those are the challenges of being a tier 2 team and taking that big step up into the franchise league. You've seen it across multiple leagues here, so for Onside, some learning things. It's still the youngest team in VCT to compete. They have their whole careers in front of them, so I want to see what they do next.
Yeah, it's still very, very early on in what they can do in this scene, right? And I think, again, for Onside, as you mentioned, it's still very early on in this team, and there were so many good moments from all of these players. You know that they have that aim. It's just that they're very, very early in this Pacific, obviously, and going up against PRX is just a very, very tall order indeed. So I think that it didn't seem like when they were on the stage, they were smiling and they were patting each other on the back. I think they're very proud by what they've accomplished so far.
They
here.
have very different expectations to some of the hallmark names of Pacific.
Yeah.
I've seen already teams that have been knocked out in the play-ins that have been here from the start. Players that after they lose a series, they get knocked out of this stage of Pacific, they're crushed. They can't even get out of their chair. That was not the reaction at all from Onside. Of course, it sucks to lose, it sucks to get knocked out of the tournament, but I think they know that they played reasonably well. They showed a good accounting of themselves, and I think a lot of people have their eye on Onside Gaming as one for the future, so they have a lot to look forward to. This is by far the far from the end of their careers here, compared to some of the other players that we've seen lose recently in Pacific, that maybe the future is a little bit more uncertain for them.
Yeah, I think the fact that they can bring a fight to PRX this closely on that first map does say something about the quality of these players, right? There's so much to hone, there's so much to sharpen as well, and I think I can see them definitely standing up to some of the more veteran players that we have here in Pacific, maybe in years to come.
Yeah, and worth mentioning as well, I mean, PRX, after winning this particular map, this will be, at least they've been able to kind of break that curse of losing to VALORANT Nongshim back-to-back, and now they beat one of the teams to come up from Korea, the Korea talent pipeline. Match MVP goes to Forsaken. They will tee themselves up a revenge match against VALORANT. They lost to them at the end of the group stage. This time they will not want to be repeating that, Mika.
Yes, absolutely, and that is Victoria Sentinel for today. Forsaken as the match MVP.
He was such a great Sentinel. You know, I loved all of his Sentinel gameplay in this particular series. That was excellent.
Definitely so. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But I think that, right now, PRX, of course, they do love it when it's an entertaining match. They do say this, that sometimes, they like to do these kind of things for the fans. They want to make sure that the fans get their money's worth out of this.
We had a high cortisol map, we had a low cortisol map to kind of cool things off. So
that is the complete PRX experience, as fans would know. And again, commiserations to Onside Gaming for the loss, but I think that they have lots to be proud of. Joining us here on the desk is actually Ray from Onside Gaming. And now, as we mentioned, of course, it was a very tough match. You played up against PRX, the best team in the world. How are you feeling after that match? Because it was a very, very admirable run here for you in Pacific that you managed to play so many teams and then to end with PRX. I think you have to be feeling pretty good that you were able to get such amazing matches.
오늘 퍼시픽 1왕, 뭐 세계 1왕이라고도 불리는 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 정말 좋은 경기를 해주셨는데 사실 퍼시픽에 합류하고 많은 팀들을 만나면서 이 여정 마무리를 페이퍼렉스로 끝내게 됐잖아요. 스스로 좀 만족하는 부분도 크실 것 같고 아쉬울 것도 있는 것 같은데 오늘 경기 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
저희가 열심히 준비해서 저희가 PRX도 솔직히 이길 수 있다고 생각했는데 오늘 좀 많이 아쉬운 장면이 많이 나왔던 것 같아요.
Coming into today, we were pretty confident that we could take PRX down because we were that prepped for today's match. But of course, it didn't go as we wished, so we're pretty sad that it didn't pan out our way.
Yeah. The preparation did show, though, on the side of Onside Gaming, especially on that first map. I'm wondering, Ray, because you were one of the players that I feel like everybody was very impressed with because of how you perform on that stage and on LAN. How have you enjoyed the experience on stage so far?
이제 레이 선수가 큰 무대에서도 정말 긴장도 안 하고 계속 꾸준한 폼을 보여주시고 있잖아요. 이번 퍼시픽에서 이렇게 큰 무대 계속 많은 분들과 강팀과 경기한 그런 퍼시픽 소감이라고 해야 되나 한번 부탁드릴게요.
챌린저스 2부에서 여기까지 올라온 것도 너무 기쁜데 좋은 성적 낸 것도 너무 기쁘고요. 다들 너무 잘하네요.
I mean, it's definitely nice that we got to play through the challengers and join here everyone at tier 1 and oh boy, are they good here. That's his take.
Yeah, I want to take a step back to challengers. Before you guys even won Split 2, what was Onside's expectations before even starting their Split 2 campaign and then into was VCT Pacific? Like, what were their goals before this moment in time, like back before they started?
맨 처음에 온사이드 게이밍 팀원들과 이렇게 함께 뭉쳤을 때 처음에 세웠던 목표가 있으셨나요? 초반에는 어떤 이야기를 나누셨어요?
저희는 이제 초반의 목표는 퍼시픽 가는 게 목표였고요. 이제 퍼시픽 와서 챔피언스 가는 게 목표였는데 아쉽게 프로까지 온 것만으로도 근데 좀 많이 만족합니다.
Obviously, when we first got together, our goal was to make it into Pacific, right? And then we made it to Pacific, and then our eyes were on champions. But honestly, looking back now, making this far into the playoffs, that is a win on its own.
Yeah, I think we all totally agree. What was Ray's favorite moment of participating here of Pacific during like the play-ins run or maybe playoffs?
그렇다면 레이 선수가 뽑은 가장 인상 깊었던 순간이 있을까요?
샤퍼 경기에서 이제 에이스를 했던 그 장면이 되게 인상 깊은 것 같아요.
Gotta say, my ace versus Sharper Esports, that moment would be my favorite.
And does Ray have a message to anyone about Onside or maybe even Ray himself as a player to any of the fans or maybe even other teams watching going into next year? Because I'm sure we're going to see more from Onside. They're the youngest team in VCT.
이제 레이 선수가 뭐 팬분들 아니면은 뭐 다른 팀들 지금 퍼시픽을 보고 계신 분들께 뭐 하고 싶은 이야기가 있으실까요? 이제 내년에는 또 상당히 달라진 VCT가 되니까 부탁드리겠습니다.
내년에도 이제 열심히 준비해서 또 좋은 팀 만나서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
I'm gonna do my best so that I will be able to put up the best performance and, you know, see you guys again on a good team. Just give you all the best I have. Yeah.
We're looking forward to it, Ray. I think so many people have their eyes on you with what you were able to do on that stage.
Yeah.
I feel like I still need to congratulate you on this kind of a run, and we look forward to what you have to offer for the future. Kamsahamnida for your time here on the desk, and commiserations as well to the rest of Onside Gaming. You guys did very, very well in representing what the challengers teams can actually do here on this stage, and this is exactly why the play-ins were just so dangerous. And to be able to take that fight to PRX is absolutely admirable. But we have another match coming up, and this is going to be a big one. We have T1 and KRX in an elimination match here.
How is it the lower bracket? This is meant to be like a Pacific Grand Final,
no? Actually, this is a Grand Finals, but we have come to this. You have this Korea's super team in T1 needing to eliminate a team that many of them have actually come from in KRX. You look at the names on this squad, and of course, this is a team that has been touted to win so many trophies. However, to go up against a team that knows them so well, you kind of think, is this actually going to... How close is he going to get?
Look, this is the Korean super team, guys. This is the one that everybody was excited for. This roster is insane on paper. It does not get crazier than this, and I think now is the time where their backs are against the wall. They have a fair amount of champs points. They're not out if they lose today, but they're going to want to keep their own hopes alive, keep it in their own hands, and progress through this lower bracket.
Yeah, there are so many storied players here. We've got trophy winners. We've got players that have been around since the start of Pacific itself, and even predating that. So, look, there is a lot of Korean players qualified in the playoffs here. There's a lot of Korean teams, and we remember this iconic quote from Buzz. If T1 is going to truly be the best team in Korea, then they're going to do pretty bloody well here in the play-ins. Unfortunately, they've already been knocked down into the lower bracket by Nongshim, and that head-to-head was something worth talking about in terms of the chance points overall. Now they're kind of in this precarious position where, yet again, they're going to have to go up against one of the Korean greats and come out ahead to run through the lower bracket.
That is absolutely right. We have to know the answer to that question now. Who is the best team in Korea now? Because that's exactly what this match is going to answer. And you have Buzz here, who has been putting up definitely an amazing performance, and when the pressure actually, comes into this kind of form, then that's when Buzz performs at his greatest.
He's been really impressive in my mind. I feel like ever since we saw Stacks come back in, it's enabled Buzz to be a lot looser. On this duelist role, I feel like he's been electric. On the Neon, on the Jet, this is, I think, what T1 were missing. I do think, they had a bit of a stumble, but ultimately Buzz is a fantastic player, and I'm expecting him to bounce back and have a big game today.
Yeah, that series against DFM was absolute fire. The first time that they lost to them in the groups earlier in this stage, Buzz was nowhere to be seen. The second time around, he dominated DFM. After May just set a record in the previous series, he diffs him in the duelist role.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have KRX on the other side here. And again, we talk about the storied names coming from T1, and once upon a time they called KRX their home. Now you have KRX with this fresh new squad of young Korean talent that have also been putting up the numbers on the Pacific stage and even the global stage.
There's no second chances for KRX here. They need a top 2 placement, and that means running the lower bracket its entire length. They can't afford to lose today. This is a squad that we weren't sure about coming out of the group stage, to put it lightly, but their play-ins was very, very strong. But that does mean that really they need to pick it up now.
Yeah, saw that sign there for Bane. He wants to make it to Busan. He's one of the players that we have that are from Busan. It's not going to be easy. They're going to need 2 series back-to-back over the top of T1 to begin with here. KRX are an organization that always makes it to champs and always does well there, but winning in Pacific and doing well enough to make it to champs in the first place is a massive task in and of itself, and to meet T1 in the whole bracket here, it's going to be anything but easy.
Yeah, this is going to be a very close matchup indeed, and I think it's going to bring out the very best out of all of these players. We have one of these players, of course, we have Freeing, who is one of the more diverse players that we have here in Pacific.
Not something we would have expected from Freeing when he first made his appearance on the squad last year in Kickoff. Well known for his Teo, but this time they're giving him a lot more freedom. He's trying a lot of different roles and new agents here, with some with success, some with less so. We saw his Chamber have some hits and misses. His Jet was pretty rock solid though, and he's been trying out that Omen as well.
Look, I think we always talk about Hyunmin as a heavy hitter on KRX. We always talk about Marco for the storylines, but I think Freeing is really the key player in this KRX roster right now. He's been given a lot of onus to play Neon, Chamber, Jet, these big impact agents. He needs to deliver in terms of the fragging numbers and the impact if they're going to go toe-to-toe with what is a super team. Because on name brand and on firepower, you look at T1 and that's an incredibly scary team. This is where KRX needs to be good enough to go head-to-head with them.
This is why I always pick Freeing for my build diff, by the way, but whenever I do, it just doesn't pan out. Now, of course, one of the storylines that we have to touch on here with these 2 squads facing up against each other is that you have some of the OGs here. The original Vision Striker squad.
I want to cry.
Oh my god.
No, don't show them hugging. No.
Oh,
gosh.
my God.
Okay, what
We
makes...
have to send one of these teams home. This is ridiculous.
And not just that, it's going to be the other team. Like, you talk about the head-to-head on the IGL side, right? You have Stax and Mako, who were on that OG Vision Striker squad. Now they have to eliminate the other.
And
We can cry now, actually. I'm just gonna start crying.
we see it here. Buzz and Mako have been at every single chance. If Mako loses today, there is no chance for him. He'll be missing his first ever one. If Buzz loses today, there's still a chance, but it's not in their own hands anymore. It's crazy.
And Mako's wanted that trophy for so long.
How many years are we saying, yeah, Marco's going to get a trophy. He's going to get a trophy, guys. He's going to get a trophy, guys. Guys, if he loses this game, there is no trophy in the Pacific franchise era for Marco. It doesn't happen. He's going to miss out. That is literally this game that we have before our eyes here. It is... This sucks. That's
heartbreaking.
These are usually two teams that when they go up to the globals, right? There must always be a Vision Striker in a global event. But how has it come to this at this point, at this very last stage in the cycle of VCT?
I mean, we've sent RB there, but he wants some company. He needs some company over there.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure.
Like Nongshim's there. They'd love some more company from the rest of the boys. In terms of the head-to-head, as we've mentioned, these are two teams that do go head-to-head in terms of Pacific. We've seen them in grand finals against each other. The kickoff grand final was between T1 and KRX in 2025 kickoff. They play each other at Masters Bangkok, and T1 is actually able to get the better on the international stage of KRX there.
Yeah, you see 2026 as well. It's been much better for T1 beating them in kickoff and stage 2 there. So really the pressure is much more on KRX in my mind to sort of flip that script, take it back to how it used to be.
Yeah, and also you have to think back to like all of the times when KRX, you have Termi there as a coach as well, who has long been wanting a chance at that trophy on the global stage, right? We have the map vetoes right now. We have Lotus, Abyss, and Sunset as our battlefield for this series. What are we thinking here?
Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like KRX is almost taking the approach of the underdog a little bit in this map veto. At the end of the day, they've lost their last head-to-head series against T1.
Yeah.
T1 smashed them on Lotus the last time these two teams play, as well as Breeze. Breeze is out of the map pool now, so we get a little bit of a different flavor of the veto. KRX is going to throw the gauntlet down to T1 here and say, what is your Abyss looking like? Because you haven't played it here in Pacific. It's been a while between drinks for T1 in terms of Abyss, so they're going to have to come up with the goods there. For KRX, though, what I will say is that the last time T1 did beat them on this map, they were playing a different comp. This was when they were, I believe, playing one of these double duelist variations. Since then, they have switched to this Vice Chamber comp double Senti. So T1 has not specifically beaten KRX with their current style that they've been running on Lotus.
And I think KRX aren't going to be mad that Lotus has been picked into them. This has been a map that they've liked for a while. They've picked it themselves into series. And I think their Vice style is really nice. I think for T1, if they come out with this solo duelist Neon, they could definitely have some trouble into that Vice. So KRX probably smiling a little bit after that veto.
I think also when it comes down to the wire, when it comes to these high pressure situations, the players on T1 are they just thrive in that kind of pressure. You know, sure they might experiment a little bit on the groups and stuff, but when you're saying, oh, lower bracket elimination match, qualifying into Champion Shanghai, going over to Busan, that's when they actually come alive. That's actually why I favored T1 in this matchup. But also, this match has some, consequences over for other teams as well. Global Esports are watching this match very closely.
Yeah, if you're a GE fan, you're a big fan of KRX. You picked KRX there.
I have picked KRX.
Is that the thought process?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but I do think that they have a good shot into the game. Also, I think especially after seeing that map veto, I'm pretty happy with KRX there. I think their back is much more against the wall. They have to run the lower bracket. They can't afford a slow game today.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have been in good form lately, outside of a slip-up. For T1, that was against Nongshim, but they've been kind of stomping some of the other teams. KRX have been in good form in the play-ins too.
Well, everybody's going to have to be on top form today in this elimination match between KRX and T1. Guys, let's send it to the stage.
Today's matchup.
It's come down to this. KRX, T1, and elimination. Two teams that we usually see go into that global stage. Now they face off against each other to be able to continue their journey. And now everybody is asking, who is the best team in Korea now?
Yeah, for T1, I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath at the bottom of the bracket. You're going to have to see them potentially eliminate for Buzz, his former teammate Marco, his former coaching staff. And if they're able to do that, then you're going to have to see Munchkin as well as Meteor play into Texture on Gen G and knock him out of contention as well. The pain never stops.
And it's heartbreak after heartbreak here for Pacific. And when you think about this long history, even the years before that, right, it was Mako, Stacks, there at the very beginning of it all, the OG Vision Striker squad to go on that historic 102 game win streak. Today, they have to eliminate each other, the IGLs on either side of this matchup.
Yeah, champ situation is very easy for KRX. Win this, you stay alive, move further down the bracket. If you lose it, that champ stream is over. Mako misses out on making every single champs. For KRX, I mean, I think play-ins was a fantastic time. I thought they found form. I thought they picked up really, really nicely, but they stumbled in that opener against GE. Now they have to bounce back.
Yeah, see how they're going to be able to lock in for this series here. They have lost the last two head-to-heads in recent memory against this T1 squad. They're looking to turn around that record. T1 are one of the leaders in terms of the chance points, but they'd like to keep their fate inside their own hands here. KRX playing for their own lives, but also the fates of GE have put themselves in an excellent position head-to-head with T1 on chance points here.
Yeah, there are interesting consequences that happen because of this match. And I think for T1 also there is that expectation, of course, for all of the fans that they will be there. And for KRX, again, it's also that pressure of needing to do this because it could be their very last chance to do so. So it's just a matter of who is able to become a diamond underneath all this pressure.
I just can't believe this is a lower bracket game. It's so crushing to me that this is what it is. Both of these teams are so historic. They're amazing players, amazing teams. We've seen them do brilliant things going international, but only one of them can continue here today. I can't stress that enough. It's gonna be... I don't know how to take this, Pilsky.
We'll see how KRX go. See how KRX go on Lotus. This is T1's pick. They just recently beat KRX, playing a different style on this map, but this time they will have to tussle with KRX's new style. It is the Vice Chamber that they have been winning with lately. KRX will start out here on the attacking side.
Yeah, for KRX, they love that Vice. I'm really happy to see it against that solo Julius Neon. I think Young is on for a pretty good time here. Now, remember before when these two teams played, Young was getting diffed a little bit by Meteor on that chamber, so he'll be glad not to be the one taking
there,
that fight.
Ivy.
Oh my god, this is like Schadenfreude for them. They've put T1 in this position.
No.
Now they're going to watch them play this game for pure entertainment. Nongshim are bloodthirsty.
Oh my gosh, they're just sitting there, they're smiling, waving at the cameras. They probably have their fan signs at the ready. They're having a good time over here. Meanwhile, you have T1 and KRX here ready to face off against each other, and we'll be starting off on Lotus. This is definitely going to be a bloodbath, and now we have to toss the same question over to our casters. Quack, Elfish, who is the best team in Korea now?
Oh, well, I mean, that's hang on a second. That's a pretty tough one to answer. I mean, T1, KRX, Gen G, take your pick. I mean, Nongshim. Varel, potentially as well. A name that we could throw in there as well, technically. Yeah. But maybe we can say who's the worst team, or maybe who's not the best team after they lose this game. Obviously, we've already said goodbye to Onside as well, so I guess they're not quite part of that conversation either. But yeah, I have to echo the sentiment that we got there on the desk. That was, I can't believe this is a lower bracket match. I mean, we're saying goodbye to T1 or KRX today. It feels like we shouldn't be saying goodbye to either, but I guess that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
It's insane. I mean, like, you think about the legacy of some of these players, and you're thinking about, like, OG DRX. I know Vision Strikers, but, like, DRX even. Like, all the way back when Pacific just started, they were the ones that were the most dominant throughout this entire league, and now they have to kind of play against each other as well. One's going home, or it's also kind of tossing up the entire championship qualification spots and how that could go awry, and maybe even GE getting a buy-in. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, and maybe for one of these two teams, the last time they ever play on this stage. I mean, I will say there's a chance, obviously, at some point in the future that there is another Valorant tournament here in this venue, but at least under the Pacific umbrella, VCT Pacific, it will be the last time for either T1 or KRX as they will be saying goodbye today. There is still, like you say, a chance for T1 to make it through to Champions, even if they lose this. And for GE as well, the implications resting on the shoulders of KRX, who have been looking better in recent weeks, so something to take some degree of heart in. But let's see how this shapes up as we are into the pistol round. Marco already out here into Ruins, although his position has been noted, and Meteor keeping an eye on things with that Headhunter in hand. Elects to just back off and play it a little bit safer here. It's a more passive approach from T1. Initially, at least, there's the push coming through still.
Munchkin lurk, that's always something to kind of keep track of as well.
You know, I'm not sure how much further he really wants to actually push that. Has kind of kept KRX corralled into this A push for the moment. Stacks on one side, but will be dropping to Hyunmin, who finds the double. But Izu and Buzz have it on lock. A triple for Buzz as he maintains his form. Bane, however, back in with a nice quick 2K of his own. Still needs to scramble to try to retrieve that spike, and Munchkin has come across. They've spotted one another now. Bane, oh! Straight into the headshot. It's T1 that draws first blood.
It's just so close. The parallels between these two teams even.
Yeah.
Just having Duelist go for Duelist, but then suddenly Bane to be able to swing out. This matchup, baby, it's just so fun. Like, you watch how Munchkin is able to kind of swing back and forth, had a bit of information and pressure, but because his location was kept so concealed, Bane just hoped to go for that swing. And that said, just starting things off on the right foot can mean so much for either side. So right now, that's going to be T1. And that's what we're kind of talking about the composition as well. It's this solo Neon Duelist that might start to hamper T1 on the second side. So getting as many rounds as possible in the first half will mean quite a bit. Snakebite kill.
Yeah. There's been a tag in there from Meteor as well. KRX not over-aggressing by Mound, instead opting to pivot their way back in towards B. About a 3,000 kills for Munchkin as well, coming up with that one. Unique way to get your 3,000th kill, I would say, but freeing, making things maybe a little bit interesting. Buzz, though, happy to claim another 3K to start this map off. He is looking very sharp today.
Clean and simple. Just trying to find as much damage as possible, and in that department, you could argue that KRX has done a bit, but maybe not enough. There's still a chance for T1 to get a big bonus here onto the next. And you can see how much control this Viper provides. It might not be the same as a Vice, and maybe you don't really slow down a Raze player like Hyunmin, but his 3,000th kill being a snakebite, the toxic screen blocking off so much of the map, gives T1 space now to push up.
Yep. I was looking to get aggressive with it. Let's just drop stacks off to hold on to that Ruins control. The rest of T1 looking to try to work their way back over towards C. They need to help Meteor out. He's holding this site solo at the moment and doing a pretty good job of it as Munchkin comes sliding through to help and assist. And Meteor eventually goes down, but he does find that 2K. This bonus round looking good for T1 so far. Freeing will cause a little bit more damage in through towards B, but hasn't got control of the spike. Right, that's a pretty nice high-low. Buzz or Munchkin to be the one to claim the kill. Freeing gets one more on his exit, but it's a nice setup. 3-0. T1 underway nicely on Lotus.
Yeah. Of the two for Freeing to get, though, the fact that he gets the upwards flick is pretty neat, but yeah, that said, I mean, just the entire setup, and this is why T1 was kind of more favored going into this matchup, just having the whole performance throughout the season, and at the same time just starting to really embody this sort of double duelist form, but otherwise it's going to be Meteor onto the chamber as well. There's just so much value in how quick and fast they start to rotate and go for these fights all around the map. It makes things difficult for KRX, who are now pretty broke. Taking it slow and easy.
Yeah, well, see how T1 goes as we watch them try to defend against this round from KRX.
나 채울게 이거. 봐볼래 오자? 봐볼래. A 올릴 것 같아. A 올릴
사운드
것 같아.
떨어진 사운드. 나무로 가나 보다.
스모크 없어.
월다운.
조금만 안 쓸게 나 이거.
나무 봐줘 태호 형.
연막 들어가는데 보고 있긴 해.
태호 싸우면은 워럽하면서 나가서 싸우자 오지.
확인했어.
에이 나무 셋 많아. 나무 많아. 스모크 없어. 스모크 3초. 얘들아 나무 가려줄게. 나무 여기. 없어 이제 없어. 안 가릴게.
나무밖에 갈 데가 없는데. 야 나 오늘 이거 반샷만 맞는다 애들이 이상하다
얘들아
게임.
죽어주지 말자 이거 최대한.
싫어.
야 이거 다른 애가 죽여라.
애들이 반샷만 맞아.
And they got the alt or pickup as well. Just added points all throughout. They're starting to pad every single thing that they possibly can have in this first half, which definitely will make things difficult. KRX, this may not have been their map pick, but you certainly would have wanted to do a bit more.
Yeah, Buzz is just stacking up the kills as well. He's already up to 9 in the first 4 rounds. So no doubt that overdrive is ready to go. Freeing, on the other hand, has got tour de force as well. Just going to see what he can do with that over towards the A side of the map early on in the piece. It's the same approach again from T1. Buzz and Stacks going forward. Buzz this time not able to get out to safety. Freeing, catching him on the exit. It still is position taken though for T1.
Nonetheless, it's such a big shot and starts to allow for KRX to have more freedom around the map.
Prowler once again going to be giving away Meteor's position. He just has to continue to back up, and this is no longer a case really of trying to hold on to the site, more just find yourself a pick and then see if you can play for the retake. He has got a lot of options of where to look. As of yet, not calling for the rotate across here either. This is looking like a pretty grim round for T1. Can't imagine Meteor's going to be able to hold on to this alone.
Maybe not. TP's out, but now you're on to Freeing, who is able to cut off some rotations potentially.
I'm certainly looking for it. Stacks sacrificing his life for the information. Wall goes up, too late. At least too late to keep Stacks alive, and so Meteor's going to look to try to activate on his own, but walking into a crossfire, and then a headshot from Bane as well. This was doomed from the start for Meteor. Izu trying to recover the round, and unfortunately not able to do it. It's just Munchkin left alive, and that won't last long either. First round on the board for KRX.
Here we go. I mean, it took them a little while, to be honest, but, you know, here they are. Just down to the Chamber v Chamber matchup, and it's Freeing that really gets a counter against Buzz that starts things off. With the tour de force, it slows down their opponents on the rotates as well. So it's very lovely to see that sort of form. And it's definitely something that KRX will need moving forward in this series, because his op skills against someone like Meteor, it's just going to be explosive. It's going to be a brawl. Back at it again, though, with the 4-1, and this time around it's not smoked off. Say that, it comes off a little bit late. Just to force Freeing to think a bit and stay invested. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from KRX might be walking into a bit of a stack on the C site. It's not going to be wise.
You're right, a little bit of a change up from T1. This time they've sent Meteor over towards A. Stacked the rest of the team over towards C, so a little bit of a swap for a 3-1-1 rather than a 1-1-3.
Wise call from Bane then, who also another bit of a story player. I mean, we're talking about the OGs, Mako, Buzz, Stacks, but got to remember that KRX started to pick up these players throughout the season, and they've developed so much, especially with champs last year. That's why we got the nickname Yum Yum. But here they go now. With the sides being flipped on towards A site now, they can overwhelm Meteor somehow. Izu getting a read for it too, though, so T1 starting to rotate all around, and I wonder if Yong is picking up any audibles around B site. He's pinging the map.
Oh, could end up being a B split still. See what this ends up looking like. Meteor's trying to get himself set on the line. Does that eventually catch Bane? And I think that will be
30 seconds left.
the decision made by KRX as they try to now start to work their way in towards B. That pick onto Buzz. Cause a bit of a ruckus. Hyunmin now down as well, and Stacks looking to clear out Mako. That's bad news for KRX. They just get pincered upon by T1, and Meteor slides through for the final kill in the round. 5-1. That last was a little bit of a speed bump for T1, but they continue along their merry way.
Yeah, it's just pretty tough, but it is the situation. You know, we've had some sandwiches today. We had one on Abyss with PRX and on site, excuse me. But here, it's kind of the same situation, just being able to read all that information. The Nightfall keeps KRX stuck in, and even though Hyunmin did have a showstopper to maybe find an entry into B site, it just wasn't clear enough and allowed for Munchkin to slip in through the cracks. Suddenly Thou, though, full 5 on towards Ruins.
Not as forward of a hold again from T1 as they've dedicated more forces over towards the C side of the map. Buzz is a long way away, but the commitment is in from KRX. The showstopper connects. Nightfall went through as well. T1's positions, a couple of them being unnoted. Mako taking out Stacks, but Meteor is still here to fight, and so is Munchkin. There's a couple of shots that do go through. Meteor's position is the key right now, as Buzz has been given time to come across to do absolutely nothing. He did nothing. He dropped the fast lane and he died. Oh, I was so ready for him to pop off again because he's just been hitting everything, but in this case got the timing wrong, and KRX got it right.
Yeah, that's true. And they got it right because of Hyunmin as well. You just watch how he finds not just the entry, but being able to play around the corners alongside Mako too. There was so much that Buzz and Meteor wanted to try and get done, but because of Hyunmin just playing a tad bit more aggressive than them, just thwarts Buzz's attempts at trying to retain control of the site.
Needed gun out.
And now you go again.
Yeah, but this time it's different. T1 have Buzz on this side of the site, which means they're going to be able to push their way forward and try to go for that forward hold that we've been seeing from them on Ruins. Overdrive! Oh! Dealt with by Marco. It's a brawl. An all-out fight on both sides. Marco steps up for 3. Oh, that was messy. Ooh.
Still, though, the cleanup is lovely. And it's been a long-awaited moment. I mean, Mako clutches and everything. Back in the IGL role, he was kind of reluctant a couple of years ago, but now he's back into that form, and he's still being able to frag out after his teammates just kind of allow him to go for those trades. With Freeing still marking the angle as well, just kind of allows for KRX to scale ever so slightly forward into C site. They were anticipating that Meteor not spotted towards A, more than likely to be in this position, but now with the rotations over and it's a tour de force, it's still not impossible that Meteor walks away with a clutch.
Yeah, certainly not. He's kind of getting the read now that there's nothing coming towards A, so he's pretty swiftly on his way over towards C. By the time this plant goes down, he's pretty much going to be there ready for any potential retake. A very open plant, though, from Marco.
Spike planted.
No, that's good. Planted for Mound.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get out safely as well, which is important. Now Meteor, with his time ticking, is going to start to look to clear out the site. Marco up close and personal, missed shot there, but will fall to the Headhunter as that's whipped out by Meteor. That's the first piece of the puzzle dealt with. Trouble is now he's got to try to win the duel against Freeing. Tap on that spike, trying to draw out the peak, and he hits the shot. Meteor gets it done. A little bit of a fist bump there before he decides to sit the defuse. Had me scared for a second, but he's got plenty of time. And that might be a nail in the coffin for KRX. The scoreline now 6-2.
Yeah, the Sniper's got talent, boys, but Meteor's just going for one better. I can't believe this comes down to a sniper duel, Saving Private Ryan style. And Meteor gets the shot at the end. So much aura just from how the angle was peaked and held and going through back and forth. Yeah, little head nods. And this allows for T1 to keep their lead. Forces a timeout by Coach Termy. I don't know how you're going to be able to turn this map around because T1 are feeling it. 20th clutch overall. So many milestones being hit in this historical matchup between the two teams.
I mean, this is a historical matchup. I think that's a great way of putting it. Witnessing some degree of history in front of our eyes. Obviously, what that may end up being remains to be seen. But a lot on the line for both T1 and for KRX. And every time I say the name KRX, in the back of my mind, I also sort of half want to say and GE. You know?
Yeah.
KRX is playing for GE today as well. Not only for themselves. I mean, GE obviously still have a way to champions regardless of the result of this, but it would be a nice weight off their shoulders if KRX just won here. But that aside, KRX, they need to do it off their own bat. Long road ahead for both T1 and for KRX, making it all the way, but both fighting hard here on the stage. We're back in for round number 9. It starts off a little bit slower this time around. No contest at Ruins from either team. A little bit of a push forward though from Munchkin, and he's going to hold up close and personal with that judge. This could get a little bit silly in a sec.
Depends. KRX still kind of intent on scouting out A site a little bit more. But that's where, oh no, you got a Prowler.
Okay, they're going to walk right into him. That Prowler, though, can be very quickly dealt with. The judge does a great job of that, but just opting to back up his position and then he'll aggress again.
He's so far forward.
Inside of a smoke for the moment. Pivot over towards the A site.
Calling the team over.
Big crossfire, though, for Izu and Buzz. They have to hit their shots. Stacks coming into backfill as well. It's a good read from T1.
There's a Haunt and an Arc Rose to play around.
Stacks gets the early info, but it's Buzz that will claim the kill. Just a 1-for-1 for him. Stacks, though, holding on. Numbers not favoring T1 once again. It's Meteor in a 1v2.
Can't believe Freen got that shot against Munchkin, though. This could have been a very different result, but nonetheless, with a spike planted for a tree now, this is a position that, oh, Meteor might be able to clear.
Yeah, could potentially cross here against Freeing if he hits a good shot. Gets himself the upgrade. I don't know that that was spotted. Just tap the spike perhaps and try and draw out a peek. If he does that, actually, he's not in a bad spot. If he could just maybe sit this for the half, but he doesn't necessarily know that. So in the end, he's hoping for a fight that he's just not getting at the moment. Time is ticking away. KRX playing it really nicely. He sits for the half, takes the fight. Now what can he do? Bane not going to swing, eventually gets it done. Oh, Meteor, I wonder if he held that, would he have won the round?
Think about it, yeah.
It would have been close.
But Bane loves to push it up. I mean, Bane is just feeling this matchup incredibly a lot as well. He's been said in certain interviews, I think with a publication called Alt Orb, shout out to Genopel. I mean, it's everything just kind of lined up for him. He needs to make a full deep run, and if it actually comes down to that lower final game, which is what KRX needs to make it through to champs, it would fall on Bane's birthday too. So look at in his eyes. He's just so locked in to try to get this done. Oh, but T1 have other ideas.
Oh, Buzz takes the space outside of A. That's going to send KRX pivoting back in the other direction.
A lot of ults being kept as well for KRX. Strong ones for post plants or just to be able to clear out sites. But Munchkin again, shotguns.
Has the pit. I wonder if you pull the pit here.
And that's why this comes back down once more to Bane and the Prowler and how diligent KRX are. The corners are being cleared. You see the smokes, you kind of wonder about the sites. They'll push in towards B, not seeing too much else. It's an open site. They could just kind of set up camp around that spot.
Buzz once again waiting for KRX. And not going to be allowed entry into Ruins at all. So it is back towards B, as you say. Nightfall goes through. No connection on that one. Hyunmin aware, though, that his opponents are nearby. Paint shells forward. Stacks gets the better of Hyunmin. Is traded back down by Marco. No end in sight for this round just yet, but that's okay. KRX getting in. Meteor doing damage. This might still end up being an awkward one. You got to remember Buzz is up close and personal. Oh, Yong clears him out. That could have been deadly, but Munchkin still is with that judge. Izu being a bit of a pest here. Marco has to accelerate. We'll get the better of that fight, and now it looks to be okay until Munchkin gets involved. Has got that wall up as well. And, of course, like I said, the pit earlier on does get invested, and Freeing just disrespects him, re-peaks it. And KRX will win the round, but considering that was up against an eco, that's an expensive one for KRX.
Yeah, and the ults that were spent for T1 too. I mean, a little bit on both sides, but my God, does it come close. The shotguns, the little heads-up tools that Yong goes for and clears around the corner. I thought this was done when Munchkin took down Mako, but in the pit as well, but spam into the same spot just does it. Back in with the investment, and now it's freeing onto Tour de Force.
You want to play? Let's play.
Meteor peeking forward though around Mound.
Oh, Marco, what is that? Just elite Meteor, one bullet to the head, no worries. Now Munchkin doesn't have the luxury of the pit, the Hunmin will find him. Just a 1-for-1. KRX happy with that.
Yeah, stacking up. So that will be the call to cancel. KRX looking for another option. Spotting up Buzz. Oh my god, he's hungry for info.
Low. Marco trying to catch up with him, does eventually get some help there from Bane as well. This round starting to fall apart for T1 and maybe the half as well. Half was looking really good for T1, but KRX on the fight back.
T1 will just have to go for the play now, though. I mean, even if it's 2v4, I don't know if you want to save up. Okay, actually, you still could save up a couple of rifles for the next round, which would be the last of the half. But that play, Buzz, I mean, I wonder if he got pulled in by the C's or if he actually went forward to mount for cover. Nonetheless, getting tagged up by the C's just hurts his health bar.
Spike planted.
Gives KRX the opportunity that they're looking for. It's looking like a strong comeback now that could end off in a 6-6. Numbers for trades in this situation in the retake.
Last player standing.
Stacks. It's been good on the trades in this round. That's not going to work. I mean, it was a good attempt.
You
I'll
laughed.
give him. Yeah, what you know, like it's a 1v3 and he's trying to sit it. Nice try. Nice try.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just never going to work. I mean, like, can you imagine the hubris of sitting that in a 1v3? That's so crazy.
No way, he's not doing that. No way he goes for defuse.
It's just like he's going to sit that defuse and go, well, I'm kind of cooked anyway. So
yeah. But okay, so here's the conundrum now, because T1 solo Neon against a Vise, in theory, that's going to be quite pesky to deal with, especially if Young's able to anchor down the seaside incredibly strong in the second half. But for now, there's still one more to go.
Yep.
There's a lot of info with the Haunt, but immediately KRX can kind of peel off. It's just freeing to mark these angles, and he has the perfect weapon for this. 3 glass cannon rifles on T1. What are we doing? This is desperate.
Now trying to do something a little bit different for round number 12, see if they can get that 7th over the line. Oh, got Meteor thinking about maybe probing his way towards Ruins. He's not going to opt to do so. Munchkin pushed forward. As you say, the high-low impactful there. Stacks the 1-for-1, but Munchkin still over towards that site to lock things down if necessary. It has sent KRX packing back over towards A, and now Meteor's looking to take that space. Bane could go down for free, but Marco's watching again.
He's low. Mako.
Buzz is out past the initial smoke. There's another one here waiting for him. Nice lane for Marco to be on.
Buzz heard the footsteps. He's eager.
30 seconds left.
It's a good cross. It's a very good cross.
Young's got Steel Guard in this post plant too.
Buzz around the corner, should be winning this duel and does get that one at the very least. So we're back in for a 2-on-2. You're right about that Steel Garden, but as of yet, not going to be ripped. Eventually does have to get forced through, you would think, and so down now. Buzz tries to beat it to the punch, but loses the duel against Bane anyway, and that leaves Munchkin alone. Doesn't really have a whole lot of tools to make this one happen. He might have to go for the old sit the defuse trick in a second, which is not quite what he needs. Of course, there's going to be that swing through from Young, but time is a factor now, and Bane waits patiently, perfectly, to get that 6 through for KRX. Celebratory nightfall, but 6-6 at the end of the half there, and I think KRX have to be extremely pleased with how that played out in the end.
Started off a little bit rocky, right?
Absolutely.
But you start to see these rounds, and you have to look at Bane's facial expression. Again, it's just this story and how much this matchup means to him. Coming into this team after the departure of Stacks. Being charged with the IGL role, a little bit of back and forth with Mako and him. Now just knowing that he has the opportunity going to Busan, playing in front of his home crowd, not just Korea, but the fact that he's from Busan, his family, his relatives will be there to witness him if he makes it to that spot. And he wants to get that done. And if he actually does make it to the grand final of Pacific Stage 2 playoffs as well, like that would just be the ultimate story for KRX with Bane and Mako and Termi even. KRX were a team that kind of let the first ever Stage 2 Grand Finals in the first year of Pacific let slip. It was a reverse sweep against PRX that kind of tossed in that upset. And ever since then, I mean, Termi, Mako, they've just always been so hungry to try to find some big victories. They did manage to get one, I think just last year, but more art. But yeah.
It's got to be a little bit embarrassing if you come and, like, you know, you see like 3 insane pieces of art, and then
yours is just a meme
yours
drawing.
is like just a doodle. Like that would be me. I'd be sitting in the crowd like I've drawn a circle with a smiley face in it.
It's good.
Just mocked.
It's better than AI art.
That's true. Oh,
how about that?
I'll take that.
Just slurp up all the water resources. Yeah, we're back in, and it's a 6-6 like you mentioned before. And now you really got to think about how Young is looking to anchor down sites. He's set up into a B so far with some thorns around C, which is where T1 are headed.
Slowly. There's a lot to get through over towards C. The wall, of course, and the thorns, and then there's a couple of players there as well. Should provide enough time for a rotate for KRX. T1 do opt to try to take this fight. We'll see if they just bait the wall out. Or Meteor's going to take the fight. I don't know if that was maybe a miscommunication because nobody was there to help him. Now the swing in from T1. They're down on numbers and they're being slowed down pretty dramatically. So indeed KRX are able to start making that rotate across. I was looking for some entries, not able to find any, and Munchkin caught by Hyunmin trying to transition and cut some rotates off as well. This has gone poorly for T1 so far. Hyunmin will be brought down, but it's still not enough to really turn this round back on its head. Plant on in, aggression out from KRX. Stax now has to get it done alone. Only got a classic in hand, and he doesn't know exactly where these two KRX players are, but he finds another head. That one of freeing. It's now just Bane, who's half HP. Stax could well pull this back for T1. But Bane is wrapping in. Was for a second behind him. Decides to turn back around, and Stax getting it once again. His return has been brilliant for T1.
No shot! I thought that he might have gambled to go for a right click considering how low Bane was, but he just taps and taps. Little bits of mishaps with lurks around for Munchkin too, but it just comes down to Stax, who always was that guy. Since way back then, previously the IGL took off from T1 for a bit, was benched for a while and DH had to step in, but now he's back and he is still IGLing and he's always clutching up. Big gun round for T1 to walk away with momentum here. And they will retain distance against an aggressive KRX that wants to take control over A for the time being.
Yeah, a lot of space taken by KRX, but for all the good it's going to do them, T1 not looking too concerned about things at the moment. Happy to take it a little bit slower in this round anyway.
Both teams are always playing into each other's hands. I mean, look at how quickly KRX pivot over into a crossfire setup of B, and then now it's freeing with the headhunter shots to try to duke this out around rubble.
Freeing's been spotted by that Prowler. To get himself back out to safety.
Good bit of info, but not much that KRX can do around it. We'll have to relinquish the site.
Still a chance here for Freeing. Couple of headshots will make all the difference. He's been spotted out once again. Bane on the swing. Sorry, Buzz on the swing, of course. Making it pretty short work, and T1 are into the site. Meteor here for the double. Finishing it off with that headhunter, and he wants to stick around for some more, even despite being on 46, now 20 HP. He goes for another swing. It's all good. T1 up to 8. Making short work of KRX in this second half so far, but guns will be in hand for KRX this time. That will make the job a bit more difficult for T1.
Yeah, that's KRX strong with the pistol so far. And the gun rounds. Now you think that they could be, again, quite likely to walk away with another bonus. They've been great at reading the map and just kind of walking all around the sites and setups. Of course, it was an anti-eco, but you look at how much Buzz and Meteor are getting done. And even Munchkin with just some added lurk pressure as well will always keep KRX thinking, festering in the back of their minds. Now it's a sudden quick push and a little bit of a cancel, noting the spams through. That means a couple more players are close by an A site, so looking for other options. Young is pushing out. Just for info. But otherwise, it's the same setup with the Thorns and a bit of control over B and C. Which means, depending on how well Young holds and anchors, if he gets one kill, good. If not, we're in for a hairy retake.
Oh, what's Meteor getting up to here? Not a lot is the answer. Just backs out to safety, trying to kind of sell a little bit of a fake over on the A side of the map. Hasn't really fooled KRX, but it seems like maybe T1 are aware enough that the rotation has gone off of A. Freeing at the very least does get the better of Meteor there, but you've still got T1 starting to pressure towards a bit more of a weakened A site.
Just, it's crazy that this happens because of some of these individual skirmishes, the chamber v chamber. And now it's more rotations
30
afoot.
seconds left.
There are 2 on site, 4 KRX to defend.
Yunman already able to pick himself up one there onto Stacks. He's going to be the lone defender towards A for the moment. No commitment again. T1 really playing with the rotations of KRX in this round as they now decide they want to go towards B with 13 seconds left on that clock.
10 seconds
Buzz
left.
has been dropped off over towards
Spike
Tree to see if he can catch anyone coming for a push forward. That's not going to happen as KRX have rotated safe. Plan obviously down, time ticking in the favor of T1 now. Hyunmin just bounces his way out into a headshot onto Munchkin. Marco out of the picture now as well. We're back to 2-on-2. Nightfall to try and catch some info onto KRX, and Buzz will have a field day with that. 9 for T1. That was a pretty chaotic round, a lot going on there. But T1 walk away with it.
Yeah, especially if Buzz is the lurk convert.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I feel like I'm watching like Ryu versus Ken, Batman versus Superman. Incredibly matched all throughout, but what it takes is a late pivot, the mid-round call, and just deep positions being played where they manage to find that extra step further than KRX. And that's the bonus too. This is big momentum for T1 to reach double digits ahead of, well, KRX. Buzz's former team.
Oh, Meteor has already started things off nicely. Let's hear from KRX as they try to recover that.
많이 잡으면 좋다.
C 먹었어. C 갈 듯. C 세이드 시작 게임.
C2, C3, C3.
C 온다. 그냥 C 오겠다.
챔버까지 그냥 뛰어가라 싫어.
C 사이트인. 멘탈 선. 싸갔어. 공파워
뒤
튕긴다.
가자, 뒤 가자. 나 뒤 와봐.
확인.
하준이 형 뒤 와봐.
뒤 갈 거야.
이거 형이 문 열어줘. 우리 C맨 도착하면. 어디 있는 거지?
컷 왼쪽에 있다.
많이 잡자.
잘한다.
그냥 깨면서 알면서. 아니 우리 오면 형.
아니 잘한다고.
Spike planted.
잘한다고? 내가 못 들었어.
쟤네 오메탈 박스 같은 데.
이거 내가 프라 한 개. 자 기재 뜨면 더 벌리고 그때 문 열어줘.
Alright, Munchkin. Oh, and Buzz. Gonna try and push their way forward. Oh, no!
Enemy remaining.
Oh, hello. I mean, I don't think he's going to win the round, but hey, he'll take 3.
I hoped. That was a good chunk of damage, Young. Another player to talk about because it's that little KRX musical chair that was played. And he started to shape up, especially in the past couple of series, even with that loss against GE. He put up some decent numbers. Sharp shots. But all that said and done, I mean, it's still how the round begins, the momentum that T1 has, and so much damage being put through with Meteor on that Outlaw. Now he's on the Tour de Force. KRX wanting to challenge for Rubble still. Just a bit of conditioning initially, which I guess does keep, you know, T1 relatively invested at the forefront of some of these positions, but it always comes down to these rotations now and how Munchkin perhaps sometimes is able to find space with his lurks. It's the pivot back into B a couple of rounds ago that I'm thinking about, but now, entry, Buzz, Izu could put Freeing and Mako out of sorts.
Yeah, you've got a lot of pings going down here for a T1. No doubt that they're going to be committing to this A push.
I mean, like the relay book can perfectly hit this position that Freeing's holding. Or it's a stealthy approach.
Maybe not for long. Buzz on his way in. He's going to try and catch up to Freeing here. That paranoia saving Freeing's life. Buzz out of the picture early, and Freeing rewarding Marco for his troubles with the double kill. Eventually gets a little bit too antsy, runs straight into stacks, but still this round looking pretty good for T1. Well, I should say for KRX, as Hyunmin just decides to pull the showstopper, but didn't really get much out of it. Spikes dropped. Waiting.
Oh, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think much is happening here. Marco maybe gets the kill. Sorry, Munchkin maybe gets the kill onto Marco, but it's not going to be able to plan anyway. So that will be a pretty unceremonious finish in the end. Oh, Meteor can't even slide through with one at the back end either. So 7 on the board for KRX. It was looking like it was just kind of running away from KRX for a moment, but they've managed to pull it back.
Yeah.
Slightly.
I definitely got a little bit worried for a second just because I like smoked off the spike, but then I noticed the timer. That's it though. I mean, it's these incredible shots by Freeing. I never did expect that he would be able to get that done, even hit and stunned up by the relay. It's all thanks to that KRX were able to hold on, but now they need 3 just to neutralize this scoreline, and Meteor comes back in with an op of his own.
Bot goes forward. Real connections off the back of that one, and everybody walks away relatively unscathed. T1 will be a little happier for it though, taking space.
Yeah, it's a warning shot that I think they're kind of thinking of too. They know Freeing's still somewhere on the side, and they keep pushing him off his lines.
Yeah, and they're not going slowly either, are they? Buzz is just charging his way in. There's too much for Freeing to do, dealing with Buzz and the Prowler, and Bane is having some real trouble finding some kills. Hyunmin got 2, it might not be enough. Get the pit pulled out on the A site as
Steel
well.
Garden's perfect.
And Young doesn't quite get Munchkin.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
Meteor, as Meteor ports back out. You're right though, the Steel Garden. Maybe not a concern for Meteor as he's got that Headhunter, sits inside the pit still, and Young now spotted! Oh, the missed shots from Meteor! Absolutely criminal. But it is still advantage Munchkin inside of his own pit. Oh, they walk in right behind him. The gun barrel was spotted. It won't matter. He can't turn around in time. KRX make another retake happen.
What's that Willem Dafoe meme where he's like looking upwards? He's like,
yeah, he's looking at the sky.
Yeah. Oh, that's Munchkin right there. He just saw a gun barrel right on top of his head. It's like, ah! Oh my god. This is such a lovely strat between the two though, and it takes Hyunmin to be able to turn it around. Buzz silencing Freeing, and then for Hyunmin, the next-gen duelist, to
What's
kind of
happened
refill
there,
in that space.
I mean, Meteor, the shots that he missed just then in
Yeah.
the pit. Oh, he'd really love to have that chance back.
In the pit, the player model, like, oh, and then Young had coverage from Mako. So even though that was a 2v2, maybe if you really want to nitpick at it, you could say you want Meteor to, you know, play much closer around Munchkin instead. But yeah, it's the spike too. 8 and 10. It takes quite a bit of effort, but KRX looking like they're getting there. We got huge fans all around. But with T1 on double digits, and now they're calling their timeout, they are starting to kind of read perhaps some weaknesses that they can exploit. The op plays, the positions, they've been pretty good at avoiding Young setups for the majority of this second half. So that could definitely go. Wow, we're actually like on the fly getting art done? That's like
crazy.
Jinji Ito stuff.
Yeah.
Sick.
All right, well, 3 ultis online. KRX looking pretty good. Last couple of rounds starting to work their way back in.
What is this, a B-set play with Buzz on the judge entry?
Maybe. Gonna run right into Freeing by the looks of it. Yeah, he misses a shot. He could be in a world of hurt. That Prowler will force him back away.
Okay. Smoked off by Mako. Young?
Does see one.
And he knows that that's Lurk, so that's enough info for perhaps KRX and Hyunmin to decide to either B or A. We see the Prowlers going through, they're not seeing too much.
Mako position from Hyunmin. Mako there, needing a bit of help. Apparently getting it done. KRX, they find themselves one apiece. Hyunmin does fall, but Buzz is not able to capitalize much more on that. Mako locking down the important position, allows the pivot in from Bane. Yong dropping over on C does give Meteor, a bit of an avenue now with that spike to get a plant.
And then we're thinking about numbers advantage with KRX. Look at how KRX is immediately thinking to control Mound in case T1, with the space that they have, decides to plant for Mound. Waterfall being taken too, though, and it's Munchkin very far forward.
Yeah, I think Meteor's going to look for an aggressive fight here as well. You'd kind of have to, right? See if he can see anything. Doesn't end up spotting much out. That Nightfall is going to connect onto Munchkin. He desperately needs some assistance at this point. He's just not going to get it. It's all on the shoulders of Meteor. There's the first. Can't get himself the second. Had the right idea, was able to sort of isolate the initial fights. But KRX will claim another, and this defensive half is really starting to build now.
Yeah, KRX knows that T1 are bleeding, and they immediately spring forward at the chance. This is wonderful stuff. Just from start to finish, the little rotations around, but noting that it was a lurk around, or the initial presence around B pillar and a lurk towards C, Mako and Hyunmin were ready for the fight. At the same time, just being able to send in that Nightfall right at the end was a fantastic call. Mako and Bane just working in tandem to get this done. One more to equalize, and it's quite likely because of T1's broken economy. So giving up a bit more space now, just trying to mark their targets. KRX looking to control Rubble.
A bit of a weird buy here for T1. Got a few stingers in tow. See what they can do with it. Buzz on the charge forward, gets the better of freeing. Bit of a drive-by there. Hyunmin under pressure, trying to back it up. He's got the nades down as well to try and get some more space, but Buzz is just too quick with it. A-side's taken at pace. It's caught KRX, who now don't have a lot of avenues back in for this retake. Meteor misses a shot, that's crazy. But it's not the end of the world. Still a 3v5, so KRX are relying on some crucial shots through, and they get a couple there. Mako and Yong. But Yong and Bane still with a tough ask ahead. They brought it back down to a 2v2. Hold on! Hold up a minute, a 3v5. It could be possible now for KRX. Swing is in. Izu connects the shot. Time is of the essence. Bane needs to fight. He's not finding Izu just yet. Sheriff connects! And T1 getting it over the line. Up to 11. Oh, KRX almost saved it.
Yeah, low HP though, but this was done off a Thrifty. It's an incredible clutch, a Red Bull clutch at that, but the fact that this was all a stinger bum rush down, Unga Bunga just a shove Hyunmin and freeing off their lines.
You know, Quack, I have to say, you do have a way with words.
Thank you. I try, but this is ridiculous. Come on. I'm so excited, accelerated for this one.
Timeout.
And it comes down to like just the wire of Yong being able to swing around off of drop 2. Like all these little trades. And it feels so incredibly close. And then when the dust settles, Jordan, it's KRX that are broke again. Like they did so much just to try to stage this little comeback.
It's really not the round to lose, is it? You know, that's the one that you've done all the work to get to that point, and it's supposed to be a bit of an easier round, and then that's the one that falls by the wayside for KRX, really. So, big recovery required now. It'll probably be T1 to 12. I'm not sure what have you got to work with really here as KRX. There's no showstopper. You do have the tour de force. So do you invest in this round, try to play around freeing? You know, see if he gets an opening pick.
It's a good thought, but I think that that's what this timeout is for too, because they're starting to notice that every time freeing is pressured, maybe he whiffs a shot, immediately Buzz just swings in. And that's what's happening in C now. Sheer wall to protect though, and that's T1 being cautious about it.
Oh, it's a great position here for Mako. He's going to try to walk up. Was spotted by Meteor, but he's actually had a pretty good track record against Meteor in this game so far. Meteor missing that shot. Okay. Lots of pings going down on C for T1. I'm getting a feeling they might be heading in that direction.
Nightfall.
Yeah, Nightfall plus a couple of smokes might be enough to get them in.
Meteor lurk. Might spot freeing.
Two of those Prowlers as well. Freeing indeed. Getting spotted out. Here comes the hit onto C. A port forward before Stax gets the rest of the team across, and now Buzz coming into play for 3. I didn't even know there was 3 guys on his screen, but he's killed them all. Marco,
that's it.
On the rotate across alone.
You have to play for OT now. There's no two ways about it.
What, you don't think Marco wins this 1v5 with a Stinger?
Sure. Yeah, he gets one, you know, Cadian style. He gets a knife and then he picks up an op and starts to clutch this out 1v5. Let's go, Marco.
Let's go, Marco. Oh.
Alright.
So close. Nice try. 12-9.
Match point.
You're right.
It's tough. But I mean, look at that. There was a saying just like in 2023 with Buzz as well, like he would get angry and start to seek revenge, and he comes in with these really fast and furious plays just like that. He becomes a hydraulic press and just crunches down anyone in C sight.
Is one way of putting it.
If he goes ham again and he has an overdrive, this could end.
Meteor trying to get out again. See if he can find himself an aggressive fight. Oh, Marco just basically wallbangs Izu. Hyunmin getting the better of Buzz as well, and Meteor sticks around a second too long to once again be on the receiving end of a headshot from Marco.
There we go. That was some great heads up plays. I mean, forward space, alt orb into the showstopper. Numbers advantage should allow for KRX to eke out this round, and if Young or Bane are some of the other players getting some kills as well, this could give them the alt cycle to kind of extend this map.
Yeah.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah, they're worried about the sheer wall and everything.
Yeah, T1 just being very patient, waiting out that smoke.
Poison's off. Careful.
I know they've got to clear the site. Try and get a plant down. It seems like KRX are happy to allow them to get the plant.
And if you have smokes, do you want to play onside or off? Wow, they're
30 seconds
pretty much
left.
choosing on if they're planted in this position. Gonna have to mark, or maybe play for waterfall somehow.
I mean, again, I feel like you have to be trying to take some aggressive fights here if you're T1, but they're really not. Just going to allow KRX to come to them. Got a snake bite. That's really about it to work with here for T1. If it comes down to a late round situation, maybe that snake bite comes into play, but you need a few kills first, and there's one from Munchkin, no more than that. Freeing will fall to Stax, who's kind of hitting everything at the moment. Defuse is on. He's going to have to go for the swing in a second here, and he doesn't quite get there in time. That was very doable, though, had he won that duel against Bane.
Absolutely.
12-10, KRX survive another. How's the money looking? Okay, for T1 by the looks of the brief glimpse that I got there.
This was so close too. I mean, if someone had just gone past, maybe Buzz gets a kill against Hyunmin before he gets the showstopper. Oh my god. Stax as well.
Oh, Stax was looking so crisp.
Can always count on him for just a bit more. But this is what it is now. Still thinking about some of these ultimates, and at least the op still retained, but it's glass cannon fashion.
Oh.
Oh.
Stax having a look at C. This could be a faster play from KRX. Thorn's going to be dealt with. That wall's still there, but Buzz is out in front of it.
And that's okay.
So is Stax.
Munchkin, if he gets the plant, Viper's Pit, Young is looking, KRX is looking for a retake.
Yeah, 100%. This is not a bad shout at all, though. For T1, I like that pit coming up.
For pit. Oh my god.
Hyunmin's going to be pushed back away. You've got the Steel Garden, which is, by the looks of things, going to connect on everyone on T1 there. Meteor does not care, though. He's got 2 out of 4, so 1 for 1. And Buzz also really doesn't give a damn because he's got the lightning fingers, the overdrive, getting the better of Marco now. And this might just be it. T1 have been grinding hard for this win on Lotus. And despite KRX's best efforts, it seems it will come to pass. Bane finished off at the back end there by Buzz. Another 3K in the final round of Lotus. It ends as it begins for T1. What a monumental map that was from Buzz. But the job is not yet done. That's only 1 map down.
It was just so close. T1 had the acceleration, but then it all ends with Munchkin and his utility, the Viper's Pit plus the Poison Cloud. oh, there's just so much to go off of, but they just found so much value in every single moment that they had. KRX definitely met them at every step of the way, though, and that's why you do have to get quite excited for the next map of Abyss. But for now, a little break, we're going to toss it down to the stage for the interview.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with T1's coach KDG. Well, T1 looks locked in. They take the first win on Lotus against KRX. But now we're going to move on to Abyss, a map that we haven't seen T1 play in a while, especially with Stacks being on the IGL. What can we expect from T1 moving on? 감독님 안녕하세요. 로터스 일단 가져가신 거 너무 축하드리고요. 저희가 오랜만에 T1의 어비스를 다음에 만나게 됩니다. 스택스 선수가 IG를 잡고 나서 이렇게 딱 공개를 하게 됐는데 저희가 어떤 어비스 기대해도 좋을까요?
사실 저희가 플레이인에서 마지막으로 플레이오프에 올라왔기 때문에 사실 준비 기간이 2-3일 정도밖에 안 됐어요. 그래서 그 2-3일 내에서 준비할 수 있을 만큼의 최선을 다했기 때문에 사실 선수들도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 지금 약간은 걱정하지만 반 정도는 기대하고 있습니다.
50대 50?
예.
I mean, we were the last teams that made it through the play-in, so we only had about 2 to 3 days to prep for Abyss. So I would say it's a 50-50. We're worried for 50. We're pretty confident and excited to play Abyss. All right, thank you, KDG, and best of luck. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Yep, we'll finally get to see what T1 has prepped on Abyss. But before that, of course, we have to talk about this Lotus because we saw it first. T1 absolutely running away with those first few rounds, and KRX, they had that little bit of a comeback, but it was just a little bit too late. T1 just had too much of a safety net there at the very end.
I mean, they won pistol bonus both halves. KRX still got 10 rounds. Honestly, that was a winnable game of Lotus for them. They were playing relatively well. Buzz had a superstar performance. Honestly, a lot of things put T1 over the top there, but not a bad game from KRX by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this is very close. KRX going to be kind of annoyed with how that went. I don't think they could stop Buzz properly. And like you say, 2 pistols, 2 bonuses is a huge mountain to climb here. So T1 closing out their map pick. It will be Abyss next for KRX. So big questions there for if they can keep their hopes alive. Reminder once more, if KRX lose this, there is no champs. It's the end of the year, end of the road, the end of their dominance in this region.
Yeah, you just think about all the players, of course, that would mean so much for, right? Of course, means so much to Mako, who has yet to lift a global trophy of his own compared to his other former teammates who have already done so, and Termi as well. Oh, he knows that. He's been saying it. He's been wanting that champs trophy. He's had his eyes on it for the longest time. And of course, Bane, he wants to go over to Busan for sure.
Yeah,
he was playing like it also.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying his best there. Taking a look at the sort of story of the match here. 3 clutches as well on the T1 side.
Pistol bonus, 3 clutches.
Wow.
Slightly more first kills as well, and you still get 10 rounds as KRX. I mean, they were resilient. They were tenacious here on Lotus. Last time around, we saw Lotus between these 2 teams. KRX were the ones to pick it into T1 and get punished for that pick. Both of these teams since then have changed and shuffled their comps around a little bit, and T1 once again gets the best of them.
Yeah, it was, so many good performances that were here on this map. You have Mako, of course. Buzz, absolutely incredible, frying on that neon. Yeah. But then you look at the other side as well. You had some players that were a little quiet. We were expecting a bit more from Hyunmin here. I know I was. He's on my build diff roster, so I definitely was expecting a whole lot more from his race.
Hyunmin's been really solid on Lotus, really, every time it's come up for them.
Yeah.
So definitely a slower game there. And then you got to look at Young as well. It's sort of his job to slow down Buzz, especially in that second half. And I do think just the existence of him on that Vice forced them away from C a lot, but they're not really managing to hold against Buzz putting up these kind of numbers.
Yeah, good turnaround for Mako. He had a very quiet start to the map, and then he started to hit some belters. Like, there were some rounds where he was dry peeking and just one-tapping Meteor on the chamber. He had some great rubble fights as well. It's very clear that the motivation right now for Mako is high to win this series, and he's fragging like it, even in the IGL duties.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants to get on that global stage, but somebody who wants to get back on that global stage has to be Buzz with how he's playing. And this is what I was talking about. These are the players on the side of T1 that really thrive well underneath all of this pressure to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before this game, but I feel like he's opened up since Stax has come back into the roster. He's now on this duelist all the time. His neon is so good. I love how he pilots the agent, and he just ran away with the game.
Yeah, earlier on for T1, he was playing pretty much nothing but Neon. You know, whenever they play those more flexible double duelist comps, it's Izu who's going to be the difference maker there. Freeing on the chamber, though, had a lot of impact for KRX, and it's something worth mentioning, because as I mentioned before, last time around, this was the Lotus pick from KRX, and Yong was on the chamber instead of Freeing piloting it, and we had that whole arc of Termi saying, guys, Freeing is the best chamber in KRX, he's the best choice in this role, and I think you've seen that actually play out in this particular matchup. I think Freeing had more impact than Yong had last time around. Head-to-head in the chamber duel against Meteor was less relevant of a point. I think he was just very impactful, winning a lot of rounds and had a lot of op kills for KRX there. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for a map win, though.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And of course, we were talking about how Bane was playing out of his mind here. It's very, very clear that he wants to go over to Busan because he is from Busan. He had a little sign earlier on, as we saw in the KRX B-roll earlier. What was it? What does it say?
I can't even remember. They told me what it was and now I've forgotten. But it was, yo, bring it on. Bane, the son of Busan. This was all written in Busan dialect as well. He's the last remaining guy there from Busan looking to play from that home crowd.
It said production coach me through this, Ma Durona.
Something like that.
Correct?
Don't ask me. I don't know.
Hey, I got a good job. I got a good job from our production. I'm ready to go to Busan. And it seems as though Bane definitely wants to bring DRX or KRX rather over as well. We have here, it's interesting because Munchkin and Bane both had sort of similar roles coming from the IGL role and then sort of being freed up to be able to frag out themselves.
Yeah, these are the two secondary callers of their squads. They're very vocal voices, but Bane has been freed up to frag a little bit harder. And honestly, he was fragging pretty bloody hard there on the fade of all agents there on Lotus. His motivation to go to Busan and play in front of that home crowd is very high. Whether he wins or loses this series, he's going to be heading to Busan one way or another, most likely. For Munchkin on the other side of things, he's been up and down in terms of his individual performance, and he's a player that when he's having a good game, as opposed to being a little bit of a liability for T1, it really puts them over the top. He had a lot of impact there on the Viper, so definitely keep an eye on that, especially if he's going to continue playing a little bit of Cypher, a little bit of Senti for T1. That could be a really, really big kind of win condition for them.
Yeah, for sure. And Bane, as we mentioned, you know, he wants to go home at this point, and that could be a good thing, of course, for the side of KRX. Now we have here Abyss, and of course, this is a bit of a mystery on the side of T1, and for KRX, of course, we just saw this versus Global Esports the other day.
Yeah, it was that map 3 decider where they ended up losing, so them picking into this series is a little bit interesting. Let's hope that they've regrouped a little bit and ironed things out. They were running with that Waylay Yoru. On the flip side for T1, when we last saw it for them, it was similar with that Teo.
Yeah, for KRX, it was a winnable game, honestly, a winnable series, but the third map of Abyss was 9 apiece, and GE kind of edged them out in the last few rounds. So I think, honestly, that's going to, on one hand, give T1 a little bit of footage of how they play, because that was quite a long map of Abyss, but they're going to be a little bit more, less rusty on this map in particular, because T1 hasn't played it. I think you can throw that last comp out the window.
Yeah. And definitely, I think that T1 have something else planned, especially because of how important this matchup is going to be. Now, of course, we need to hear on the side of KRX as well. I wonder what Termi is thinking as we head on over to this second map. So let's send it down to Bella, who is on standby with KRX's coach Termi.
Coach Termi, now that was a close one on Lotus, but we move on to Abyss, the map that you picked. I mean, KDG said that it was a 50-50 chance that they're going to take it because they didn't have much time to prep. What are you going to focus on to make sure that you get a comeback reverse sweep? 일단 감독님 로터스 너무 아쉽게 된 거는 일단 잊고 다음에 KRX가 고른 어비스의 전장으로 넘어갑니다. 이제 KDG 감독님이 시간이 조금 여유가 없어서 50대 50 정도로 아직은 잘 모르겠다라고 말씀을 하셨고 KRX는 이제 역전을 위해서 좀 어느 부분에 집중을 할 예정일까요?
우선 두 팀 다 플레이인을 거치면서 어비스에 대한 연습 시간이 이렇게 많지 않았다고 저도 예상을 하고 있었거든요. 그리고 저희는 그래도 어비스 그동안 잘해왔었고 이해도가 높다고 생각을 해서 픽을 했었고요. 물론 이 T1 선수들도 어비스를 굉장히 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 어떤 스타일로 하는지는 대충 저희가 파악을 하고 있었거든요. 그래서 오늘 경기도 요원 픽도 저희가 예상하는 비슷한 느낌으로 나왔어서 조금 예상은 하고 있지만 결과는 어떻게 나올지 모르겠지만 선수들한테 어쨌든 1맵 자체는 저희가 굉장히 잘 따라가고 있다가 아쉽게 졌다고 생각해서 좀 더 집중해보자라고 얘기를 하고 있었습니다.
기대요. 한번 해보겠습니다. Well, I mean, we both played in the play-ins and we tried. We were expecting that we weren't going to be as fully prepped, but on both sides. But you know, we are players, the coaching staff. We have a pretty deep understanding of the map itself, so we were confident in going into that. And as for Lotus, what I just told the team was that you guys are doing great. You guys are focusing on what you need to do. So I think it's going to be a 50-50 on our end as well. All right, we're expecting to see and enjoy the game. All right, thank you, Termi. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Well, both coaches seem to say that it's 50-50. It could go either way at this point. I mean, KDG there was also like, oh, I'm not really sure. And now Termi is also like, I'm not really sure as well. But we're pulling the agent comps up right now.
Yeah, no changes on the side of KRX. They're doubling down with this style. And when we saw them play last, it was Hyunmin and Young at the top of that scoreboard. They're looking to do it again. But T1, something a little bit different here.
Yeah, they're going to be playing the Brimstone. We've seen a lot of different variations of double controller, but this is going to be a punchy one. It's going to be fast executes, a little bit of help in the post plan as well. T1 now 1 game away from snapping KRX's perfect attendance streak at Champs and making this their last game on the stage here in Pacific at Sangam.
That is absolutely right. Again, this is an elimination match. This could mean so much to KRX. Mako with his last chance at that trophy. Bane wanting to bring the team over to his hometown of Busan as well. We're going to toss it over to our casters, Alfish and Quack, to take us into Abyss.
Back into the Abyss once again, and for potentially KRX, they might be getting tossed into the Abyss after this one if it doesn't go their way. T1 up 1-0 in the series. KRX may be facing their last opportunity here at VCT Pacific in this upcoming map.
Oh my god. Jordan, yeah, this is just, this matchup, this map alone now, it has me buzzing, and you can bet, just by the end of it, it's going to feel quite freeing for either side.
Wow.
But
there's some munchkin sitting next to me just dropping bars.
Thank you.
It's Makoing me go crazy.
Where did you come up with that? Oh my god.
You are seriously the bane of my existence. You do realize that.
Keep going.
I'm done.
Yeah, you got any issues? Oh god, that's terrible. That's a bad one. That's a bad one.
It's gone too far. It's gone too far.
But no, the desk was right. This Brimstone, it's not common. Munchkin doesn't have that many reps on it either, but because the smokes deploy simultaneously, the executes can be that fast. Bane though.
What's happened there?
Shock dart double? Okay.
Yeah, Meteor's just gone. He's just dead. I'm confused. But hey, that's good news for KRX. Plan is going down in that meanwhile, although that's taken a little bit of time, and so KRX have been afforded the opportunity to rotate there. What? There's another shock dart kill, this time onto Bane. We're all back and forth, a 3v3 now. T1, they've been scrapping though, so they're a little bit lower than KRX. You'd think KRX should be able to get their way through as a result of that. Marco gets the first, Hyunmin the second, and then Munchkin down as well. So KRX will take the pistol. The fans have let out a bit of a cheer, and I'm sure GE will let out a bit of a cheer as well, by the way, as we continue to reinforce that a KRX win here would mean GE goes to Champs.
Yeah, Champs points relatively close, but if T1 are eliminated, then, it's out of their hands. That said, just hilarious. It's a little bit cute because Hyunmin did a little double take towards the corner, but this is just very lucky, very perfect shock dart timing that happens to tag out so many players. We're quite expecting some players to be pushed all the way towards the back end, but still KRX managed to find trades and now looking to invest everything that they've got to ensure that they will have as best of a go as possible towards the rest of this map. It's everything all bought up. Heavy shields, specters. But that's where you do kind of watch out for T1 and what they can pull off as well. Not just the smokes, but Buzz and Meteor were on a tear from that first map. Munchkin lurking still, though. And even though Young was the one who was kind of charged with slowing down Buzz previously, Munchkin was the one who got the better of Young at times, just because of how he's lurking all across the map. Now it's the spam, just hearing the alt orb greedily being slurped up by Stacks.
I was attempted to be slurped up by Meteor, I think, and Didn't work out very well for him.
Cool. But now we're back to thinking about the lurks and what else Munchkin may have found. A lot of times teams would just want to... There's a little ledge where they can jump up on and quickly break down the vent store, which creates some pressure around middle. And they haven't quite done that, but we'll just smoke off and waltz in.
This is where Hyunmin could come into his own. He's ready and waiting for a little bit of a swing around the corner. Oh, that's not quite as clean as it needed to be. It sets it up for Bane. Oh dear, Hyunmin has made a meal of it and he gets knifed in the face for it. This is actually quite an expensive round now for KRX. Izu can't get up to grab the spike. Man, what a mess. Spectre just not doing what it needed to do.
Yeah, but it's also Munchkin smoke again. His util, just because it was ever so slightly over the edge, not completely flush towards the back lines. There's this little sliver where I guess Hyunmin was not able to see all that much. And
oh my!
That's what results in the knife kill. Stax getting that through. As KRX, though, you just can't pay that any mind. They're going to suffer some significant losses in economy, which allows for T1 to get back into the game.
You would think so. It's just pistols, really, for the most part here for KRX. Young, the only one holding on to an SMG. Yeah, and even that, then, is not anything to get too excited about for KRX.
Just trying to pay a bit more attention to middle now, because noting that Munchkin was the player who kind of set all that up, that push towards vents. They haven't really broken the door, I believe. So, able to still pivot back in and around. We're back towards B, where KRX are pushing.
Yeah, gotta try something, don't you? Ooh, timing looks okay. Oh, but they've got multiple players. In the end, well, maybe there was a back that was turned, but T1 had it covered. Buzzes in on the site. Fracking back out. And Marco does chime in with one. Still got a few to get past over on B. Rotation is coming through from Yong as well, and Munchkin in through mid might be able to cut him off, but Youngman eventually will fall. Yong and Bane doing some real damage.
30 seconds left.
1v2, not impossible for Yong here. Let's see what he can put together.
Picked up a rifle too.
Spike planted.
Smart to take an alternate approach to the site, but the drone...
He gets one kill here. He might be able to bring that neural theft into play. Oh, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need it. Izu and Buzz just walk right into the headshots. Oh dear.
That was a hell of a shot. A double swing from T1, and because it's just slightly mistimed, Yong is able to capitalize on the mistakes and quickly find the two quick bursts that he needs. Ridiculous. I mean, I was writing off this round already. I saw the pistols, I saw, you know, just KRX trying to take whatever they can get. Maybe they were thinking about the alt orb down B long, but Yong being able to quickly pick up a rifle, this time besting Munchkin.
Oh, the second shot of the bus.
Let's go. Hey, look who's here. Yeah, you can bet who they're cheering for.
Like I said, they're going to be cheering for KRX. Let's see how KRX do go about this one. Up against a little bit of a half buy from T1. We'll have a listen in with KRX.
미드 닦으면서 가자. 내가 사이트 있죠? 나 빠질게 안 보였어. 안 돼, 이거 안 된다. 기다려. 양산도 빠졌어. 사이트 온 거지. 사이트 이미 양산 들었어. 지는 거야. 나 언더 피만 가능해, 얘들아. 팬미나 슈트가 저 롱설이야, 롱설. 메인설이다. 나갈 준비. 뱀픽 해줄게, 얘들아, 그때. 나 상대 소바설 공 생겼다. 블리플 조심. 빨리 하자. 블리 좋다. 블리 눈에 깔았어. 대타금. 78. 연막을 빠기 78. 긁어봐. 연막 그대로. 잡았어. 연막 공 찍어줄게. 공 해봐. 이거 메인 블리플일 거야. 걸릴게. 사이트 하나뿐이야, 지금. 잡아야 돼.
Well, plants down. T1 don't have the numbers advantage anymore, though, after those two kills from Yong and Hyunmin, but time's ticking. With Stax and Munchkin here to try and cause a bit of a problem. There's a drive-by from Munchkin, and Stax sliding in with the Sheriff as well. Spike is planted open, freeing! Cops the headshot as well. And T1, of all rounds, will steal that one.
Right, what the heck? Smokes, executes, and of course it's little Old Buzz with a little Bucky, and it just keeps KRX at bay, you know, pushing all the way through into these positions where they think they have the space to kind of reinsert themselves and go for a slight chance at a retake. It makes it damn close, but thanks to some sharp shots at the end as well. Munchkin again, setting up his team alongside Buzz, just getting so much done. Back into the full buys now, and again, the economy goes topsy-turvy.
Munchkin is waiting patiently. Seems like Buzz was doing the same thing elsewhere, and KRX, they do find some success, at least onto Meteor, who's having a bit of a rough map so far. The rest of it, maybe not too much of a concern, though, for T1.
Because otherwise, they're still just pretty much reading it. Stacks, knowing how Termi's system works and operates. It's been different and updated now, but just kind of knowing the tendencies of how KRX might want to go for some space after some heavy losses. We'll still be able to go for pinches outside of main, and that's a lot of space, a lot of control, some damage too. No chance at a retake in this scenario. KRX with still some decent economy, looks to hold on, Bane especially. Again, son of Busan, adequately coined, but gonna have to look for the next rounds. Meteor, okay, I was thinking about a Meteor op at some point, but probably not for the upcoming ones. Nonetheless, though, it's really the execution of strats. It's really just T1 and their set pushes that KRX need to watch out for. Okay, he'll be able to buy up.
Yeah, don't want to allow T1 the space to really get rolling on this attack. We saw what Buzz can do in the previous map. Seems to be following suit again here. Quite a bit of work done. All it really takes here for T1 to actually start rolling, I think, is Meteor comes online. He's 0-5. If he's even having a middling performance, this is much, much harder for KRX.
So KRX now looking to kind of slow down T1's advances with an op. That's why Bane died to the spike on purpose. He bought that one up for Freeing. And Freeing is in position towards B. The Sky Smoke set down his early presence and pressure, but T1 though, they're just waiting around a lot of these forward smokes KRX putting out. The crowd is crazy.
Yeah, they're making a lot of noise. I was just going to say, there's you know, two contingents. Obviously, there's the KRX fans and then there's T1 fans, and they're kind of just yelling at each other.
Love it, though. Raise the roof. We've had full houses for the past couple of days, and what you can expect from that many Korean teams here, but this is a whole different story.
All right.
Dimensional drift entry.
Yeah, let's see what kind of an impact Meteor can have now. If not on the scoreboard, maybe at least he can gather some information. Buzz pushing out onto the site with that space that was created.
Nowhere to run.
The Hunter's Fury out from Bane. It's
counter.
Largely unsuccessful. Hyunmin down. He tries to push his way forward, and now Marco looks like a dead man. Trade's not there though from Meteor. Yong doubles it down. We're back to a 3-on-3. Munchkin is miles away, but he does have that orbital online to try and delay if necessary, and he might also just get in behind Freeing. The time is ticking on this round, I dare say, for KRX. There's the orbital to slow things down. Yong out of the picture now as well. It looks like T1 have put together another round. Munchkin surely will finish it off, and does with the double. 3-3. The recovery is in, and now it's time for T1 to start and try and make this half their own.
Certainly will be able to do it. That is a heavy loss dealt to KRX. The op was invested in the round, and it just doesn't come up with much else. Dimensional drift with that much space. I was thinking maybe it was a Hunter's Fury combo, but they just held all of that down to the post plant, and KRX giving up that much space or not able to hold on. They were trying to work around the utilities that they had. Buzz with the convergent paths was what slowed it down. So even though Hyunmin stepped past the smoke with his own saturate, it just was not able to kind of allow for his team to hold on any longer. And as always, Munchkin just continuing to devour every single kill after the lurks have been set through. Like the desk was mentioning too, Stacks in the IGL role now just makes things that much more free for Munchkin to go off on some of these plays. And suddenly, so usually we have fans like holding up signs and just kind of showing a bit of support, but now it's much more like Korean sports where you got all these dances and little supportive emotes just for the big Korean teams that we've got on the stage. Titans of Pacific.
Pressure mounting now for KRX. Once again, if they do not win here, they will fail to qualify for champions. Which should be the end for KRX and for Marco in terms of that 100% record.
It's possible.
So, you know, early here on map 2, certainly, but that's something that's going to be in the back of the minds of KRX, and every round that's won by T1 is going to compound that pressure. Attempt at a bit more of an aggressive push this time from KRX has not gone well initially. T1 answering it nicely. Izu cleaning up the rest. Mako still trying to hold on. He TP's back up to safety, but either way, I think T1 will look at that and say, yeah, that's a success. We have the site, we have the plan, and we have numbers advantage, so we'll take that every day of the week. It's a long flank coming through from Freeing. But it does look like it's going to be cleared out here in a second by Munchkin, who's certainly watching that line. Easy kill. This will be another round for T1. They're in the lead again.
You just don't see any bit of recovery. Hey, look at how, I believe it was Izu, how he's sweeping and clearing those angles too. You don't see that too often, but it's almost kind of lackadaisical. But that's because of how confident the whole team is. Look at this. Just strafe and tap, strafe and tap. Every single angle being pre-fired against. And for all the shares that I guess KRX have, they just can't hold on to sites. It's been 4 rounds now, and so many of them have gone down to post plants and spike explosions. Back in with the op still. Back soon. But what does Freeing see?
Nothing so far. Maybe Stacks in a second, although it might be Stacks that sees Freeing. See how that ends up playing out.
This is so uncommon.
Got to throw caution to the wind. Things are not working. Playing default here for KRX. Drone is going to get cleared out by Stacks, but that also will show his presence, and so Freeing's going to go hunting, and we'll find Stacks.
Who the hell does that? As an op player too. Okay, big value. No other map presence yet for T1 though, and it forces KRX to think, but they thankfully do have a 2-on-2, so it comes down to how Hyunmin and Mako can try to hold on to be as best possible.
Drone. Not too many tools here to get in. Drone is going to be used. You might see the Hunter's Fury get ripped by Izu as well. Buzz goes in first. Convergent paths from Hyunmin to try and delay. 30 seconds on the clock. That delay will be useful, but Munchkin's also kind of found the gap. Right here. He's aware, by the way. Oh, no. Okay, he's very aware. There's a kill, of course, for free onto Freeing. Marco's position becomes an important one now, and Hyunmin as well. Only able to find himself the one, but Munchkin getting all the work done that he needs. He has cleared out the site. Oh, and cleared out the rotations as well. A 3K. He's just found the gap in the defense. And KRX are miserable as a result. Nowhere for Yon to go.
Absolutely not. Even if he goes back towards the usual short approach, he'll be spotted out so quick. Has to kind of hold on to the rifle, and this first half looks like it has gone by the wayside. Multiple ults coming online soon for T1, and even though KRX were holding on to theirs and Hyunmin sent in his convergent paths, it just does absolutely nothing. T1 absolutely gamed the hell out of that approach. The refract was prepped up all the way. They were just trying to bait out Hyunmin's ult. They knew what they were doing, and that's masterfully called and orchestrated by Stacks. At the same time, Munchkin too, and that's what makes T1 such a threatening team. Because at any given moment's notice, you can have Munchkin on these incredible lurks. And some other times, it could be Meteor. So it's just lovely now that we have Munchkin stepping up in this fashion, finding all these gaps and holding deep angles and lines, not allowing for KRX to even set foot or try to stage a retake. Again, the economy's broken.
Deploying drone. Shadows traveling. Send the team forward with that drone. Marco's position now noted. Buzz not too concerned about that. Wants to get up and in onto the site. Stax is there with him. So is Izu for that opening pick. Out through the smoke goes the clone. That'll drop, but it won't be to any success for KRX at all. It's looking a bit too easy for T1 at the moment. Hyunmin wondering, what can I even do about this?
Really nothing. Oh, man. If you isolate a kill, maybe you could go a little bit further.
Izo happy to stand out in no man's land. Will fall to Hyunmin, but the trade was always going to be there.
Yeah, 30-degree angle.
Bit of a mathematician, are you?
Yeah. VALORANT theory.
I've seen it. I'm not sure that I necessarily subscribe to it because
Don't miss me too much.
I think it must be pretty tough to figure out which angle is 30 degrees just by looking at it, but maybe people have got bigger brains than me.
It's always just the one that's just a bit more difficult to kind of peek into and clear, I guess, is the idea. And it's just having all these additional rifles or guns, you know, marking the choke point, obviously just makes it that much more difficult anyway for that any chance at a retake. But you just see these rounds and executes with T1 going in, Buzz, Meteor, Munchkin. It's brilliant, and there's something to be said about how T1 are doing it with a Waylay Yoru comp, which KRX, you can argue, are the pioneers of. Interestingly enough, though, another freeing deep lurk, forward lurk.
Smokes down once again, same set of smokes as well, by the way. Meteor this time opening the account, nice and early. The entry is even cleaner from T1. And if this B site continues to get bullied in this fashion, KRX are done here in VCT Pacific.
Spike planted.
Termi timeout?
I mean, they've already had one this half. But yeah, I mean, it's getting to that point.
I can't believe the defense is this lopsided for KRX.
Careful.
But that's a bit of innovation for you. Of course, the man of the hour to get it done at the end of this round, it's Munchkin. Because the difference between the comps and part of the reason why T1 has been quite sharp with these is because of the brimstone and the elaborate smokes that have been set down. Of course, in conjunction with the double duelist too. I mean, maybe the solo duelist, because Buzz is just diving in and getting away with so much. KRX have not been able to set up on the right lines, or they have not even been able to fend off any of these strong pushes. It's down onto A now, and the trips aren't getting set off. Mako with the smoke sometimes getting disrespected. It's back to another round with pistols. It's starting to look like it's either, well, you're hoping for 8-4 at best.
Meteor's on the hunt for some information. Trying to set Buzz up. The first one going the way of Stax. T1 once again just bullying their way into sight. Buzz catches up with Bane as well. T1 are making this look easy right now, and this is unfortunately a bit more of a victory lap, it would feel, for T1 than anything looking competitive from KRX.
Are you serious?
This would be a very anticlimactic way to exit VCT Pacific Stage 2, miss out on your chance at champions. But that's just the way it's going right now for KRX.
Ouch. Okay. Little consolation prize, but... Oh! Alright, that's it. Still though, I mean, clearly the round going this way. And you mentioned a victory lap. Buzz is just running circles around KRX, diving into sides, shorty in hand, clearing out the smokes. He's saying, I'm on your left, watch out.
Yep.
Last round before the
Again, you just see KRX with no real ability to stall and delay T1 on their pushes. Every single round, it's just smokes. Even Even if it's the B site with trips, Buzz can fly above him, if not to refract out, and then by that point the whole team is set up and ready to trade.
Wow. That is a grim timeline.
3 ops!
3 off the back of the pistol there for KRX, but nothing since then. And you're right in
Okay.
saying there's 3 ops as well for a second. Munchkin has opted to go back towards the rifle. It's going to have to be a trade. So something a little bit more aggressive out from KRX, but I'm not sure that that really splits the difference all that much. T1 looking comfortable, and Meteor making it maybe even more so here. He could find himself another, as there's still a push headed in his direction. A drone going forward will definitely alert him to the presence that there's a little bit more headed in his direction. In the end, KRX backing off.
T1 backing in. To a site.
Yeah, this could be a 9-3 half. That's looking bad for KRX.
I am thinking about the ults a little bit, but it's namely so far it's just how much initiative T1 seizes and how much they get away with. They clear out all the trips and the cams with the shock darts. Look at this. By the time KRX even get close by, T1 would have the spike set down, and because of Buzz and that light speed, he's already pushed all the way far behind. Early Hunter's Fury, and Izu still holding on to his.
Oh, Yong.
Look at Izu's position.
Does give themselves a little bit of something to think about. That neural theft also important information, and Meteor's kind of caught in 2 minds. Doesn't quite get back out to safety. Oh, Yong again! Where does he keep pulling these kills from? Now it's all on Izu. He needs the kill onto Yong, and then maybe one more quickly. The Hunter's Fury was not there in time either. I thought he might just pull that, but yeah, it didn't really feel there was the opportunity, and so KRX pull together a bit of a miracle round to get themselves at least 4 at the back end of the half.
It's awesome, though. I mean, you have to admit that that was frickin' inspiring. Yong. Never backing down. Could argue his newest addition to the team, but he's just doing so much. Multi-kill to get the team back in, to sit on top of that spike, and now it's a 4-8. It's still not the most ideal of score lines. And a 6-6 before in the first map, but any bit of hope is something to hold on to. And for KRX, that just means everything. How much resilience do you have? How much can you persevere? The blood, sweat, and tears that you've shed and poured into this entire year's run. Of course, GE still supporting them too. Your boy Autumn.
Yeah. He might not be too pleased with what he's seeing, so it's fair enough. But 8-4. I suppose it is recoverable to an extent for KRX, but this second half is going to have to be damn good. Really need to get that pistol online as well.
Man. On the attack, might have a better go at it depending on how well they're able to kind of read and bait. Was that the sketch that we had before in the first match?
Might have been the one that was coming together, yeah.
But yeah, you want to bait out some of the util from T1.
Oh, Buzz gets the info. Refracts back. Lots of players over towards A. This is already a bit of a stack from T1. So KRX decide that they want to go in this direction. That is going to be a mistake. Looks like they're going to go for it. Flash forward. Does send T1 packing for a second, but they've just got numbers everywhere. And there is no entry allowed. It is an ill-fated call from KRX. The right clicks going a little bit awry, but Marco still need to get too much done. Munchkin will finish it off. T1 up to 9, and double digits will be soon to follow.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jordan. I'm starting to feel a pit in my stomach again. Yeah, no way.
This is really just feeling a bit over for KRX, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate, but otherwise a well-played call and round from T1. The way that they layered these smokes around it. It looks like KRX might be able to sneak in and fan out from the sides of the initial sky smoke, but the second one just blocks off more pathways. the corner as well that they were hiding in. And of course, you know, recons and things like that won't be able to clear that out. So now with the guns, Buzz is hungry to close this map out real quick.
Oh, well, freeing. You've just got no chance. Orb denied from him at least. Hyunmin will claim it instead.
That was a hell of a drop kick. One dash upwards. Okay, well, a bit of positioning for Yong to try to cut off rotations. It is just Meteor alone, and he doesn't have a gate crash set up yet. He's got the range, though, and that's the main thing. Now he's setting up the TP for an escape plan for himself. Oh no, KRX.
Yeah, Meteor could be in for a few kills here. Or maybe Buzz will help out as well, as Yong is finished off in middle.
Oh man.
It's actually going to prompt the rotate from KRX to go back toward mid.
I don't know if you want to do that. That's there's a whole ambush waiting for you. B site too.
Where do you go though? It's a rock and a hard place really here for KRX. They push their way forward. Meteor's heard all of that and sets himself up for that opener. Now it's just a question of who gets this last kill onto Hyunmin. It will be Buzz. So 10-4, I should say, for T1. 3 rounds away from shattering the hopes and dreams of KRX and GE. Although GE still have a second bite of the cherry, KRX do not.
She would still be in the race. KRX. Really? Is this where it ends? For everything that they've done? OD Pixel's waiting. The Fat Lady hasn't sung yet. You're kidding. Come on, though. They've got the guns now. And the fans are just screaming at the top of their lungs. They're shouting DRX.
They're really trying to get KRX back into this game, but I'm sure there's only so much that they can really do.
Assessing their options, though. Mako lurking back around. They're trying to see if they can catch a lone Meteor on the B side. He's got an upgraded Vandal, though.
Fake teleport. Just waiting patiently for any inroads to be made from KRX, but they're actually not really doing a whole lot. It's a pro being pushed towards B, but commitment it is not.
Yeah, don't see Meteor TPing away. The site's not clear. At the very least, KRX continuing to take things slowly will be able to bait out more utility from T1, but double controller, it's still so much that they have to get through. And there's 30 seconds left on the clock now.
I mean, you've got that pivot coming through already kind of from T1. Again, they've got 4 stacked over towards A, so if KRX do decide to go there, they'd be in real trouble. If they don't, Spike's having to transition back over towards B, side which is now being taken, but Meteor, what? Clean shot in onto Fring is going to give T1 at least a player advantage for now. Munchkin catching Mako as well, and Meteor still causing a bit of a ruckus over on B.
Yong.
It needs to be Yong again, doesn't it? He feels like he's been the guy for KRX. Can't quite land those shots initially onto Buzz, and unfortunately will fall as a result. Meteor puts together a pretty good round of his own, and T1 are up to 11. 1 step closer to victory.
Maybe even 2. Economy's going to be in shatters for KRX on the next. This was the bonus that they so desperately needed to deny. But look at the pathing. It wasn't too bad of a call from Mako to try to sell a fake against T1. But, and it's such a big butt too. Ayo. Just having Munchkin, having this deliberate pathing all the way down middle to try to source out Yong's position or anyone else from KRX, and this just might have sealed the deal. KRX can't buy up. The next round, they're going to have to force every single step of the way. I don't know if they have it in them to go 8 in a row just to push OT.
I don't think they've got it in them either. KRX would need the biggest butt of all time. And I just don't think they've got it.
Yep.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right, well, let's see how T1 goes about this round. We'll listen in.
나 시간
나
썼다
좀만
이거.
조용, 좀만 조용. 나 믿을게. 내가 니네끼리 조용 이제 조용.
봐봐. 태호 형이 미드 가지고 미드 쭉 우리가 에이밍 드론 터치 좀 이따가 할게.
이쪽 미드 사운드 있었어 얘들아.
드론 터치 한번 해봐.
상범이 이거 벤트 탄 거 조심해봐 여기.
형이 먹어놓게.
있다.
있다. 야 듣기
TP 사운드?
안 듣긴 줄 아는 거
아니야.
TP 사운드 됐어? 확인했어?
형 뒤에서 해주면
야,
좋을 것
야,
같아.
에이스
나
태킹
이거
해줄래?
스모크 받으면 앞에서 할게.
하긴. 형
해버려줘?
그러면은
에이스 태킹
여기서 스모크 치고 블락 까고 왼쪽에 싸워줄게.
Right. Reading the stack. KRX gonna have to make this one happen against all the odds. Clone goes past, no problems at all. Izu will not make a mistake. Meteor and Stacks are there as well. And T1 are on 12. KRX are being put down unceremoniously. It's like they're being led to the guillotine right now.
It definitely looks like that. Even with the way that they were pushing into that A site. Corner, the clone, not spotting too much, just a minuscule trade.
Well, the T1 fans are happy. The KRX fans certainly are not. This could be the final round that KRX plays on this stage. But they are going to make their way towards an open B site. There is no one there to defend. So that, at the very least, could be considered a win. But Buzz, trying to pivot on quickly, might still be able to catch Yong out. Not able to. Marco as well, chiming in with one. So it might not be over right here for KRX. But this might just be the start of a very, very long journey. 2v4. Still to try to negotiate, and it looks to be okay. KRX are not dead yet.
Love that they're going out and just doing as much as possible, letting out a cry. They will not go quietly into this dark night. T1 still doing as much damage as possible. Makes you wonder about economy, but nonetheless, it's all starting to get cycled up now for both sides. And as you mentioned, KRX, there's a lot to think about. That said, though, this was a damn good attempt. A map that they've picked, having tested it against GE themselves, spotting out that T1 hasn't played this that much throughout the seasons. Meteor with an op now.
One round away for T1. A bit more of an unorthodox round, that previous one from them on the defense. Tried to go a little aggressive through middle, didn't work out, so going to opt for something a little standard, a little more standard, I should say. It's just the 1-1-3 or the 2-3 now, as it were.
Time to jump. Op whiffs, that's the opportunity.
Meteor not going to make the same mistake twice. Hyunmin out of the picture. 4 players here for KRX. Still trying to keep the dream alive as that Hunter's Fury gets a bit of work done onto Meteor. And Yong opened the account onto Munchkin. Another plant here for KRX.
Spike planted.
That was well calculated. Almost looking like it was fated for the Hunter's Fury to connect to, but now you've got to watch out for the next 3 players online. Yong beginning his expedition.
He knows that he is him right now for KRX. And they need a hero, maybe a superhero. And maybe that's what Yong is. He's certainly going to be able to grab stacks. Maybe unsettles this round enough to get another one over the line for KRX, but Buzz and Izu have other ideas. 2v2 now. Time working quite heavily in the favor of KRX. That dart goes through, doesn't spot anybody out. Defuse cancelled, and another round for KRX. They will not go down without a fight.
Just going a bit more, but you have to admit still, I don't know if it was a bit of hesitation or needing the team to get into certain positions to go in for that push, but just a moment's notice and Meteor comes in with a secondary line, taking down Hyunmin, makes things quite dicey. It took Yong, maybe even Mako and Bane just to be able to sneak behind and find some monumental kills. It takes so much to get this done. It's a hell of a match. And you would certainly hope that this delivers so much more because the fans are willing this one forward. You don't see this every day in Sangam. But it's a different vibe when it's the 2 Korean titans going fisticuffs against one another.
There's a T1 fan and a KRX fan just screaming at each other.
That guy's the one in the crowd. Oh my god.
There's another KRX fan sitting basically next to us. I don't know if he's coming through the microphone, but he has been losing his voice. He goes crazy, he screams like crazy, and then I can see him like physically having to recover, like he's like,
yeah, I see it.
After he's been screaming, it's like, bro, do yourself a favor.
He's like a couple of like, rows behind.
Yeah. I hope it's coming through. Either way, yeah, KRX are going to need all the support they can get to get through a recovery like this one. They needed 8, they still need 6. The last 2 have looked pretty good.
They need to thwart some big ults from T1 in this round.
Deploying drone.
And they've got none of their own unless Freeing maybe gets one close up, but again, it's Meteor that they have to break through first. That's been the conditioning so far. Always bit of presence in towards B. Here comes Dimensional Drift for Freeing.
Well, he's been having a bit of a rough time on the scoreboard, but can still find info. Spots out Meteor.
Time to jump.
Will head back to safety. The Meteor now knows that he's under a bit of pressure, so he'll just also exit. There's a pivot coming in through middle. That's a clean shot. Hyunmin down. But again, Yong continues to be the hero. Gets himself the 1-for-1. Needs to find a little bit more space here. He wants another fight. It's awkward. There's 3 players on the other side. He doesn't know where to look. And finally, Yong, the raid boss, has been taken down. And with that, maybe the hopes and dreams of KRX will be lost as well. 3-on-4. Spike plant in. Time working for KRX, but the push coming back from T1. Meteor finding that 1v1, and now it's just 2 players remaining. Marco up in onto the site, trying to buy his time. He's getting a helping hand out from Freeing as well. Izu in stacks. They have no idea where Marco is, but he's not hit his shots, and he's got no idea what to do about things. 1 more needed. T1, have they got it done? Defuse is on, and they don't manage it. Again, KRX are alive!
Just enough time! Unbelievable! Once more, Yong, alongside Mako, just buys up enough time away from the defuse. He might not have gotten all of the kills, but just tearing the timer tick away. It's still nothing else but a threat to hold on to, though.
I tell you what, I feel like that KRX fan I was telling you about just now, because I've run out of breath too.
It's okay, we got each other's backs. The thing is, though, does KRX have theirs? There are still a couple more hero weapons on T1, and this is still just the second map. Oh no, Yong! He's been isolated.
It's not a good loss at all for KRX. 22-15 Yong, and that's not where he will want to end this map.
The weapon's been stolen. Stacks, he burned the ult just to pick up a rifle.
You don't know how big that could potentially be. Every weapon crucial for T1 right now. Like you said, they had a couple, but the extra rifle makes a big difference.
The positions have been switched up around with as well. Meteor now into A, they're trying to get a pivot back over, but the main thing I'm thinking about is Buzz is not holding a linear line. If KRX thinks that B site is still the key, the point at which they're going to challenge, they're going to be in for a rude awakening. So this is wise that they're canceling that.
Oh, it's a good call from KRX. Looks like they're going to go A. You think that will be the right decision? Just Izu there. Hyunmin going to go have a bit of a look. Yeah, he's scared.
30 seconds left.
Luckily, he can back out.
Here's the other thing, though. Maybe you get into sight. Maybe you go for the plant. Izu has Hunter's Fury. Munchkin has Orbital Strike.
Oops. Shock Dart. Will connect. A nice bit of damage there onto Mako. This is a risk from Bane, and it's one that doesn't quite pay off. It's a 1-for-1. Not the end of the world, but leaves a lot more for Freeing Mako and Hyunmin to do. Let's see if the 3 Musketeers can survive this time. Couple of missed shots. Munchkin in for 1 with that Sheriff. And this might be it. T1, they didn't get it over the line in that previous round. Their orbital comes down now as well. Mako, it's all on Mako, and he can't do it. It was all for him. KRX, they tried so hard. They worked at this so long in the second half, but unfortunately, the dream is over, and they cannot do it for Mako. They cannot do it for KRX, and T1 will be that team that knocks KRX out of VCT Pacific Stage 2.
The Titan that charges forth, setting up with their own compositions, borrowing some ideas from KRX too. Buzz and Stacks eliminating their former team. The fashion in which this goes down, you have to love, admire, and respect the fact that KRX did not go down quietly.
No. And I think the recovery that they showed this season as well is a bit of a testament to the work that they've put in. I think we go back, 6 weeks or so, 7 weeks, and you think about the triple toolless setups that KRX had in weeks 1 and 2, and I don't even know if I thought that they would get to this point, to be quite honest. So they were really looking like they were in all sorts. Had things started a little bit cleaner, had they maybe had a little bit more luck in terms of where the seeding put them for these playoffs, they might have had a bit of a better time, but nonetheless, KRX out. And for T1, it's big news as they go further forward in the Stage 2 playoffs bracket. They will play Genji next, and they keep their dreams of going through the champs alive as well.
Yeah, looking to represent Pacific and Shanghai. Another go at it again. They've had several appearances already. They've won one Masters. Champions would be huge. And it's just so much to get through as well. I mean, this entire matchup feels incredibly fateful with how many career milestones have been hit. Mako as well, the 30th map clutch that he had just recently.
Yeah, I mean, you think about, though, it is going to be a pretty tough run down in that lower bracket. You've still got PRX, Varel, Gen G to deal with, loser of Nongshim or GE as well if you want to continue forward. So that is a very tough ask. But it's time for us to go down onto the stage with Bella.
T1의 버즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Well, T1 takes a 2-0 win against KRX, and Buzz, he gets to continue his dream to making it to all the champions. Well, this was a do or die match. You have a lot of friends on the other side. I mean, what are you thinking right now? You must have a lot to say. 자, 버즈 선수 우선 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 단두대 경기 좀 하고 싶은 말도 많을 것 같고, 이렇게 오늘 승리로 올 챔피언스 출석의 꿈을 계속해서 나갈 수 있게 됐습니다. 경기 소감부터 부탁드리겠습니다.
항상 친정팀인 DRX를 만난다는 건 또 좀 되게 흥미진진하고 재밌는 경기인 것 같은데 개인적으로 DRX에 오래 몸담았던 선수로서 이렇게 패자조에서 만나고 싶진 않았는데 이렇게 이기고 올라가야 되는 상황에 와서 너무 마냥 기분이 좋진 않지만 결국 이렇게 된 이상 제가 저희 T1이 DRX 목까지 더 잘해서 챔피언스를 꼭 갈 수 있게 해보겠습니다.
I mean, it's always it's a peculiar feeling every time I play against my OG team DRX. You know, I know them so well, and it's a bittersweet win because I know how hard they work for this. And I would like to say that as much as I know how hardworking all the players are, T1, myself, we're gonna do our best to make sure that we qualify to champions and we can represent both teams. That is a very wholesome message from you, Buzz, and you know. It seemed like you guys are definitely locked in. KDJ, he mentioned that you guys were 50-50 on the Abyss prep because of the time that you guys didn't really have, but you guys were locked in. All the other maps that we haven't seen yet, is that the same? Are you just keeping it from us? Well, tell us, be honest. We want to hear it before the big match tomorrow. 이제 KDJ 감독님이 어비스는 살짝 기대 반, 이제 걱정 반, 50대 50이라고 말씀을 하셨지만 오늘 정말 멋진 경기력을 보여주셨어요. 저희가 아직 못 본 맵들도 다 이런 건지 T1의 완성도 저희만 모르고 뭔가 아직까지는 좀 공개를 안 하신 걸까요?
저는 저희 팀이 모든 맵을 다 잘한다고 생각하고요. 역사적으로 DRX가 어비스라는 맵에서 되게 강한 모습을 보여줬었기 때문에 그런 거에서 저희가 조금 걱정 아닌 걱정이 있긴 했지만 다른 맵들은 걱정하지 않으셔도 될 것 같습니다.
We're confident that my team are gonna, we're good on all maps. And historically, yes, KRX has had the upper hand on Abyss, but I'm confident that we're gonna be able to pull through on all the other maps as well. And now, I know for a fact that it's a tough match when you face another Korean team, but alas, next one awaits for you again tomorrow. Genji, would you like to say anything to them? What are your thoughts? 야속하게도 내일 또 한국 내전입니다. 젠지를 만나게 되거든요. 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
저희가 이미 킥오프에서 이긴 전적이 있기 때문에 저희가 꼭 이겨서 챔피언스에 확정 지을 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
We already faced them in kickoff, and we're gonna do our best to make sure that we win against them and qualify to champions. And I know, Buzz, you have a message for us, right? So now is your time. 이제 버즈 선수 꼭 이렇게 무대에서 하셔야 되는 얘기가 있지 않습니까? 지금입니다.
이번 스테이지 2에 좀 MVP도 많이 먹고 하는데 아무래도 펄사에서 제 마우스가 나왔는데 이거 사셔야 되는 거 아닌가 싶습니다. 다들 많이 관심 가져주세요.
I've been getting a lot of MVPs this stage, and maybe it has to do with my Pulsar Buzz mouse, so maybe that's my trick. And alright, thank you, Buzz. What a wonderful interview, right? 이렇게 해서 버즈 선수 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Buzz there with a very touching spiel at the very end.
He's just knocked Mako and Termi out of champs contention, and he goes, "Maybe you guys would have won if you had my mouse."
Mako, tough game. Buy my mouse, buddy.
Well, and you know, Buzz, he just got his 20th MVP in Pacific. That means he's got the most over here in Pacific. Something is actually number 2 with 18, but Buzz has 20 of them. And probably it's because of the Pulsar Pro Series Buzz X, a high-performance 8K esports gaming mouse.
Okay, that maybe. Honestly, it has been a dominant run for T1 since they re-added stacks into the roster. 4 out of 5 of their series have been 2-0s, including 2 2-0s against KRX. So they are really kind of on the warpath right now to keep champions in their own hands. They won't want to get knocked out of the competition too early. They want to make it over to Busan, and they're 1 series away, which tees them up against Genji next up. So we already had, you know, the Marco versus Buzz and Stacks kind of arc. Now it's time for the Munchkin Meteor versus Chex Chikaron solo arc. That's going to be another crazy one.
Can't wait for that. Also, we have to say commiserations to KRX. This is the end of their run here. They won't be continuing. That does mean no champs for this squad. Heartbreaking, truly, but we know how fantastic they've been in the past.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a team that has been a part of VCT history, that has been a part of Valorant history for so long. And it feels strange that we're proceeding on without them. But at the end of the day, you know, one team has to go. And it was indeed KRX falling 0-2 versus T1. And that was my thing with T1. It's when champions is on the line, when a trophy is on the line, you just have so many strong players there that can just pop off when they smell how close victory is. KRX, I think this roster just had so much potential, and I think that if they had a bit more time, perhaps a bit more experience, I think they could have brought this a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've had some instability in the roster. I think they've been patching holes consistently. To make it as far as they have is incredibly impressive. We know how fantastic this team has been historically, so it's of course sad to have to say goodbye.
Absolutely. As we mentioned, this is a historic team. Been a part of so many milestones here at the VCT. And right now we have with us joining on the desk, we have Termi from KRX. Kamsahamnida, Coach Termi, for your time here and joining us. Commiserations on the loss. Now, of course, this is the end of an era here in Pacific, and KRX, you know, formerly Vision Strikers, formerly DRX Vision Strikers. You've been just such a part of this organization for so long, and you've helped shape VCT. I just want to get your thoughts on how being a part of this journey from its very beginning and to now today as it's about to change.
네, 터미 감독님, 사실 VCT 프랜차이즈가 처음에 나왔을 때부터 비전 스트라이커, DRX, KRX 정말 처음부터 끝까지 지금 계속해서 함께 하고 계시잖아요. 아쉽게도 이번 연도 여정이 이렇게 마무리하게 됐지만 좀 내년부터 변화도 있는데 좀 심경이 좀 궁금합니다.
저희가 비전 때부터 발로란트를 하면서 챔피언스에 4번 참석을 했었거든요. 그리고 그거에 대한 자부심이 굉장히 강했었고, 푸나틱이 먼저 이번에 떨어지면서 저희가 만약에 진출한다면 저희만이 가질 수 있는 좀 대기록이다라고 저희도 인지를 하고 있었거든요. 근데 뭐 저희가 시즌 시작하면서부터 굉장히 힘들게 시작했었고 그냥 올 시즌은 그냥 수습을 해야 된다라는 생각밖에 없었어서 뭐 과정 속에서 저희가 뭐 힘든 부분도 있었지만 그래도 시즌 전체를 봤을 때 정말 최선을 다했거든요. 그 순간 매 순간 최선을 다했기 때문에 결과에 대한 아쉬움은 있지만 저희가 준비하는 과정에서의 후회는 남지 않고요. 그래서 뭐 저희도 굉장히 아쉽지만 팬분들도 굉장히 아쉬워할 것 같아가지고 뭐 팬분들한테는 굉장히 죄송스럽고요. 하지만 저희가 정말 이 마지막 스테이지 2 플레이인 플레이오프를 하면서는 그래도 저희끼리 마음이 뭉쳐서 하나로 됐다는 것 자체가 저희는 좀 그래도 선수들한테 칭찬해주고 싶은 부분이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
So, you know, since the beginning of the franchise, we made it to every champs, and we took pride in being able to qualify to each and every one of those events.
Yeah.
And in the EMEA, when Fnatic couldn't make it, we thought that we might be the only team that could still hold that record and hold that legacy up. But unfortunately, the journey ends here for us. I think it was this entire season 2026, we had a lot of fallings, like we weren't satisfied, but we spent the rest of the stage trying to make up and trying to show that we are good at what we do and we know what we're doing. And but I do want to say that because the players, the coaching staff, everyone with KRX, they gave their all, so there was absolutely no regrets because we did try. And the fact that we could actually come together as one and, you know, work for the same goal, I do want to say, I do want to praise the players on their ability to do that.
Yeah.
And as much as we're saddened by our loss and the end of our journey here, we know that the fans would be feeling the same. And I do want to say we're very sorry to, you know, not keep your dreams up.
Yeah, it is difficult dealing with a loss like this because it was that track record, all of that pressure, especially dealing with the global events, right? I'm wondering because for Termi, I know that so many players speak so fondly of Termi. I mean, even in the other contents, like for example, Timeout, there's so many players who just speak so highly of him, having shaped their careers, especially here in VCT. So I'm wondering if there was a moment where he's felt the kind of impact that he's made on these players.
이제 터미 감독님이 워낙 저희 발로란트와 오래 함께 하셨어가지고 사실 KRX 선수들이 아니어도 많은 선수들이 감독님을 뭐라고 해야 돼요? 다 거쳐갔다고 해야 될까요? 이제 언급이 워낙 샤우트아웃이 많고 다들 좋은 말을 많이 하고 있는데 터미 감독님이 느끼시기에도 내가 그래도 선수들에게 좋은 영향을 주고 있구나, 내가 그래도 발로란트에 크게 기여하고 있구나라고 느끼는 순간들이 있으실까요?
이거는 굉장히 뭐 어려운 질문인데요. 사실
Tricky question.
네. 뭐 한때는 선수들이 굉장히 저를 뭐 어려워한 적도 있었고, 어쨌든 저는 선수들을 최대한 다그치는 입장이기 때문에 서로 의견이 안 맞을 때도 있었고, 하지만 제일 뭐 지금 한국 발로란트 씬에 뭐 상무 선수들이 너무 많지만 제일 그래도 기분이 좋을 때는 뭐 어떤 이유로든 간에 뭐 다른 팀에서 활동하고 있는 선수들이 다시 DRX에 와서 하고 싶다라는 얘기를 했을 때, 저랑 같이 하고 싶다고 했을 때, 그때가 가장 뿌듯한 것 같습니다. 네.
I mean, I'm the coach, right? And I unfortunately have to play the bad cop. And when we have difference of opinions within the team, I have to kind of, you know, make sure that we do what's best for the team. But I would say that the most meaningful, the memorable moment is that we have so many Korean players now here at Pacific. But even after they've left TRX, when they say, "Oh, I want to go back and I want to play with you under your guidance," if they say that like really touches my heart.
That's amazing.
부끄러우세요?
That's so nice.
I asked him, "Are you shy?" And he was like, "Yeah."
I mean, for you've had such a fantastic time here in VCT Pacific. You've had really high highs. You've lifted trophies, represented the region internationally. I want to know what are you most proud of what you've achieved in your time here in the sort of partnership era of Pacific?
제 퍼시픽에서 함께 하시면서 트로피도 올리고 뭐 결승전도 가고 국제대회도 다 가지고 사실 정말 모든 걸 다 하셨잖아요. 지금 좀 시간이 많이 흘렀는데 지금 가장 퍼시픽에서 가장 인상 깊었던 순간은 언제일까요?
퍼시픽에서는 당연히 저희가 우승 기회가 많았었지만 킥오프 25시즌 킥오프 우승했을 때가 가장 기뻤었고요. 그때는 저희 핵심 선수들이 많이 나간 상태에서 새로운 리빌딩을 하고 새 출발을 하는 과정인데 첫 대회에서 바로 우승했기 때문에 저희 팀에 대한 자부심도 그때는 굉장히 올라가 있었고, 그리고 무엇보다 저희가 정말 그 순간에는 앞서 있다고 생각했기 때문에 모든 선수들이 뭐 같은 마음으로 열심히 해서 우승을 해서 그때가 가장 기뻤던 것 같습니다. 네.
We had a lot of chances to put our hands on a trophy, right? And my absolute first pick would be 2025 kickoff when we lifted that trophy, and it actually means a lot to me given the fact that our core members, they left and we rebuilt the team from the ground up once again, right? And having that kind of pride and like an assurance that we are doing what we need to do as one team, having that goal it's within our reach. It was definitely really meaningful, and right then and there, I was confident that my team we were far ahead than everyone else. So I would say that was the most precious moment for me.
Well, let's hope they buff Teo again for next year. Or you can see you guys bounce back.
내년에 다시 태호 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
저도 태호를 좋아하기 때문에.
He likes Teo too.
Okay, well that's something to look forward to perhaps. Termi, thank you so much for your time. Before you go, is there a message that you would like to give, of course, all of the fans out there, for all of the Pacific fans, and as well as perhaps some of the teams that are still in the league? You have some friends that are there, and we're going to be seeing Solo as well face off against T1. You have a lot of people that you know and love still in the league. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
이제 저희가 보내드리기 전에 KRX를 응원해주시는 팬분들과 그리고 아직도 플레이오프 여정을 남긴 다른 팀들이 있잖아요. 또 워낙 친하신 솔로 감독님이 내일 경기를 치르시게 되는데 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
우선 저희 KRX가 26시즌이 이렇게 마무리됐지만 정말 힘든 상황 속에서도 저희 팀을 응원해주신 팬분들한테 굉장히 감사드리고요. 내년에는 좀 더 나은 팀으로 다시 돌아와서 꼭 27시즌에는 챔피언스에 진출할 수 있는 팀이 되도록 노력을 하겠습니다. 네. 그리고 지금 한국 팀들이 아직 많이 남아 있잖아요. 당연히 다른 퍼시픽 팀들도 많지만 개인적으로도 솔로 감독이랑 너무 또 오래 같이 해왔기 때문에, 그리고 당장 내일 만나는 T1도 저희 팀 소속 선수들이 많았기 때문에 어느 한 팀을 응원하진 못하겠지만 그래도 두 팀 중에 누가 승리하게 된다면 꼭 그 팀이 챔피언스에 진출했으면 하는 소망이 있습니다. 네.
First and foremost, I would like to really send my deepest appreciation to all the KRX fans. We had a rough season, but you guys were with us through thick and thin, so I really want to say extra thank you to everyone. And as for all the other Pacific teams, we still have a lot of Korean teams in the playoffs continuing their journey. And right as of tomorrow, we have Genji and Solo and I go way back. We've been friends for a while. But on the other side, T1, the players, we also are very close. So I can't really say, I want this team to win.
Yeah.
But I do want to say whoever wins that match qualified to champions, and a win's a win for everyone here.
Yes, absolutely. Termi 감독님 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time here in the interview. And we hope to see you as VCT evolves into 2027. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you as well to Bella. Bella, don't leave. No, don't leave. No, don't leave. Bye-bye. 감사합니다, Termi. Now we have Buzz. As we mentioned, it's 20th MVP here. And as we mentioned, he is just one of those players that can absolutely perform. Something about Buzz also, by the way, is that he mentioned in one of the content pieces that he's always referred to KRX or the former DRX as like his home team, and it took him a while to actually get rid of, like, whenever he said his team, he would think of DRX or Vision Strikers or KRX. So
Yes.
that iteration. So it's just that these roots go so deep whenever it's like these Korean teams. So it just means so much to all of these players. So I love what Termi shared about how, you know, how formative those early years were for the
Yes.
scene.
Absolutely. And for Buzz, in many ways, it's got to feel amazing to get a win, play a fantastic game, get his 20th MVP, but he's also eliminated some good friends here today. So, it's all good outside of the server. It is T1 progressing down that bracket now, getting ready to play against Gen G tomorrow. That's going to be crazy. And we also have PRX against VALORANT.
Yeah, we got our 2 qualification games here for Busan. PRX going to have a rematch against VALORANT for the end of the group stage earlier this stage. And T1 versus Gen G, that's what I was talking about. That's that Gen G Shanghai run bloodbath that we're going to have a lot of former ex-teammates over there. Coach Solo, of course, involved in that one. So one of those 2 teams going to potentially end the run of the other. They head over to Shanghai. I mean, T1 still have the points, but Gen G, there's no room for error there in the lower bracket.
God, it's heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak here. I can't take it. Termi nearly made me cry. And Bella also nearly made me cry because she was also getting emotional.
But I gotta deliver the message as he said it.
Exactly. And you've been delivering all of the messages so well. This is Bella's also last time here in Sangam, right?
Can you believe it?
I know.
I'm not gonna cry. Don't worry. Don't get your
No,
hopes up.
we still have Busan.
Yeah,
Yes.
we still have Busan.
We have Busan.
Yeah, the show ain't over. But I love coming on the desk as a human GPT. It's been absolutely fantastic. But I hope to join you on more though.
What's the worst question that somebody asked that you had to translate?
I would say.
Or who did it come from? Maybe, if you don't want to give a...
It's always hard because like I know what the interviewer wants to ask, but then I'm trying to translate and get the culture thing inside in between, and it's just like, oh, I hope I don't sound toxic.
And then you're live as well, right?
Yeah, and then
translation is tricky.
I hope for the best.
And I think we have also like some of the best translators here. Bella, of course, and we have Jen Lee too. So Bella, thank you so much for being a part of the Pacific family. Do you want to see us cry now with our Build Diff rosters?
Absolutely. Send it right now. Who's winning?
Let's bring up our rosters right now.
Okay.
And
Who had the worst roster here, Bella?
I don't feel so good about
And why was it Elfish guy?
It's Elfish guy.
I don't know. Who's
that
guy? He wasn't even here.
Yeah, he's from like Paris or something.
Yeah. He needs a haircut.
He does.
Agreed.
Well, let's bring up our points here. I think I don't feel so good about my roster right now.
Clinton at Hyunmin. That could be tough. It's
okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Wait,
Nicely
why?
done.
Why? Break this down for me, analysts.
Well,
Why did he win?
I didn't even see Achilles' team.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to
91
whenever
points
it says,
is
whenever
pretty
it
good.
says.
Honestly, I think Vix won the laptop today. 15 over Clinton.
wow.
She is well and truly in first place. That's
She's
going to
gonna
be very
win.
hard to beat.
No, she's going to
You're
time my
not,
record.
you're gonna not be only
Yeah.
the
Oh my
two-time. Yeah, that's
gosh,
a
wow.
big gap. That's a big gap.
huge
And
gap.
Seth also leapfrogged Paper in there. And then it's a big drop off, and then there's some guy called Big Time.
I'm actually not that far back. Look where you are, buddy.
What's
Look,
happening?
1970. That's the year that Clinton was born.
It actually could be. That's the crazy part. You could be correct.
Look, all I could do is just project my hate onto others so that I don't feel too bad about
No, yeah,
myself.
I
so.
do that a lot as well. Mostly to the both of you. But of course, tomorrow's matches, very, very big matches as well. We have PRX taking on VALORANT, and then we have T1 versus Gen G. I mean, like I mentioned, I was emotional on this desk already. I think for sure I'm gonna cry tomorrow.
Insane games for both VALORANT and Gen G. It's must wins. You have to get top 2 if you're gonna make it over to champs there. So especially important for those two teams.
Who you got, T1 Gen G?
3, 2, 1,
Can
go.
we just have like all Pacific teams go? Like I don't know. Like
That's
I've been,
a cop out.
No, of course.
That's what we want.
I'm a what was it that you said? You're
Fence sitter.
No, you said something about you're a lover, not a fighter. Yes.
Yeah, she wants peace. She wants peace here in PC.
Only love in Korea.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's
Sure.
that's what we like. That's what we like. But unfortunately, we still have to continue this, and 2 more teams will be eliminated tomorrow, one by one, saying goodbye to each one. as we enter our very last day here from Seoul. That's been the home of VCT Pacific for these 4 years. It's been incredible, and we're finally, the clock is finally ticking down, and we're about to head into Busan. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned for the very last day here of the playoffs, live from Sangam Coliseum. That is it from us here on the desk, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Bye-bye.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
Through as well, no connection initially. PRX, a little bit of wiggle room there, but Hermes just strikes down 3. Forsaken goes one better. 2 on 2, we're back again. Forsaken plant down now as well. Reckoning goes through, and that's the end of that. PRX will take the round onside. Taught astray there for Divide. He's still got numbers over towards B though. And if onside decide they want to commit to this, they might run into Jing. Oh, the 3K, and Envy's there as well. Set up right behind it. Hermes going to try to spray PRX. They begin their lower bracket run. It is a big mountain to climb. See what they can do with it. Buzz on the charge forward, gets the better of freeing. Bit of a drive-by there. Kelvin under pressure, trying to back it up. He's got the end of the world. So KRX are relying on some crucial shots through, and Bane still with a tough ask ahead. They brought it back down to a 2v2. Hold on, 5. It could be possible now for KRX. Needs to fight. It's not finding Izu just yet. Sheriff Connect and T1 getting it over the line. Bane. Counter largely unsuccessful. Tries to push his way forward, and now Marco looks like a dead man. Trade's not there though. There's the orbital to slow things down and put together another round. Munchkin surely will finish it off, and T1 will be that team that knocks KRX out of VCT Pacific stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.